the rum cake is because my wife made it.
I had some. It was good.
Kudos on that too.
Yeah.
Let the record reflect that it's good. You can taste the rum.
The Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety will now come to order. The clerk will please call the roll.
Chairman King.
Here.
Vice Chair Navarez.
Here.
Representative Schaefer.
Here.
Metcalf.
Here.
Burns. Ray. Johnson. Holland.
Aye.
Hinojosa.
Here.
Great. Quorum is present. And I know a lot of you, ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you were here at 8 o'clock this morning, and we were unable to begin laying out the bills. We had some committee work to work through, and then we knew we had to break for the floor about 9 o'clock. And the bill authors did not want to get halfway through the laying out of their bill and then have to start over or anything like that. So, but anyway, this morning I kind of talked about some ground rules, kind of how we're going to try to work through the day because we've got such a big crowd. And since a lot of you weren't here this morning, and I know we have people in an overflow room in room E2030, that if you don't mind, I'd like to run over those again. And for those of you who've already heard them, I apologize for going through it a second time. We've got well over 100 people registered to testify so far between the two bills, and that can take quite a bit of time. So what we want to do, and the room is going to be full and probably get fuller, and sometimes people need to get up and stand around the back or stretch a little bit. So what I want to encourage everybody to do, and I know it's a very important issue for everyone who's here, including all the committee, but really want to encourage everybody to kind of do your best today to treat other people the way that you want to be treated while you're here, showing the utmost respect and courtesy. And not that you wouldn't normally do that, but sometimes we've got people of different positions, and when it gets late and we're still here at midnight or whatever, sometimes it's kind of hard to, hold things in check. So we'll be calling people up in groups of 3 to testify. And so, for example, if I was calling up 3 right now, I would also name the next 3 so that you'll be ready. And if you know someone who's in that next 3 and maybe they've stepped out to go to the restroom or something, maybe if you could go ahead and let them know so we can go ahead and kind of try to keep that flowing as well as we can. We're going to try to limit testimony to 2 minutes a witness. If there's a little machine up here, and when you see it get to yellow, you've got 30 seconds left. Now, we got a little room there, so nobody's going to hit a gong or something if you go just a few seconds over. But try to adhere to that as much as you can. And if we start asking you questions, which I know will happen a lot, that doesn't count against your time, so don't worry about that. That's on us. So if we start asking questions, feel free to take time answering those. Along that line of treating other people the way that you want to be treated, we've got issues with cameras and photographs and all that, and it's a very important thing getting to come down here, and a lot of people kind of like to memorialize that but one thing we've had some difficulty with in the past is someone will be sitting in a chair and holding up an iPhone or an iPad and recording something, or maybe even streaming live, something like that. And the people behind them are trying to look around, or the people beside them, if they're trying to talk into it, can't hear, and it disturbs them a little. And so what I'm going to ask you is if you are doing taking a picture or doing some video or something like that, we'll try to let everybody do that as long as it doesn't get to where it interferes with people being able to hear and see and all of that. And I would ask that you please try to go to the back or kind of stand along the side somewhere or something like that, so that there aren't people around you in whose way you might be as you're trying to hold up. And again, if you're right, and also if you would, there's a little area back there that is for people with disabilities that may need wheelchair accessibility or something like that. Be aware of that. If nobody needs it, it's also a great place for someone with a baby, so that works okay as long as there's not somebody else that needs it. So be a little attentive to that. If it starts crowding up at the back and you're back there videoing and kind of taking up too much space at some point, I might have to ask you to try to figure a way to work that out. But I know that y'all are so super capable of figuring that out yourself. So my ask is that everybody kind of work together if you're in the back. If somebody's in your way, just please gently ask them, and we can intervene if we have to, but I just don't really think that's going to be necessary. Am I leaving anything out, members? We got it? Okay, we kind of good to go. I've also told the authors of the bill that they're welcome to sit up here so they can kind of see what's going on rather than traditionally sitting outside when they're doing it. Now, initially, I'm going to call up 2 people instead of 3. I'm going to call up, obviously, Representative Stickland, and then he had someone that he had requested as an expert witness. All right, and the chair recognizes that Representative Hinojosa and Ray are with us as well, and Representative Burns. Who did you want, Jonathan?
I got
Dudley Brown.
Dudley Brown. Mr. Brown, can you come on up? Okay.
Brandon Pierce.
Okay, whoever it is you want to come. Who's the other one? I'm sorry.
Bradley right here.
Bradley?
Yes.
Okay, would you come up, sit up here? Now, the other rule is when you do come up to testify, even if I've called your name, I know it sounds kind of silly and redundant, but for the record, and by the way, everything is live streamed here and is automatically videotaped. The camera's right back there. So if you want, there's really not a need to videotape anything because it already is, and it's archived. It'll probably be posted sometime tomorrow, and it'll stay up there long past any of us caring anything about it, and anyone in this room. It'll be up there for a long time, and you can always download that. It's public record. You can do what you want with it, so it's there. So don't feel like you've got to record something or something's missed. Again, I want to make a little comment here. The people that are up here taking pictures and stuff, that blocks the people who are behind you from being able to see. And so, be courteous. That's the best answer the best thing I can say to say. But when you do come up to testify, you're going to state your name and whether you're testifying, and if you represent somebody, who it is you represent, a group or something like that, and if you're testifying on, for, or against the bill. And then that's when your 2 minutes will kind of kick off. So there's also members are going to be getting up and leaving because including me at one point, because there's other committee hearings going on, and some of them, including me, have to go lay out a bill somewhere. And so they may leave for a while and then come back. Don't think that they're not very, very interested in your issue. It's just that we got 140 days and committees meet at the same time. So when I get up, don't think that's the case either. So Representative Stickland and do you do anything else? Did we get everything? All right, I think we got everything covered. Oh, also, if there is anyone that flew in and has a plane to catch and it's at a certain hour, if you will let Bird know, the assistant clerk, we'll try to get you up in time so you can get back to the airport if there's anybody that's in that situation. Chair lays out HB 375 and recognizes Representative Stickland to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This is a big day for many Texans. I want to personally and publicly...
And Jonathan, forgive me, please, for interrupting you. I'm sorry. I'm correct. You don't want the committee substitute laid out. Is that correct?
No, we would like that.
We do. You did get the one you wanted finished?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Chair lays out... Chair offers up committee substitute to HB 375. Is there any objection? Hearing none, Chair recognizes Representative Stickland to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a big day for many Texans, and I want to personally and publicly thank Chairman King for being so open to dialogue, shooting straight with me, and allowing this bill to finally have its day. I also want to thank the members of this committee who have listened to me, asked tough questions, and help us mold this bill into its current form. To those of you who have co-authored or verbally supported our efforts, thank you. This bill means a lot to me because it means so much to my constituents and Texans everywhere. I've yet to see any other bill muster up the level of passion and support that constitutional carry has. I first filed a constitutional carry bill on November 10th, 2014 in the 84th legislative session. After helping gather over 50,000 signed petitions, numerous speaking engagements, debates, and rallies across this state, I joined with thousands of Texans who were devastated to realize their top legislative priority would never have a hearing or have a chance to be voted upon. I have filed only 4 bills this session, fewer than any other representative in the state. This is because House Bill 375 deserves that much attention and effort. I have faced the voters of my district numerous times, and I have promised to do everything within my power to see their Second Amendment rights restored, respected, and protected with this piece of legislation. As a result, they have sent me back to this Capitol, and they expect us to get it done. Gun restrictions and regulations have a dirty past and origin in our state. They were created because certain people did not want others to possess weapons or have the right to defend themselves. The truth is that they were racist in nature and meant to create an unlevel playing field. I reject that train of thought. I prescribe to the idea that every Texan, regardless of their color or income, has the right to bear arms if they so choose. We recently commissioned a poll, members, conducted research, and our findings has told us a lot. Much to our amazement, it turns out criminals, they don't obey the law. Shocking, I know. But they do not seem to care about the rules that we set for them. It turns out that barriers to entry such as fees, required government classes, and tests are often ignored by the ones who we seek to stop. The good, responsible, millions of law-abiding citizens are the ones who have fallen victim to the bright ideas of regulation. It is the single mother of low-income status in a bad part of town who is hurt. She is now walking around unarmed and vulnerable simply because she cannot afford to carry financially, and that is wrong. 11 states are already doing this, and that is more than 20% of the United States. This is no longer groundbreaking legislation. In fact, the state of Vermont, home of Senator Bernie Sanders himself, has always had it. As a result, they hold the title of lowest gun murders per capita in the country. Texans are sick of big government. They are sick of feeling like their rights are always in danger of disappearing, and that is why they continue to vote for officials who campaign as pro-Second Amendment. Sadly, we have not delivered. Despite our state's reputation of being pro-gun, we are consistently ranked poorly by those who look at the facts and not at the TV. They are tired of watching state after state pass constitutional carry. Texas often leads on issues. How about we start doing so in regards to personal liberty? State Republican delegates have made constitutional carry their number one stated priority. My home county, Tarrant, the GOP Executive Committee has passed multiple resolutions calling on this to become law. There's been an incredible amount of attention on this topic, and as a result, a lot of misinformation exists. I would like to clarify that this bill is not the following. Number one, it is not an expansion of who can possess a gun. If you can legally possess it, we believe you should be able to carry it. Number two, this is not an expansion of where anyone can carry. All signage still applies. Number three, this is not an anti-law enforcement bill. We believe it makes their job easier and our state safer because an armed society is a safer society. Number four, this does not get rid of the LTC. It will still exist. This bill simply makes it optional and not mandatory. Number five, it will not affect state revenue. States that have already passed it have seen continued growth in sales of the LTC licenses. Our right to defend ourselves should not be negotiable or infringed upon. There is not an acceptable amount we can lower a mandatory fee to. There is no room for compromise. The time for this bill to come to fruition has already passed us by. It is time that we, the politicians in this building, catch up with all of those here today in support of this bill. Let's pass this bill out of committee as soon as possible. It is the right thing to do. It is the constitutional thing to do. And frankly, it is the only thing that those testifying here today in support of will accept. We have many personal testimonies and expert witnesses here with us today who will be speaking on specific aspects of this bill and the impact it has on Texas. We also have Bradley Pierce with us, who is probably best suited to answer any legal questions or implications if you have any. And members, I am now happy to answer any questions and respectfully reserve the right to close.
Certainly. Members, any questions for Representative Stickland? Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Stickland. I just now am getting a chance to look at the amended version of your bill that's been submitted to the committee. Can you tell us what are the differences between the two bills?
And I believe that we submitted to you a quick comparison
I'm trying to read it right now, but I'm
of that. Depending on what you would like to know specifically, the biggest things that the committee substitute will bring in TABC signage into the bill. And in regards to holster, we are striking shoulder and belt holster, because we want the holster to be able to be an ankle holster or whatever you want. So holster still exists, but we're not going to dictate specific kinds of holsters. Those are the two biggest changes. There were also a couple of small provisions within the bill. There's a lot of different sections that this code touches, and so we went back. There was one that dealt with the Lower Colorado River Authority, had some language and some very obscure things, so there were a couple of places that we went and brought the legislation into that as well.
okay. I have some questions about signage too.
Sure.
Given your bill, are you prepared to testify on that, or would that be better reserved for when
It
your
would probably be
witnesses?
best for Bradley, but
Okay.
if you have specifically,
I'll
I
wait.
can as
I'll
well.
wait. Thank you.
Members, any other questions?
I have a question.
Representative Ray.
Hey, Mr. Stickland, thanks for bringing this bill forward, and I commend you for doing it. You mentioned 11 states have constitutional carry. I believe that South Dakota recently passed it. Is that right?
I believe it was actually North Dakota.
Did you?
North
did you-
Dakota, and I do want to say this too. There are a couple other states that would like to claim that they have, and like Montana, for instance, is a state that has constitutional carry everywhere except for one city. But 11 have what we would define as true constitutional
pure
carry.
constitutional carry.
Yes, sir.
There's probably like as many as 16 states that have some form of permitless carry. We might say, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And
And there are a number of different states that currently have it in some part of their legislative process.
including a number of our neighboring states. Is that right?
That is correct.
Like Oklahoma,
I believe so. I don't know what the status is of that specifically, but I know that.
Kansas, I
Yes.
believe.
Yes, sir.
Mississippi.
Mississippi and Kansas already are constitutional carry states.
Arkansas, I think that one may be a little bit disputed, but Arkansas has a form of permitless carry or constitutional carry. And I'm just using the phrase permitless because I understand the distinction you're drawing between a pure scenario.
Yes. Right.
So there are a number of states already doing it, including some of our neighboring states. That's my point. That's
Yes, sir.
That's a fair statement.
Yes, sir. That is fair. This is becoming the norm, and we're trying to catch up.
I had one other question. I know in looking at some of the other things we've looked at, the legislature, our legislative body in the 84th session passed the open carry bill.
Correct.
I think and you're leaving in place the LTC regime.
We are. Interestingly enough, Representative, I know there's some other efforts, and not to dog on them. I have openly stated that I will vote for any advancement of Second Amendment rights, including Chairman King's bill. But I do believe that constitutional carry is the only way for us to not negatively affect state revenue. Because what we have seen in the states that have already passed constitutional carry is they continue to sell their LTC or CHL licenses at the same increased rate. So if we're worried about it from a budget standpoint, our bill simply will continue the same revenue stream. Now, I don't think someone's Second Amendment rights should be sold back to them. And we're going to give Texans the chance to choose whether they want to have that license for reciprocity reasons or just to have it with them, whatever they would like. We want to leave that option in there. And we think because of that option, state revenue will not be affected negatively.
Okay, this is my last question I have for you. I believe that since we enacted that in the last legislative session, I think some people have become aware that there are places throughout Texas law where the word concealed still appears. Have you tried in your substitute to strike those occurrences of the word concealed in various places?
I believe Bradley will be able to do that, but that was our intention, was to make this, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Got a question, Chairman.
Chairman Navarez.
Representative Stickland, let's assume that the item is revenue neutral, and I don't really have any reason to believe it's not. But why do you believe that those states that have enacted it have not seen a drop in revenue from licensing when you don't have to pay?
Well, I believe most people enjoy the ability to travel from state to state, and we have many agreements with other states, reciprocity things, and I don't want to drive into Oklahoma and accidentally be a felon according to their laws. So a lot of people still see the value in those licenses and continue to get them.
So if that tells me that if the revenue doesn't drop, then the amount of people that are possessing firearms under a state's version of permit carrying doesn't diminish or increase by constitutional carry. Is that right? Because you're talking about what you're describing is a more affluent sector of the population, right?
Well, like I said in my opening statement, one of the reasons that I have been passionate about this is I think that people who are going to benefit most from constitutional carry is the lower income folks, the people who look at the fact that they have to pay hundreds of dollars with the fee and mandatory classes as a barrier to entry. I believe those are the folks who are going to benefit the most, who right now, like I said, are potentially walking around unarmed and can't afford to make those payments to the government for their rights.
Well, if that's the concern, then are you familiar with what's called a pauper's affidavit?
I am not.
Okay. I am, and I'll tell you what it is. In order for you to have access to the courts, if you can demonstrate that you don't have the wherewithal or the means to file certain documents that a court clerk has to charge you for, because as in this, it's a fee, you're entitled to fill out a pauper's affidavit saying, you know what, I can't pay that. But by doing this, and like you said, the Second Amendment is a sacrosanct right. So they file these pauper's affidavits so they can access the courts, which they should be able to do. Don't you feel that a pauper's affidavit, if the intent of your bill, and you've stressed this more than once today, the intent of your bill is to allow access to this group of people. If we just implemented a pauper's affidavit for that class of people, problem solved, right?
Well, let me restate that if there was some confusion.
Well, no.
One of the
I'm
reasons
not confused
that
at all.
I know. One of the reasons that I'm
understand
passionate about this is I think it's going to help those people. But the main constitutional reason that I filed this bill is I don't think government has the right to sell us back our rights.
But
that is the main reason.
But that flies in the face with your idea. If that were true, then why make it you actually do agree with the government selling back the rights, because you're making this an option. In other words, you're telling us that these states still have revenue coming in, meaning people are paying, so you're okay with that. So you, in fact, are okay with the government selling you back your rights because you're promoting a bill that, wait, let me finish, Representative Stickland, because it's a question. There's a question at the end. You're promoting a bill that, in fact, allows fees to be charged. And I'm not criticizing you. It is what it is. You're promoting a bill that allows fees to be charged, and yet you've advanced the idea here at least 3 times by my count, because I wrote it down, that this bill is for the poor, huddled masses. And so I'm giving you a really easy solution so we don't have to spend 10 hours here today doing this, is amend your bill so that we have a pauper's affidavit and we'll go forward.
Representative, I think there's a difference between what you're talking about and what I would like to see. I do not think that government has the right to say you have a Second Amendment right only if you take this class and pay this fee. If people want to opt into that system on their own accord for reciprocity reasons or whatever else they can come up with, then I think that should be their choice. But right now, there is no way for us to legally carry, unless it's a long rifle, legally carry without begging the government for permission. And that is the notion that I reject.
But you are still including a class of people who will have to beg the government that will be allowed the option to beg the government for the rights.
If they can legally possess a gun, then we should think they should have the right to carry constitutionally without paying a fee.
I mean, I think we're going to have this
a mandatory class.
I think this conversation is going to be had during the course of the afternoon, because it wasn't until you started talking that I realized that there's an easy fix to what you want to do, because I'm very inspired by your concern for the poor and downtrodden, and I want to.
Well, I will gladly bring the co-sponsor sheet by your office.
Well, I'm not that inspired.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Representative.
Members, any other questions? Representative.
Sure. Representative Stickland, thank you for coming today, bringing this forward. I have just a question. What's the legal age, just to clarify the legal age for the possession of a firearm?
18 years old.
Okay. And then currently the legal age for the license to carry or open carry is?
21.
Okay, so is it your intention to change any of the ages, 18 to 21, 20, back to 18, just starting at 18 going forward?
Yes, we believe that if someone can legally possess a firearm, that they should be able to carry that firearm. So that is our intention, yes. Now, we still have federal restrictions, which I believe was in some documentation that we provided you with, that would limit certain people, felons and mentally unstable and whatnot, that would still apply. But our argument is that if you can legally possess the weapon, that you should be able to carry it. And I would tell you, too, Representative, right now that applies to long guns and long rifles in this state. So it's not a completely fair comparison, but it's pretty close to say what we're trying to do is apply the same principles that are for an AR-15 currently in the state of Texas to a 9mm or a pistol. Because right now you are not required to take a class or pay a fee for the ability to carry a long rifle where you would like.
And that includes institutions of higher education as well. So
correct. This bill has absolutely no expansion of where someone can carry. That is a different bill and a different argument.
So the way that our laws are currently with the LTC and campus carry, you do have to be 21 because you have to be 21 to have the LTC. This would now expand everyone 18 up to 21 if passed with no license to carry.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And like I stated before, the signage would still stay the same for the 30-06, 30-07.
And now license to carry optional courses for reciprocity will be open to 18-year-old and up. Would you be able to take a license? You'd be able to.
We are not changing the LTC license. So if they wanted to get the LTC license, they would have to be 21.
You could legally possess a gun at the age of 18 up until 21, but you could not take the license to carry course until you turn 21?
I believe that is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. That's my question.
Representative Tina Holston.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a clarifying question based on your prior conversation with Representative Holland. So your bill would then change existing law for purposes of public universities, whereas because currently they have to be 21 to possess a gun on the campus of a public university, but because a license would no longer be necessary, then the age would be reduced to 18 for our public universities. Is that right?
Yes,
Thank you.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Yes. Trying to follow the way that you stated it, but yes.
Members? Representative Burns.
Thank you, Representative Stickland. You and I have talked about this bill several times. I appreciate you bringing it to us.
Sure.
And I just had a real quick question, and if you can't answer it, we may have some experts that might
Sure.
be able to. I know that
I'll give it a go.
folks have been very concerned as we move the bar for the Second Amendment that I totally support. Folks have issued concerns. They were concerned when we moved to open carry last session the sky was going to fall. We did not see that. And studies have shown that, and I don't have those figures in front of me, but studies have shown that crime rates did not increase. And but one of the concerns of some of the folks that would oppose your bill have been that we're going to see incidences of violent crime, of gun-related crimes increase. Do you have any data or generalizations that would speak to that fact and maybe alleviate some of those fears?
Absolutely. And I think there's a couple witnesses later today that'll be focused on that. But let me just give you a couple that I find very interesting. This is from the FBI. Average firearm murders per state for all 50 states is 192. The average firearm murder per state for all constitutional carry states is 93.3. Almost 100 less in the places that have passed constitutional carry. Not to steal the thunder of some of the other statistics, but I will tell you that when I had folks come to me originally about constitutional carry, when I jumped all in was when I looked at the statistics of where they had passed it and look at that in comparison to places like Chicago and the gun restrictions they have tried to employ on their citizens and what has happened to the crime rates and murder rates there. Again, this goes back to the notion that criminals don't really care what we do in this building, okay? And I just fundamentally believe that when we talk about gun restrictions or regulations, it's the good people that me and you want out there taking personal responsibility for themselves and their neighbors and their house. That's who we want to be armed. We should be finding ways to promote that kind of personal responsibility, not enabling criminals who disregard our law by disarming our citizens based on a fee and a required class. So thank you for asking that, and I think you'll get more of those statistics as the day goes.
Good deal.
And if not, we'll hit it at the end.
You bet. Look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, if that's it, I'll reserve the right to close.
We through? Okay. We sure
Thank
will.
you.
Now, which gentleman did you want to go first?
I believe Dudley has to leave on a plane first, so if you don't mind, we'll start with him. And then
Chair calls Dudley Brown. Mr. Brown, if you would tell us who you represent, state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dudley Brown with the National Association for Gun Rights. I'm the president, and I have staff here in Texas, have for a number of years. I'm representing our 350,000 plus members here in the state of Texas. And we're very active in it. We're very interested in what you're doing on firearms issues, have been for a number of years. And I'm based up in Colorado, but enjoy coming down to Texas, and especially like the comments about civility from the chairman. I've spent 24 years representing gun owners around the country and in Congress, and nearly all of it has been centered around one state-level issue, and that's constitutional carry. We used to call it Vermont law because Vermont was the first state that didn't actually prohibit permitless carry, and therefore it was legal. And everyone said, it'll never happen again, and then it happened in Alaska, where a Democrat ran it. And then it happened in Arizona. And then my organization got quite active in Cheyenne and passed it in Wyoming, and the dominoes continued to fall. You asked a question about South Dakota or the Dakotas. Yes, last week the governor signed in North Dakota. It's probably the weakest constitutional carry law in the state, in the country, but still qualifies under that. South Dakota actually passed it. I was up in Pierre several weeks ago testifying in front of a similar committee, and the bill passed, but the governor vetoed it, and we failed to override the veto by a few votes yesterday. There are some states that come close, that their laws are, of course, every state's laws are different, and so crafting a bill, you can't all shove them into the same mold. However, some of them, as you said, Montana doesn't quite fit there. But we just saw New Hampshire pass it. In fact, that's kind of interesting. Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine exceed Texas's gun rights. And that's kind of interesting from being from New England. Almost anybody you talk to in the country expects Texas to have the best gun laws. And I think understandably so. That's certainly the reputation. What I don't think we have some petitions. I don't know if they'll come up later. I think 75,000 plus petitions from the state of Texas to ask you to pass 375, the committee substitute for 375, and for a simple reason that we think it's a very clean law. It satisfies what we would all call constitutional carry or permitless carry, and we think it empowers citizens to actually exercise those responsibilities without some burden, which I would consider, let's say, open carry with a permit, somewhat of a burden. What we find in states is once you pass constitutional carry is that burden to entry for many people who didn't think about carrying concealed because, frankly, they didn't want to go through the trouble of asking for it, for a permit, and going through the training, which that's their prerogative. I don't think it's necessarily smart, but it's their prerogative. And they decided not to. In many states, in fact, in all the states we have some data for, we find that the number of permits stays flat issued after constitutional carry, and then it starts going up again. And we believe, and all our research shows, that it's because that barrier of entry of carrying starts making the soccer mom, and the many people think, oh yeah, I'd like to carry, and then I'd like to carry when my family goes on a trip to the next state or across the country. I'd like to be able to carry in my car for self-defense. And so that's when they go out and apply for the permit. It also, once you've carried for a while, I think most of the people in this room would attest, because there are a lot of people here carrying firearms, is once you carry, you get more comfortable with it. Well, if you've lowered that burden, that kind of barrier to entry, and then you start carrying more often.
Mr. Brown, I think
you do.
Chairman Navarro's had a question.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Please do, sir.
And I missed some of the preamble up to your testimony, and I caught the introduction. But do you testify ever as an expert in this subject area of the law, state to state, or?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so what and in courtrooms or just in this setting?
Yes, sir. I've testified in courtrooms. I've testified in front of the Colorado Court of Appeals. I've testified in a great number of gun cases in legislatures and Congress.
Now, let me ask you this question then. And obviously, you're familiar with Representative Stickland's bill, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does the bill have any sort of provision regarding a police officer's ability to stop somebody who's carrying a holstered weapon? Now that, in other words, once the law comes into effect, there will be people that will carry openly who do not have a permit or have not paid a fee, correct?
Most certainly.
Okay. And then there will be a class of people that will be carrying weapons that have taken the class and paid the fee, correct?
Most certainly.
Okay, and so nobody's going to be wearing a T-shirt or a hat saying, hey, I paid the fee, or hey, I didn't, right?
Of course not.
Okay. And that's silly.
Unlikely anyway, yes. You
Hey,
never know, though.
You never know. And
we're a different lot.
right.
So
And so there's going to be those two classes of people carrying weapons, and as Representative Stickland so astutely pointed out, like, criminals don't really respect what we do in this building because they're criminals, right?
correct. And so you punish them for the act.
Now, what does the police or law enforcement have the ability to check whether this person has a permit or not?
Well, they certainly can. They certainly could check whether someone had a permit.
By asking you, like if they saw you walking down the street and you're strapped, does the bill allow or not allow a police officer to walk up to you and say, sir, are you within the class of people that do not have a permit, and if so, you're good? B, sir, are you in that class of people that have a permit, and if so, you're good? Or C, are you in that class of people who is a lawbreaker who should neither have the ability to carry the weapon because you're prohibited by federal law, or you didn't take the class? Does the police officer have that ability?
Well, I don't know too many police officers can read people's minds.
No, that's why they're asking.
Yeah.
That's why they ask.
Well, they can ask, but of course the criminals aren't going to answer that anyway. Would the current Texas state law require a permit holder to submit that, say yes, I have a permit?
Let me follow
Of course it
that
could.
up to its logical conclusion. You just said something very important. The criminal's not going to admit that, right? So if I walk up to criminal A and say, sir, you don't have a permit to carry that, no? Hey, but the law allows me to carry my gun without a permit or having a class. The inquiry stops right there, right?
Unless they have probable cause.
So the law enforcement has no past probable cause for some other reason. The mere carrying of a firearm doesn't create probable cause. You would agree with me, right?
Oh, of course I would agree with you.
Shouldn't, right?
That's right.
All right. And so you're now going to create another class of people that can stymie the law because they're arch criminals like Lex Luthor, right, running around out there. They can stymie the law by telling the police officer, hey, man, you can't ask me about whether I have a permit or not because this is Texas, bud. And around Texas, we roll without permits and without paying the fees. Am I right?
I kind of see where you're going.
I think
But-
you see where I'm going.
Yeah.
But am I right?
At least in theory, yes.
Well, no. Let's put it in practice. I mean, the things that you've been talking about are in theory. So if those things exist in theory and in practice,
They're not in theory, actually. We have 11 states with data. And this is not a theory. In fact, in some states, in Alaska, we have, 8 years worth of data, 9 years worth of data.
But you have data on that. You have data on how many people have lied to the police about whether they can legally carry a gun.
We do have data on how many people have been detained for carrying a firearm illegally.
And so my next question is, in reading Jonathan's bill, and Jonathan and I had this discussion offline, and normally I wouldn't talk about discussions offline, but I don't think this is benign. Jonathan was
Wait,
telling-
which?
It is
No,
benign.
I'm just kidding. Is this the fantasy football thing?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Comes around again, John.
Touche, brother.
Ba-dum-bum.
So Jonathan was telling me that the normal prohibitions to carrying a firearm, being the federal government prohibitions for carrying a firearm, would still apply. Is that your understanding in reading his bill?
Well, I'm not sure actually what you're saying because, of course, it's you talking about possession or purchase or for
Possession.
carrying where you can't
The
carry.
possession. I'm talking about a felon possession.
Possession.
So it's talking
Yeah, they always apply. You can do anything you want in the Texas legislature, but the federal laws are going to apply on that.
So would you agree with me that it would be more difficult to determine whether or not a person who is a felon is actually in possession of a gun unless there's something secondary to the gun carrying that would lead law enforcement to that conclusion? Does that make sense?
Yes, and Representative Navarro is in fact in all those states that have this law, or for instance Vermont, they still don't have those problems. Law enforcement there isn't screaming and yelling that there's blood on the streets or that too many criminals are carrying because, again, they're stopping people all the time and they're saying they don't have a permit and not finding people in record numbers who are carrying as criminals.
How many? Let's compare Vermont to Texas for a minute. And I don't like to go. I mean, really, we shouldn't compare Texas to Vermont. That's not
Yeah.
fair to Vermont. But I'm not one prone to hyperbole in terms of blood. That's not what I'm talking about. But how many people own or possess firearms in Vermont as opposed to a place like Texas? Texas is a lot different. You would agree, right?
Yeah. The numbers actually in Texas are substantial. Yeah.
And so we're talking about an issue, and I don't want to call it a problem yet because we haven't crossed that bridge, but we're talking about an issue where, you got a plane to catch? Is that right?
I'm okay.
I'm going to wrap it up right now. We're talking about an issue that when we're dealing with the numbers, it's a whole different animal than when you start comparing it to a place like North Dakota, South Dakota, or Vermont. I mean, we really are comparing apples to oranges when we're talking about the logistical problems, correct?
Or Kansas.
Or Kansas.
Kansas with portions of St. Louis, or portions of the large cities, Wichita. That's not a bad comparison to a smaller version of Texas. Has very rural areas, has some relatively large
I mean, and I no disrespect, but I'm gonna put
municipalities.
I'm gonna put Kansas aside.
Okay.
Give me another state that we could compare to Texas in terms of gun ownership.
Missouri.
Okay. Same amount percentage or numbers?
I think it's relatively close,
Really?
percentage-wise. Yeah.
How-
Sorry, I'm from Colorado, and we have large numbers in Colorado, though we would call ourselves a purple state. And I don't know that the reputation is deserved from the statistics I've seen.
Can I jump in there, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I just wanted to add one more thing or ask one more thing. Is again relative to the numbers. And I want to talk about the numbers because it's important as we go throughout the day. And Representative Stickland brought you up here as an expert witness and a resource, and so you're probably the last person I'm going to ask questions about this because once you leave, you're gone. But relative,
Oh, we'll
to
be back, Representative.
Well,
We'll
I mean,
definitely be back.
relative to
You can
the-
trust us on that.
Now, again, relative to the numbers, you would agree that you don't have a state that approximates the logistical issues that Texas has with their gun ownership.
No, I don't agree.
Now, that's all I got.
Can I?
Thanks.
Go to Missouri.
Yeah, but I kind of want to keep it moving forward. But
Yeah, I just want to give you a couple of things. Obviously, it's hard to compare any state to Texas, population and size-wise. However, in Arizona, for instance, 6.479 million people in their metropolitan statistical area. There are a number of different things, including Kansas City, some large urban areas that I think if you kind of piece those together, and Representative, I have that data available for you if you'd like to look at it. But yes.
And we're going to let Mr. Pierce testify next, but I want to go ahead and mention the next three to come up on a panel so you can be getting ready will be David Williams, Rick Briscoe, and Justin DeLoche. And Justin, I know you're going to want to bring those boxes in, and we've already kind of worked out how to do that.
Can we substitute one of those names? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Do you just need someone to help carry them in, or?
Well, initially we talked about having the two organizations that were responsible.
I know we're not testifying right now. We're doing logistics, so we don't have an issue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
That's all right. Go ahead. I want to.
Initially, we were going to have both organizations that were responsible for the petitions.
Okay, if you'll come up and tell the assistant clerk who we need to do for that, because we want to, ladies and gentlemen, what we're trying to do, we've got a bunch of boxes out there with like 75,000 names in them, and so we can't have them in the hall and don't really have room for them in here, so we kind of worked a way out. They're going to bring them in while they testify, and then they're going to take them out and take them to another office, so we're just kind of trying to work through those logistics. All right, Chair recognizes, who do we have next?
Bradley Pierce.
Bradley Pierce. And Bradley, if you would state your name, who you're representing, if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375, and please remember we've got the 2-minute timer going over here.
Yes,
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Bradley Pierce. I am here for HB, the committee substitute, HB 375. I'm an attorney here in Texas, and I represent the National Association for Gun Rights as outside legal counsel, speaking on their behalf and also speaking on my own behalf. And in addition to practicing law for the last 10 years, I was also a Texas concealed handgun license instructor for several years myself. First of all, thank you for your work on these bills under consideration today, and thank you in advance for your patience. I know it's going to be a long day, so thank you in advance for that. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this bill and answer any questions you may have. I'll be here throughout the day if you have any technical questions about the language or technical issues with the bill that I can answer. HB 375, or the committee substitute, expands handgun carry in Texas to all citizens who are not otherwise prohibited by law from possessing a handgun. Currently, these law-abiding citizens can own and carry a rifle. They can own and carry in public a shotgun. They can own a handgun. They can carry that handgun on their own property. They can carry that handgun on their own business. They can carry that handgun in their car, in their RV, on their boat, all without a license. However, current Texas law prohibits these law-abiding citizens from carrying a handgun outside of these places unless they apply for and are granted a license to do so by the state. HB 375 resolves this disparity among law-abiding citizens by providing that anyone who can already lawfully own and carry a rifle and a shotgun, and who can already lawfully own a handgun and carry it in many places, that those same law-abiding citizens can legally carry anywhere without a license that a person with a license may currently carry. Of course, we support Committee Substitute House Bill 375 because it amends Texas law to provide for constitutional carry.
Let me, if I can interrupt you on a couple of questions
Yes, sir.
that I had as we were listening to it. Keep referring to if you can carry it under federal law. What does that mean?
So federal law has a number of provisions for prohibited persons. There are certain people that are prohibited from possessing a firearm. People who are, felons. People who are, as the federal law puts it, I don't like the term. I think they're seeking to change it, but are called mental defectives. It's not a good term, but that's what the federal law says. People along those lines are already prohibited under federal law from possessing a firearm. Those people are prohibited through that. Those people in Texas are prohibited from possessing and carrying a firearm. And under HB 375, they will continue to be prohibited from carrying and possessing a
Is there
firearm.
an age restriction?
There's an age restriction under the federal law of 18.
So the question that came up earlier, because I know Mr. Stickland's intent is for this not to change anything with regard to campus carry, any laws with regard to where or how you the fact that you can't carry, where alcohol in a bar, nightclub, that type of thing.
Right.
Since this would lower that to 18, is his bill, the way it's written, in the committee substitute anyway, how's it going to affect campus carry in other places where there's a 21 age limit?
Right. So the purpose of the bill, or one of the main goals of the bill, was that anyone who can possess a firearm, a handgun, can carry that firearm. And right now, under both state and federal law, a person can possess a handgun at the age of 18. So the bill allows them to carry that.
So would the bill have the effect of allowing someone to carry on a campus at age 18?
Yes, sir. In fact, they can already carry on campus as long as they don't go into buildings, even with rifles and shotguns right now.
I may be wrong, but I think we've got a 21. You have to be 21 to carry on campus.
Right, that's the current.
And so this would, I'm just clarifying, I'm not saying it's right or wrong or good or bad, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the bill. Would it have the effect of lowering the campus carry to 18?
Because right now, campus carry requires a license, and the license requires the age of 21. This would eliminate that because you wouldn't have to have a license. So by default, there's no age on campus carry. So because it's just
you have to be 21 to have a license.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay,
and so this would just default to the 18.
Okay, so if you had a license, you could only have it on campus if you're 21. If Representative Stickland?
For pistols, but I think what he's saying is that they could have a long rifle currently, as long as it's not in one of the buildings that is restricted with the signage.
Right, that's what I was explaining. An 18-year-old can already carry a rifle or shotgun onto a college campus as long as they don't go into one of the buildings or a portion of a building.
All right. But as for a handgun, this would lower it from 18 to 21 if they do not have a license.
Correct.
But if they have a license, they'd have to be 21 or be in violation of the statute.
Well, no, they would.
Because you either got to have a license or not have one. I mean, if you got one, then
you would not have to have a license.
I guess where I'm going.
If you
got a license, are you required to adhere to the 21 requirement?
No, sir, because there's no longer a licensure requirement for campus carry.
Okay, I think that's something you probably need to think about clarifying, because I know your intent was to not change anything with regard to campus carry.
Where they can carry. Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, but the age you did intend to lower to 18.
That was our intention.
Okay.
That
Yes,
happened
sir.
by default.
I misunderstood that.
Yes.
Is it going to have any effect on the prohibition against carrying in where alcohol is served?
It's not going to have not 51% businesses. So currently, if you have a license to carry, you cannot carry in a business that derives more than 51% of their revenue from on-campuses or on-premises consumption. So you can't carry there under current law with a license, and you cannot carry there under this bill without a license. Correct.
Okay. And so, what other than are the only federal requirements that we're talking about? Is that basically when you go in to buy a handgun and you got to fill out the form if you don't have a license to carry, and you've actually got to go in and fill out the form? And do you have to, those 8 or 10 requirements, is that what we're talking about?
Right. There's a number: convicted of a felony, fugitive from justice, unlawful user of controlled substance, illegal alien, dishonorably discharged, renounce your citizenship, a number of other federal prohibitions that would still apply to people here in Texas.
Would those be the only restrictions?
There are a couple of additional restrictions here in Texas, in addition to the lengthy federal list. There's also, Texas kind of doubles down on no felons. Also, if someone's subject to a protective order or restraining order, right? Yes, sir. Those would remain in place.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Continue. I took a little bit of your time there. Go
no,
ahead.
I was actually wrapping up right then. I was just going to express again my thanks and that I'm available.
Well, thank you for being. Members, any questions?
I just want to say one more
Holland.
thing. I do think that there's merit in looking into the dropping of the age from 21 to 18. Not that you shouldn't, but what I tried to point out just a second ago is that currently you have to be 21 to get your LTC and take the course and apply for the license. But if you leave LTC in place and you allow 18-year-olds who are legally able to possess a gun to now constitutional carry. They still have to wait 3 years before they could go take an instructional course to improve their firearm knowledge.
I believe
by
they
law.
could still take the course, Representative, if they wanted to. They just wouldn't be able to get the actual permit done. So there's nothing that's restricting them.
Purpose for that, though?
I'm sorry.
If you're allowing them to have the gun constitutionally, why would you wait for them to be able to get the license to carry?
Well, I think that's probably a different bill, to be honest with you. I'm not saying I disagree with that, but
Is it for reciprocity purposes?
we've been working closely with DPS and talking to them about what their relationship with other states and the agreements they've come to, and that has come into account on some of the things that we have done with this bill. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one last question for me. Would it have any effect? You said it won't matter. It doesn't change where someone would carry. So the universities that have, like the private universities that have opted out, they would still be able to ban, and the universities, the state universities that have set up different locations where you can and cannot carry, that would all still be in place.
Right. Those place restrictions would remain in place.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman.
We really need for one person to testify at a time, so let me just stick with Mr. Pierce.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, the bill does not change where someone may carry.
Okay, good. Members, any questions? If not, Representative Hinojosa, do you have a question for Mr. Pierce?
Well, I have a question about crime statistics. I don't know if you have this. I understand also we have a representative from DPS who might be available. I'll try you, if that's okay. I keep hearing this claim, and it sounds right to me that criminals don't care what we're doing in this building, and they will find a way to get a gun. And I'm wondering if we have data on how they get those guns. What are the ways they come in possession?
I'm going to have to defer that one. I'm here to speak on the legal language of the bill and what it does, but I think there are definitely some folks here who can speak to that.
Thank you.
Could I address just one thing that Representative Navarro brought up a moment ago?
Very quickly.
Okay. We as far as a officer being able to stop someone who's carrying a firearm, an officer currently has to have probable cause that a person's committing a crime in order to stop them. And in the exercise of your other constitutional rights, those do not constitute grounds for being stopped by a police officer. Neither should carrying a firearm and exercising that constitutional right be grounds for carrying a firearm. And our bill actually has a provision that says that if that's the sole reason, a peace officer may not disarm or detain a person solely because the person is carrying a handgun. Again, exercising constitutional rights is not grounds for being stopped by a police officer.
Mr. Chairman?
Chairman Navarro.
The difference is though, carrying a pencil is not a crime.
Neither is it a constitutional right.
Carrying a firearm could be a crime if you're a felon, right?
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
So in fact, if a felon is carrying a firearm, he's committing a crime.
That's correct.
So a police officer, in fact, can get around the probable cause issue because the minute he somehow ascertains that the person carrying the firearm is a felon, there's probable cause. In other words, carrying a firearm is not a crime, but there are certain circumstances where carrying a firearm is a crime, and that's when you're a felon.
Right.
And so, again, it's different than carrying other objects that don't have criminal implications tied to them based on your status in society, correct?
Correct. Again, those other objects are not constitutionally protected, and additionally, we have what's called presumption of innocence, and so a person carrying a firearm is entitled to that presumption of innocence.
Good. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do something a little bit unusual, and it's just going to take another second. These three witnesses were our two witnesses and Representative Stickland. These were the two that he had requested to help him lay out the bill. So we gave a little bit more time, and we went through that. To the extent at all possible, we're really going to try to hold to the 2-minute rule from here on out so that everybody that wants to testify today can testify today. Doing something a little bit different here. I'm going to call Zach Lautenschlager. Did I get close? You did. Okay, good. Justin DeLosh and David Williams. And they've got a bunch of boxes. I told them they could stack them here because they wanted the committee to see the number of petitions they had done, and then again, as soon as their testimony is finished, they're going to hustle them all out. Now, just so the next three can be getting ready, the next three witnesses will be Todd Harrison, Deborah Bell, and Jessica Anderson. So if you are Todd Harrison, Deborah Bell, or Jessica Anderson, please get ready to testify on the next panel. Got a few more boxes to go, I think. So, yes, you can take a picture of the boxes. That's fine. So. You can see why I made them promise they would take the boxes out when they left. So they're going to cover up the chair. If we have a short witness, we're not going to be able to see him at this point. So sit tall. All right. Is there one particular wants to go first? And you're Mr. Lautenschlager?
Lautenschlager, yes.
All right. If you would, state your name for the record, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. Zach Lautenschlager, Vice President of the National Association for Gun Rights. I'll try not to repeat any of the points that my colleagues or Representative Stickland has made. We are here today to deliver over 70,000 petitions between the National Association for Gun Rights and our allied organization, Lone Star Gun Rights, which is Justin's organization. They are all in support of House Bill 375, and our 350,000 members in Texas do strongly support this legislation and are paying very close attention to this hearing and to the bill as it moves through the process. So thank you again for your accommodation, Mr. Chairman, and for allowing us to present these petitions.
Do you want to tell us about the petitions and how they were put together, or does the next
I would be glad to. And I will let Justin cover some of that as well. But these petitions have been gathered over the last several months solely from our membership, and in the case of our 50,000, our membership in Texas. I'll let Justin address those gathered from his membership.
And are they all, they're all from Texas?
They are.
And how many do you estimate they are from your organization?
Over 50,000.
Okay. Do you mind if we don't count them? All right. We'll just trust you on the record that it's at least 50,000. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the trust.
Okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes Justin DeLoche. Justin, please, again, for the record, state who you are,
yes,
who you represent, and are you testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
My name is Justin DeLoche, and I'm representing myself and Lone Star Gun Rights. And again, thank you for having this hearing, Representative King. My name is Justin DeLoche. I am representing myself and Lone Star Gun Rights, and I am testifying in favor of HB 375. Founded in 2014, our grassroots gun rights advocacy organization had two specific missions: to protect the right to bear arms for all Texans and to get constitutional carry enacted. Growing to over 70,000 members in just 3 years, our message conservatively reaches over 1 million people per month in Texas. And our membership grows daily. Each and every person joins us with the same mission, and today I represent them. There has been some debate recently as to what constitutional carry means. To Lone Star Gun Rights, it means that the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is the law of the land, especially when supplemented by the Supremacy Clause of Article 6 as well as the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. We support H 375 because it allows for anyone legally allowed to possess a firearm under state and federal law to bear arms without seeking permission from the government. This bill restores our right to bear arms instead of treating it like a privilege. I am urging, we are not in favor of any restrictions, qualifications, or other requirements that people must meet in order to carry a handgun. In short, we want the right to carry a handgun to be the same as our right to carry a rifle in this state. HB 375 takes a huge leap towards meeting this end without compromising the LTC program or our reciprocity agreements with 34 other states. I'm urging you to recognize that our right to bear arms does not come from this committee, the Texas legislature, or the governor's mansion, or even from the federal government. Our rights come from our Creator and are protected in the U.S. Constitution with the words, shall not be infringed. The state of Texas has no authority to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime. Criminals carry on a daily basis without getting an LTC, and no amount of regulation will prevent that from happening. The only thing that can be done to prevent crime is to restore our rights to us in full. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And how many signatures do you?
We have 23,000 on our end.
Okay, so we've got a total of almost 75,000.
A little over 75, close to 76,000.
Very impressive.
Yes.
And bringing them in makes a very good point. Thank you.
We hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes David Williams. Mr. Williams, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
I'm David Williams. I'm testifying in favor of, for House Bill 375. My wife and I, Christine, own Skyraider Arms up by Mansfield, Texas. It's a firearms training facility. I've been certified by DPS to be a licensed carry instructor. I've gotten many NRA certifications. In fact, I train a lot of men and women to go take the DPS course. Mr. Navarez mentioned indigent status. I believe that's where he was going with the license to carry. I was here 2 years ago testifying in front of the Senate subcommittee on open carry when a woman came up and said she tried to apply for indigent status, but she didn't make the mark. She still couldn't afford to take the fees for a license to carry. She couldn't afford to take the training class, and that didn't allow her the ability to go out and buy a gun. She had no way to protect herself. And indigent status is a great thing, but there are those that fall through the cracks that are not capable of affording it. Constitutional carry for someone who does not leave the state of Texas is a reasonable way to go because it removes the restriction of the elevated fees and the restriction of having to pay for a training class in order to carry a gun. By definition, a law-abiding citizen will not carry a gun recklessly. They will seek out training so they are as safe as they can be. They will educate themselves on the laws to carry to ensure that they do not become the criminal they wish to deter, and thereby lose that right to carry. We need to place onerous restrictions upon those who have shown themselves to be a threat to society. Remove the unfair burdens and discriminatory fees on the law-abiding and place that burden on the criminal. When it comes to criminals carrying guns openly, that is the most foolish thing in the world for them to do, because if they're committing an act with a gun, it's increased. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all three of you for being here today. Members, are there any questions for the panel? Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sir.
Justin
DeLoche.
Thank you, Mr. DeLoche. You said something to the effect of the legislature cannot curb our right to carry arms.
Yeah, well, the current Constitution says that you can regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime, and we do not believe that that should be the law of the land. We think the U.S. Constitution is supreme when it comes to that, and we think we should abide by it.
I assume you're familiar with the Supreme Court case Heller, written by Justice Scalia.
Yes.
So as I read it, there's a quote here that says the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purposes. There's another line that says Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms for certain military purposes, but that it does not curtail the legislature's power to regulate the non-military use and ownership of weapons. So do you believe that this
I think we're kind of going down a rabbit hole, and I think that this particular bill only involves those that are already currently possessing firearms. It has nothing to do with the purchase of firearms. So therefore, I think it's completely irrelevant to this conversation.
I'm sorry.
This bill does not affect the purchase of firearms. It only applies to those who are already possessing these firearms. They already have them in their vehicles. They already have them in their gun safes at the house.
Right, but this
only
opinion
applies
says
to them.
the right to keep and bear. It doesn't say purchase. So this says the legislature
My
has
point
the
is
right.
it's irrelevant to the bill that we're talking about right now.
But you just
Maybe
said,
I don't understand
I'm
what it is
sorry,
you're
I'm
asking.
sorry, maybe we're not. I thought you just said you don't appreciate any regulation by the legislature because you have.
I do not.
Because you have a U.S. constitutional right to bear arms that the legislature cannot impose itself upon. Is that what you're saying?
You're right. I don't believe the legislature has the right to do that. I think our rights come from our Creator. I don't believe they're granted to us by this panel here.
Well, I'm not saying this panel. I'm talking about the Supreme Court of the United States and its interpretation of the Constitution. And so it sounds to me like your interpretation is different from Justice Scalia's
We might have different
opinion.
interpretations then, I guess.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Hearing none, thank you.
No problem.
And
Thank you very
we're
much.
going to give y'all just a minute to haul the boxes, and I think you're taking them to Representative Stickland's office, and I think he told me he wanted them on his desk. If I remember right.
Might have some
So,
conversation about that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, thank you. And
Thank you very much.
Good. While they're carrying them out, again, the next three will be Todd Harrison, Deborah Bell, and Jessica Anderson. Okay. Okay. Except that I'll forget who their name is. Yeah, we better, yeah. Pick through. Might be good to get those two, yeah. DPS, OAG. Yeah. Go ahead and bring them up as the resources, that'll work. Actually, I've seen more people open carry today than I have over the last 18 months, so.
It's a growing trend as people become accustomed.
Again, remember, on top of the desk. Let me see, the next three, do you have those yet? Okay. All right. Let's see, why don't we start with Todd Harrison. Mr. Harrison, if you would, please state your name for the record, who you represent, and if you're here testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
My name is Todd Harrison. I'm the president of the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today to testify against committee substitute for House Bill 375. I represent police officers from all across the state of Texas who deal with people on a daily basis. The last session you approved open carry, and you put some protections in there for my members who are working the street. That if we see someone openly carrying, we can question them of whether or not they actually have a license and are legally carrying. This does away with that option for my officers who are out there working the street, dealing with people in very stressful situations, dealing with very dynamic situations. Therefore, I think, you just did it last session. It's maybe let's give us a little bit more time before we go to full constitutional carry. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Bell, if you would again state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Deborah Bell. I'm a Senior Sergeant with Dallas County Sheriff's Department. I am here representing the Sheriff of Dallas County, Sheriff Lupe Valdez. I work in the Traffic Division of Dallas County. I've been with the department for 24 years, and I've been a Deputy Sheriff for 18. I'm here to testify against House Bill 375. What we have on the books right now, we're still getting used to as law enforcement. It's 375 in my understanding, and I will honestly admit that I am still muddling through it. But I believe that it seeks to remove licensing requirement for persons wishing to carry a loaded handgun in public. The sheriff believes each person has a right to bear arms, but with that right, a sacred trust to do so responsibly. She supports the Second Amendment, as I do. We also strongly support, obviously, the law enforcement officers across the state, and our job is to protect the public and one another. House Bill 375 seeks to take away some of our abilities to do that effectively. Each deputy sheriff is required to undergo a comprehensive background investigation, months of training, and extensive firearms training. We believe it's not too much to require any Texan seeking to open carry or conceal carry a firearm to exhibit a working knowledge of basic firearms safety. I'm a firearms instructor with Dallas County and a range master at our department. I'm a firm believer in training. While it's difficult to say that people won't take the liberty to train themselves responsibly, a basic core knowledge, use, and handling of a handgun is essential to build confidence and responsible stewardship for anyone. As a good law-abiding Texan, it would be prudent for anyone not to attempt to drive an 18-wheeler or install any electricity in your home or to practice law in a court setting without supervised training and competency certification. We currently require and expect our young people to learn, retain, and show skill in firearms with hunter safety education classes, and also driving abilities with driver education courses. So in closing, legislation preserving our right to keep and bear arms, it is a fundamental belief of our founding fathers and the majority of our state and national citizens, but rights also bring responsibilities. If you take away the training requirement and licensing requirement, I think that will hamper law enforcement efforts.
Sergeant, let me, if I can interrupt you, how many years have you been in law enforcement?
24 years.
Okay.
I've been a deputy for 19.
All right. Not to put you on the spot, but can you give me some examples of where you think this type of legislation would interfere with an officer's ability to do their job?
More on the training side, I'm a trainer in firearms, and our own people we have to stay on top of to do their training. A prudent person should train themselves. Will they? I don't know. If it's a requirement, at least that's a step. That's a step that, yes, they've done that. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that to ensure that there is some training. I'm not saying that an 8-hour course and a little time at the range is going to qualify anybody to be competent or even be ready to carry a gun, but at least that's a start. And if you take that away, you've taken that away.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Jessica Anderson. Would you please state your name, who you represent, if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375? And before you start, the next three that we're going to call up will be Robert Odenhall, Catherine Nance, and Kelly Allen, or Aller.
We're calling them, even if they're not testifying, because they double. We need to make sure that they're correct.
All right. And as we call you up, if you weren't intending to testify, we have a few people that registered twice. Once it shows that they intended to testify, and then another time that they didn't, and they may have been trying to do it on the next bill or something like that. So if you didn't intend to testify, when I call your name, just let us know, and we'll change it to showing that you did not intend to testify. And I'm sorry, Lieutenant, I didn't mean to jump in front of you there.
No
and if you would state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against.
My name is Jessica Anderson. I'm a lieutenant with the Houston Police Department. I'm here representing the Houston Police Department and Chief Art Acevedo, registering opposition to House Bill 375. I don't want to restate what these guys already mentioned, but I think our biggest message is that the law is working. Let's not mess with it just yet. Officers need to be able to determine if a handgun carrier is licensed in certain circumstances, and licensing is important for a lot of the reasons that have been mentioned. And just to touch base on the question that you just asked, one of the primary issues with not being able to, or to answer your question, I think the biggest concern from law enforcement is when somebody calls us and says, hey, there's a suspicious person with a weapon, the law as written wouldn't let us really address that call. We would have to say, call us back when something's happened. And that's not really how the police operate. We like to address problems as they arise and handle them before they escalate. So be able to walk up to somebody and say, hey, what's up? Do you have a license? How's it going? What's going on here? And then move on is the easiest way to handle those situations, as opposed to telling the concerned citizen, sorry, I can't do anything about the guy at the ballpark with the gun, just call me later. As open carry has become a thing, we haven't really been having problems with that. There have been a handful of calls about people concerned about weapons, and that's just how we handle them, just like that. But I think, as written, this bill would prevent us from having those conversations. And then, just to reiterate the training issue, I think requiring a license, the state is taking reasonable steps to ensure informed gun ownership. It's very important that people understand what the different laws are, gun safety, proficiency, that sort of thing. And by having a licensing requirement, the state is taking steps to do that. And then finally, I would respectfully request that when considering the bill, the committee be sensitive to the challenges of law enforcement and the people we serve. I was talking to my Dallas counterparts about the challenges they faced in the aftermath of the July 7th shootings. There was so much chaos and confusion at that time. They had no idea where the shots were coming from. They detained some folks that had long guns to see if they had any connection to the shots being fired, because that's all they could do. Ultimately, it was determined that those people had no connection, but at that moment during the shooting, they had no way of knowing that. In situations like that, officers should expect that anyone openly carrying has a license to do so and not be prevented from verifying that. Again, the Houston Police Department, we feel like we have a responsibility to oppose this bill because, as written, it makes an already challenging profession more challenging.
Thank you, and thank you all for your service as well. Members, the way I'm going to do to kind of keep this kind of rolling along, since we've got another 90-plus witnesses to hear from today, is if you've got questions, kind of signal me. Otherwise, I'll just assume you don't and go on to the next to the next set of witnesses. Thank you all very much for being here today. Chair calls Robert. Did you have one?
I did have a question. I'm sorry.
Who for?
Mr. Harrison and Deputy Bell.
Okay. Yeah, again, members, I'm sorry, it's probably my fault, but if you've got a question for that witness, signal me while they're testifying, because I want to kind of keep rolling here. Chair Representatives recognizes Representative Schaefer, and then, okay, we'll go to Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you all for your testimony. Question for Deputy Bell regarding training. Would you acknowledge that people have a right to carry a handgun in their vehicle, say when they're traveling, when they're driving?
Yes, sir.
And they don't necessarily have to have any training for that, correct? And has that been an issue?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Mr. Harrison, you in your testimony mentioned, I don't remember your exact words, some provision in the open carry bill that dealt with police interactions with someone who's carrying. Can you tell me what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. We had the ability as police officers, if we encounter someone.
I'm going to ask too, since we've got a panel, it's always kind of hard to remember, but before you respond, if you would identify yourself, just so that people
Todd
know.
Harrison.
Thank you.
Sergeant with the Austin Police Department, 30 years.
Yes, sir.
If we deal with someone now and they're carrying a weapon and we're legitimately dealing with them, we have the ability to question them about whether or not they're licensed to carry that firearm openly.
But you mentioned that in the open carry bill that passed in the 84th session that we added some provision regarding that interaction.
That came in as an amendment in the bill coming out of the Senate to give us the authority to ask. Originally, they weren't going to allow us to even ask if they had a license.
I don't remember that amendment, so I'm trying to, and I was there for the bill, so I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
It came from Senator West on his bill for open carry.
Okay. Well, maybe we
In
just
the law.
Okay. Well, if you could point that out to me, maybe perhaps
Okay.
after you finish
Yes, sir.
testimony, and give me that citation, I would love to look at that. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hinojosa.
Yes, can anyone on the panel give me some information about your experience as to where people, criminals, felons who shouldn't have guns, how they obtain those guns? In your experience.
They steal them. They steal them, buy them at gun shows, buy them from private individuals selling them. There's a lot of ways they obtain their firearms.
But is it your experience that the primary ways are by stealing them and buying them?
Well, most
at a
of them
gun
aren't
show?
going to the gun stores and buying them from licensed dealers. You have a lot of them that use straw buyers at flea markets. We've had, I believe last year there were several in San Antonio that were arrested by buying guns that were they shouldn't have been buying because they were getting straw buyers, but stealing them.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Yeah, I know they do steal guns. I know people have had them stolen. Mr. Harrison, open carry, going back to that.
Yes.
Did your organization oppose or support the open carry bill last session?
We opposed it.
Okay. And in retrospect, were your concerns, did they materialize in the real world?
No, sir. We haven't had any real tragedies occur because of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair's going to call, thanks for being here. Chair's going to call Renaro Bowie with the Department of Public Safety as a resource witness. Mr. Bowie, you still here? Mr. Bowie?
They said that they're going to stand outside.
All right. We'll call him up later. DPS, is he out there somewhere? Or? Okay. We'll get him back up here to answer your question from earlier. Who are your next three? Okay. Is that the last three we did? Okay. Chair calls Robert Odenhall, Catherine Nance, and Kelly Aller. One of three. We're making progress. I'm assuming you're Robert.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Catherine Nance, Kelly Aller. All right. Catherine Nance and Kelly Aller will be shown. Yeah, it's a little bit. And so did she? But in both times she registered that she did not, that she was opposed to the bill, right? All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the confusion. Catherine Nance will be shown that she was here representing Mom's Demand Action for Gun Sense in America and herself, and that she was against HB 375 but did not wish to testify. Kelly Aller will be shown to have been representing herself as well as Mother's Demand Action for Gun Sense, and that she was against HB 375 but did not wish to testify. Mr. Odenhall, if you would please state your name, who you represent, whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you. I'm Robert Odendahl.
And we've got you registered twice as well.
Yeah, I changed my mind. To vote. I changed my mind to testify. Originally, I wasn't going to.
Okay. So, proceed.
Okay. I'm Robert Odendahl.
Are you representing yourself or an organization?
I'm originally for myself, but Mom's Demand Action, I'm also with them.
Okay.
But this is more personal for me.
All right. And are you testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
Against HB 375.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Gave the clerk a copy of what I'm going to say, if you would like to have a copy, sir.
And by the way, that's a great time for me to mention that. If you have written comments, when you come up to testify, just hand them to the clerk. and she'll make sure that we get a copy of that. And if rather than testifying, you would rather just give us those written remarks, we'll certainly keep them, and they'll be entered into the record with the rest of the documents from the hearing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Robert Odendahl. I'm a resident of Austin, Texas. I'm a Texas license to carry holder, a National Rifle Association life member, a veteran United States Army from 1970 through 1972, and a retired law enforcement officer with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. I retired as a lieutenant with over 20 years of service. I'm here with the Moms Demand Action. I'm against the unlicensed carry, either open or concealed, as outlined in HB 375. Persons who obtain licenses to carry are fingerprinted and go through a background check to ensure that they can legally possess a firearm. If there is no requirement to obtain a license to carry, then there is no way for anyone, especially law enforcement officers, to ensure that a person can carry and is not in one of the several categories that prohibit them from possessing a firearm. Refer to the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms Form 443 for a list of those disqualifying categories. Current Texas law requires minimum classroom instruction and range qualification. The classroom instruction is done, if it's done properly, it stresses the do's and don'ts of carry and the use of a firearm. If there is no license requirement, carriers would be left to their own perceptions and possibly false information on when it's justified to point a gun at someone and shoot. Regarding the qualification at a range, it should be continued and not eliminated. At best, qualifying should be required on a regular basis because shooting is a diminishing skill. A person should be required to demonstrate efficiency in firearm handling and shooting, and preferably on a regular basis.
Mr. Odendahl, I'll have to interrupt you at that point if you could wrap up or time is up.
Okay.
Is there anything else you wanted to say, just wrapping up?
I just wanted to point out, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. I mentioned in here the Heller decision where it said that Justice Scalia said that Second Amendment right is not unlimited, and also point out a certain experience when I was a rookie on the job where I was jumped and a gentleman tried to take my holstered weapon away from me, and my training in quick action basically saved my ass. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
When I was a police officer, I was at a scene of an officer who was shot, and the same thing had happened. They'd taken away, except his holster literally ripped off his belt. The fellow took his gun and shot him in the chest, and it was a difficult day. Thank you very much for being here, Chair Call. Is Mr. Bowie back here? Renaro, would you mind coming on up? We had a resource witness question earlier, and you just happen to be the resource. The next group that we'll be calling up after Mr. Bowie will be Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, and Marion Hoy. So if you're here, would you kind of get ready to testify? And I think it was Representative Hinojosa had some questions. So would you, before she starts, would you tell us who you are, who you represent, and that you're testifying here as a resource witness?
Renaro Bowie, DPS, as a resource witness.
Thank you. And the question that I have for DPS for yourself is the question that I repeated, that I said previously for the other law enforcement officers who are here, is I'm trying to get an understanding of how people who shouldn't possess guns get in possession of guns. We heard from the other witnesses that it was through theft, primarily maybe flea markets or gun shows. What do you have any data on that?
No, ma'am. The department doesn't collect any data regarding how people get the weapons. But as stated previously, individuals can purchase weapons either, from a business or a firearms dealer or just from person to person, and those are just a couple of ways that they can do that.
But I'm specifically talking about somebody who's not authorized to possess a gun.
If the individual is not authorized to possess a gun, for example, they may go through what's called a NICS check or a name-based check, and then they would be denied if they are not allowed to carry. But that's done at maybe at dealers where an individual is licensed to deal in the weapon.
Right, but I'm asking how they get them, the ones who do get them. Do you have any data on how they get them?
No, ma'am, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions for the resource witness? Good, thank you. Chair calls Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, and Marion Hoy. Thanks for being here with us today. All right, we're missing one. Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, and Marion Hoy. All right, we'll start with Rick Briscoe.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you.
Good
I am
state.
Rick Briscoe. I am the Legislative Director of Open Carry, Texas. I appear in that capacity and as an individual in support of House Bill 375. Today is a momentous day in Texas history. It is the first time, certainly within my lifetime, if not forever, that a committee of our legislature has had the opportunity to vote to end one of the last remnants of slavery in our state. The short history of gun control in Texas is a sad one. Post-Civil War, statutes were passed for the express purpose of repressing recently freed slaves and other minorities. With the passage of time, we all came to be treated as second-class citizens. Open Carry, Texas believes it is now long past time to bring an end to that. Here's a map that CJ drew up that shows there are 33 states which allow either unlicensed open or unlicensed concealed carry, and roughly a dozen that allow both. And anecdotally, have you heard of particular problems in any of those states? Probably not. Why, even Texas has a limited form of unlicensed carry. It's called the Motorist Protection Act. I've been asking it as a trick question all around the legislature, and I've so far had one person guess it. And I tell people in advance it's a trick question. Under the Motorist Protection Act, a person not prohibited from possessing the firearm, a handgun, is lawfully able to carry it in their motor vehicle, watercraft, so on, as long as it's concealed. And then the follow-up question to that has been, have you been inundated with calls from your constituents about the problems this has created? And they go, no, nobody's called. And so we think that Texas is like other states in the sense that we're no worse than other states. We think we're at least as good as other states. And the experience in all these other states has been that it's been no big deal. So we fervently urge this committee to pass House Bill 375 to restore the rights of the citizens of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before the next witness, the next group will be Anthony Seeley, Randall Gates, and Eric Schaefer. And, sir, would you state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Alex Mead. I'm a resident of Pflugerville, Texas, and I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 375. Current Texas law has a pretty simple requirement for carrying a gun, that you be trained to carry it. That's a requirement that even Representative Stickland, the author, acknowledges is necessary. He was quoted in the Texas Tribune on January 3rd, 2017 as saying such. Yet this bill would gut the requirement for training by essentially saying that whether or not you're trained and have the training to actually have a CHL, you can still carry a gun. The Rand Corporation did a study in 2008 and found that even the New York Police Department, which is one of the most elitely trained police departments in the nation, still misses the majority of their shots. So it doesn't make sense for us to be reducing the already low requirements that even private citizens have for training. Second, this bill would make it more easy for criminals to carry guns, and this bill does retain some of the restrictions on, say, convicted felons possessing firearms. But as Representative Navarez explained, or was able to clarify in questioning, it would be difficult for an officer to ascertain whether someone carrying a gun is actually qualified to do so unless they have probable cause that they believe that person is not authorized. So even though the law would say there are more requirements to carry guns, they would in practice not be as enforceable. When I consider this legislation, I think back to 2015 as a university student, where the legislature passed the open carry and campus carry regulations. And at that time, one of the things that helped me calm my fears was that the people that are able to carry guns would be over 21, they'd all have a license, and so this wouldn't be sort of the Wild West on my college campus. But now this bill would essentially compound the existing campus carry allowances that were passed in 2015 and say anyone from 18 up can carry a gun. And as an 18-year-old myself, I don't think all 18-year-olds are mature enough to be able to possess firearms in a mature manner. And I'd like to conclude by saying, if, as my colleague indicated, calling your offices is what's required to show our opposition to this bill, I'd be happy to mobilize my networks to show just how opposed we are. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Good timing for both of you, too. Thanks. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Anthony Seeley, Randall Gates, and Eric Schaefer. By the way, folks, how's temperature out there? Is it all comfortable? Good. All right. Can you hear okay at the back? All right. Good.
She was supposed to be over in that group, but she didn't.
Right. Previously, Marion Hoy was called to testify. She was no longer here, apparently, so she will be shown that she registered representing Texas Gun Sense and herself, and she will be shown not testifying, but against HB 375.
Mr. Cieli is taking the petitions and dropping them off on.
All right, we'll bring him up later. Thank you. Randall Gates.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you would, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
My name is Randall Gates. I'm here representing myself, and I'm speaking for House Bill 375. I'm asking the committee to pass it out of committee favorably and for a vote in the House. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said here. I'm a honorably retired peace officer. I was licensed, I think, in 1989, a long time ago. And I'm still a licensed master peace officer by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And I saw law enforcement come in here and address it, and I think that you're probably aware there are two classes of law enforcement. There's real police who make us safer and our families safer, and then there's snowflake pencil pushers who wind up coming down here and lobbying like this. The real police, they're out on the streets. When they contact an individual in a traffic stop or what, they automatically assume that that individual's armed. And as far as stopping somebody, the real police will be able to make contact, have a conversation, and evaluate it. Bad guys smell different, and the police can smell them. Real police can. That's it.
Thank you. And are you Mr. Schaefer? Selly?
I'm Cieli, yes, sir.
Okay. And you, sir, are?
Eric Schaefer.
Great. Okay. Thank you for testifying. Chair calls Eric Schaefer, or recognizes Eric Schaefer.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm here representing myself, and I'm speaking for House Bill 375. About 160 years ago, there was a group of people that needed a pass to be able to leave their plantation and be amongst the rest of the people in public. Today, there's another class of people that have to have their pass to exist in public. Right here's my slave pass. By requiring me to have this to be out in public with my firearm, I'm being enslaved. That's infringing on my rights. I view it the same way. I think a lot of people here do too. I think it is incumbent upon this panel to move this bill to the House for a vote to promote freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cieli.
Cieli, yes, thank you. I'm sorry. If you would, go ahead and tell us your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375. And before you start, the next three will be Michael, is that Badnarik? Badnarik, Doc Green, and Terry Holcomb. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Tony Cieli. I live in the Johnson City, Texas. That's where I'm from.
Are you representing yourself or an organization?
Yes, sir. I'm representing Lone Star Gun Rights as well as myself.
Okay, and are you testifying on
I am
for
providing written testimony today on HB 375 for the bill. Yes, sir. Texans should not have to pay the state for a permit to exercise any of our other rights under the Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment should be no different than the First or any of the rest. I absolutely support this HB 375 100%. Do not believe it should require a license or a fee or mandatory training to do so. When you take a constitutional protected right and restrict it like the legislation has done and is proposing, it becomes a privilege versus a constitutional right. I'd like to remind everyone of the UT Tower shooting. What if armed citizens that day did not have rifles? Many more people might have died that day. I've got some gun facts here from gunfacts.info. I'm going to move through those because I'm sure you'll hear those the rest of the day today. But Texas has the most restricted gun laws in the nation and lumps us in with California, New York, New Jersey, South Carolina, Florida. Why not Texas for constitutional carry? Like 11 other states, Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, Kansas, Mississippi, Missouri, Vermont, West Virginia, Wyoming, Arkansas, Montana, and just recently New Hampshire shall not be infringed is crystal clear. That's it.
Good. Thank you very much. Don't think there's any questions, so thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Michael Benerick, Doc Green, and Terry Holcomb. And let's start with Mr. Holcomb. If you would state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, my name is Terry Holcomb. I'm the State Republican Executive Committeeman for SD3. I speak on behalf of myself as I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the Republican Party. I speak in favor of HB 375. Good to see you, sir. The Republican Party of Texas has deemed this as its #1 legislative priority out of the state convention, and it's something that the State Republican Party takes very, very serious. They've worked very, very hard to bring this issue to the table. I would like to thank Representative Stickland for his work on doing that. Also, I can tell you I serve on the Legislative Priority Committee for the State Republican Executive Committee, and this bill is listed as one of the 2 bills that achieved that legislative priority. With that being said, I think we can all agree that both bills that are going to be heard tonight in 375 are probably going to need some work. We're probably going to need to look at how do we get this all the way to the floor and get it to the governor's desk. I'm willing to do that. I've worked very hard on this issue, just as Representative Stickland has, and I think it's something that we can get done this session. I think we probably need to look at taking campus carry out of HB 375, and it would make it more palatable, to actually be able to get to the floor. I think we need to keep the requirements the same to get a license as to carry without a license. And so if it's going to be 18 one way, it needs to be 18 the other. If it's going to be 21 one way, it needs to be 21 the other. And as far as law enforcement goes, ladies and gentlemen, committee members, and with all due respect, these aren't law enforcement officers that are testifying. These are associations and people that are being sent by top heads. In 1995, they got it wrong. They waved the red flag, nothing happened. In 2015, they waved a red flag. They got it wrong, and nothing happened. And I'm telling you, on this issue, they're going to wave a red flag with no data whatsoever. And we have 11 states that have constitutional carry, and we have 33 states with unlicensed open carry. No data to support the position they have. While I respect the job that they do, we should stick with the facts. Thank you.
Representative Hinojosa.
Just to clarify, we had the city of Houston PD, the chief sent one of his officers, not an association, and the sheriff's office of Dallas sent one of their officers. I think if we want to say we respect those officers, we should acknowledge they're not representing associations, they're representing their own organization, the work that they do.
I think that's a fair point.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Thank you. And Terry, I appreciate the fact that you've come by the office and we've talked through this, and you come prepared and always trying to find ways to answer issues and concerns, and I appreciate your approach on that, and also appreciate your public service. Sir, would you please state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
My name is Michael Badnarik. I'm testifying for HB 375. I'm here representing myself and anyone who still cherishes the Bill of Rights. No one in this room or in the state of Texas has a church permit. That is to say, nobody is required to obtain government permission to exercise their religious beliefs. The government has no legitimate authority to convert a right into a privilege by demanding a license or permit for the exercise of that right. Second Amendment was ratified on December 15, 1791, at exactly the same time as the First Amendment. Logic dictates that if you can't be required to obtain a church permit, then I cannot be required to obtain a concealed carry permit, because it infringes on my inherent right to self-defense. I quote Martin Luther King Jr. Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because it is right. I strongly encourage this legislative body to do what is right. Please recognize and respect the right of all Texans to defend themselves and their families. I strongly urge you to pass HB 375. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before you begin, sir, the next three will be Kelly Cook, James Dickey, and Jim Phipps. Sir, you may proceed. Please state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
I'm Doc Green, the amazing Doc Green Show every day on American Voice Radio and Raging Elephants Radio. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and the thousands of listeners we have nationwide.
Are you testifying on, for, or against?
I am for.
Thank you.
And the reason I'm for is because the Lord Jesus Christ is my God. And if there's anybody up there that calls upon the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, he's your God too. And we could talk about God all day till we put a name on it, but that's the name of my God. And he said very clearly in Luke 22:36 that he values the ability to defend yourself, your family and your friends, even over that of comfort. Because he said, if you don't have a sword, sell your coat and buy one. That's the Lord Jesus Christ talking. The context of that scripture was to defend yourself against an overreaching government. So we find ourselves here today talking to our state legislators, our representatives, and asking you not to place yourself in the seat of the Lord Jesus Christ. Do not stand between me and Jesus Christ when he commands me to defend myself. I don't feel like the state has a right to do that. It is the height of hubris to do such a thing. And so I'm asking you to grant me my God-given rights to defend my family and my friends in any manner that I can afford to do so. And that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Members, any questions? Thank you both for being here. Chair calls Kelly Cook, James Dickey, and Jim Phipps. And the next three will be Andrea, is that Brahmer or Bauer? Brahmer? I'm sorry? Brower. Gotta work on the M's there. Chris McGinty and Lola Estes. And Kelly Cook,
Yes. You ready for me?
please state your
Okay.
name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against.
My name is Kelly Cook, and I'm speaking on behalf of Texas Campaign for Liberty and myself. I reside in HD 16, Representative Will Metcalf's district, and I am here to speak in favor of HB 375. The time has come to restore gun rights in Texas by passing constitutional carry legislation. constitutional carry, meaning that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed upon. Requiring law-abiding citizens to ask for a government permission before they can exercise their constitutional right to bear arms is a clear violation of that right. We refer to this as gun rights, not gun privileges for the state to grant and profit from. I served as a delegate to the Republican Convention for several years. Delegates overwhelmingly adopted constitutional carry as a single legislative priority in the 2014 platform, also in the top 5 priorities of the 2016 platform. The delegates collectively asked for a constitutional carry bill, one that allows people that can legally buy a gun to be able to legally carry that same gun without a government permission slip. Real-life experience and extensive research both clearly demonstrate that restricting the right to bear arms in self-defense only encourages violent crime. Fortunately, in Texas, carrying long arms without a government permission slip was never criminalized. But walking around with a shotgun or a rifle can be a little cumbersome and inconvenient, and sometimes dangerous when done on the wrong side of the street. I look forward to a time when every law-abiding Texas citizen will be allowed the freedom to carry a handgun free of charge and infringements to protect themselves and their families. I feel like this is especially important for women. I want to thank Representative Jonathan Sticklin, who has led the charge on this issue since last session, and all the other co-sponsors and sponsors who see this as the reasonable demand that it is. I hope you will join our effort to make Texas a safer state by passing a constitutional carry bill this session. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Metcalf.
Thank you for being here today.
Sure. Do you have any questions for me?
Are there any other questions, members?
I'm just trying to kill time. It seems like we have an awkward moment.
Oh, no, you're fine. The chair calls the chair calls James Dickey. Mr. Dickey, will you lay out your name, who you here represent, and your position on the bill, please?
My name is James Dickey. I'm here personally and as chairman of the Travis County Republican Party, speaking in favor of House Bill 375. I am not currently licensed to carry in Texas, and that has nothing to do with my opinion or feeling about guns. It actually has to do with my opinion and feeling about licensing. And like the 95% of the 8,400 delegates to the Texas Republican Convention last summer who voted to ask you all as part of our official platform to please acknowledge our constitutional rights to carry without state permission, I'm here to ask you to do the same. Thanks.
Members, are there any questions? Mr. Dickey? No? Chair calls Mr. Jim Phipps. Mr. Phipps, same drill, please. Your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
I'm Jim Phipps. I am for the bill, and I represent myself, and I have the honor of being in Representative Hinojosa's district, and I'm very proud of the work she's done for the district. One thing I mentioned to her, some things we'll agree with, some things we won't, but we respect each other tremendously. A couple of things have been brought up, and I don't want to repeat what's said. One, it's been mentioned about 18-year-olds, about too immature to own a weapon. It came out with campus carry. I was an infantry company commander with 18-year-olds in combat. They did well, and I was a leader. So let's get past that thought. The other thing that came up, that says license to carry gets extensive training. Quite frankly, it's minimal training, and that training is basically ineffective because my training in the military can be measured in the thousands of hours from pistols to tanks, and I can tell you for a fact, I know my business. I think this is a right. And I think all of you have sworn to support and defend the Constitution of the state and the United States government, and I would ask that you consider it as something not a privilege, but a right for us. And I believe it very strongly. So if you have any questions, please, I'm open.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Members, any questions of Mr. Phipps? No? The chair calls... Chair calls up Andrea Brower, Chris McGinty, and Lola Estes, please. And maybe so I only have to say this. So who do we have right now? We have everybody up here? Okay. Everybody, name, rank, and serial number. Your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill when it's your time to testify, okay? Ms. Brower, please.
Hi, I'm Andrea Brower. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense. I'm here to testify against HB 375. It's interesting listening to all the arguments for this bill today, and we've been hearing about them. We take objection to the word constitutional carry, and the way I just thought about it is, we already have constitutional carry, and the fact that our Constitution allows for the carrying of arms not to be infringed in a well-regulated environment. The Supreme Court in the Heller Amendment upholds that. So we are complying with the Constitution now by giving people their right to bear arms by doing a one-page application and doing training, which is in the best safety of everybody. So it's kind of puzzling when I hear people saying we need to restore our rights when we already have our rights now, very strong rights in the state of Texas. I think it's a very dangerous proposition to even imply that we need this bill in order to make Texans safer. This should not be a public safety strategy for the state of Texas to say that more armed people on the streets will help take care of bad guys. The regular person on the street carrying a gun is not a police officer, is not a trained officer, and we do not want to encourage that kind of behavior for people to take the law into their own hands. It's dangerous and it's confusing for law enforcement. There's also no evidence that this policy would make us safer. In fact, there are many states, there is a lot of research that shows that states with strong gun laws have lower gun death rates. Proponents also argue that this is a God-given right. Well, we at Texas Gun Sense don't know God's position on this bill. And I'm guessing that most people in this room also don't know God's position on this bill. We're not arguing that this is good public policy. We're not arguing that this is good for the best interest of safety. We're just saying that it's inconvenient, it's my right, and I want it now without any interruption. I think I'm out of time. Did I hit my 2 minutes? Sorry. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you. Ms. Brower, thank you for testifying. So I keep asking this question about how people who aren't supposed to have guns get guns. Do you by any chance have that data? It sounds like we've got some testimony that they get stolen primarily.
Right. Texas has a very big gun trafficking problem. We have 18,000, this is a little bit of a side, but we have 18,000 guns stolen or lost every year. That's an ATF figure. 40% of all the crime guns in Mexico are traced back to Texas. So when I interviewed the ATF officer over the interim, he did say we have a very big gun trafficking problem in Texas. So how people get those guns is typically by private sales. The newest estimates that are up to 1 in 5 gun sales are from private sales. So those are without background checks. So allowing constitutional carry will allow people that are felons, domestic abusers, drug abusers, people that have been on the prohibited list to carry guns in public with no permit or background check. Is that really what the state of Texas wants? Is that the best public policy that we can do here?
So the figure that you have is 18,000 guns
reported lost or stolen by the ATF in 2012.
In 2012. One of my concerns about doing away with the licensing requirement is this issue of theft. And my concern has always been keeping guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have guns, not those who are legally entitled and have a constitutional right to their gun. And I've not taken an LTC course. Do you know within the requirements of the course whether giving licensees information about securing their firearms is part of the course?
Yes, it is. There is a requirement for safe storage and child access prevention. That is very important information for gun owners to have. There are 567 kids that were killed or injured in 2014, children and teens. So we really don't want to take away training. You know, passing this bill would say that training is not important for the state of Texas. And I take issue for the people that saying, oh, every person knows training is important and we're going to get training. We have a little over 1 million licensees. We have 40% of Texas households have guns. So let's estimate maybe 10 million people have guns in Texas. So that's a fraction. The 1 million licensees are a fraction of people that sought out the license and the training. And certainly there are other avenues for training as well. But we have no evidence that says that other people go and get training on their own if not required to do so. In fact, you have people arguing today that it's too expensive, that they don't want to pay for it. So then why would they get training? If they're saying it's too, and we've heard that the last few days in reduction of the fee to $40, why would they seek out and pay for training if they're saying it's too expensive? And they shouldn't have to do it because it's their God-given right.
Representative Schaefer.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. You mentioned domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
Domestic violence is a big problem in this state, yes?
Yes.
What about a working mom who's single, has an abusive ex-husband, begins to act more and more violently toward her? She begins to fear for her personal safety.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes to her brother, say, hey, you know what, you've got a pistol. Would you let me carry that in my purse because I'm worried he's going to hurt me or the kids? And what you're telling that woman is no.
Absolutely not.
Wait. Go get the training. Go find a class. Find a babysitter. Take time off from work. Maybe you can afford the class. Maybe you can afford the license fee. Maybe you can afford to wait 2 months before the state of Texas gives you a permission slip to defend yourself against a man who may come and do harm to you physically and to your children. What do you say to that woman?
Okay, first of all, if a woman has a gun in her home, she's 3 times more likely to be killed by her own gun in a domestic violence situation. That is a fact. Also, I would not think that someone...
You're going to tell her that the statistics are against her? Don't
No,
try to
absolutely
yourself?
not. I'm not telling anyone. If someone wants to get a gun for their own personal safety, absolutely. And for your own home protection, you don't need to get a license to carry.
Ma'am,
If she wants
to put that in her purse...
Representative Schaefer, will you let her answer that question, please?
If she wants to get a gun, it takes 15 minutes at Cabela's to get it. She can keep it in her home where her husband is. I would not deny anybody that right to self-protection. That is a Second Amendment right.
Can she take it to the park when she takes her kids to the playground?
Certainly, we understand that. I do not think it's onerous to get an application. I also, as someone who went to a shooting range just a couple of months ago, handling a gun and try to defend yourself is not very easy when you haven't handled one before. If a woman I think anybody that gets a gun, woman or man, should have training to handle that gun.
I think you'd be surprised what a mother would do that was trying to defend herself and her kids.
I am a mother also, so I understand that position. Again, I'm not trying to limit anybody's right here. I just don't think it's onerous to ask somebody to get a license and to get training. I think it's in everybody's best interest, even that woman, to be trained how to use that gun.
Thank you, Ms. Brower. Members, any other questions? I'll remind the audience we've been doing real good up to now, but I hear a little murmuring here and there. Please keep your comments to yourself. That way we can keep having our niceties and having the hearing continue smoothly. We're doing great up to now, but if you agree or disagree with one of the witnesses, that's fine, but keep your disapproval or approval to shaking your head, but don't let any words or sound come out of your mouth, please. Thank you. Next witnesses. Oh, we have we got you. Chair calls Mr. McGinty. Same drill, Mr. McGinty.
My name's Chris McGinty. I'm for the bill, House Bill. Good.
Go ahead.
I live in a little town outside of Houston, and I carry a gun in every vehicle.
Mr. McGinty, who do you represent yourself?
Myself.
Okay.
Myself. I respect the laws that have been passed. I carry a gun in every vehicle. There's guns in my home, and I happen to live in a sanctuary city where the exact same police force that just sat here and said I shouldn't have a gun because it's dangerous allows criminals to run free on our streets. I'm in awe that I, as a Texas citizen born, I can get my concealed handgun permit. I don't. I've no criminal record. I'm just amazed that I don't have the right to purchase the firearm and carry it with me. I understand the crimes and criminals, and those people need to be punished. We need to lock them up. We need to get those people out of society. But I mean, I've dealt with policemen. I've been pulled over. They never even ask if it's in my car. They never. It's a non-issue. They write me my citation for speeding one time, and that's it. And we've especially in Houston, we've just convoluted our laws so much. I mean, we've got a full criminal element running around, but yet I'm held to a higher standard because I'm a Texan. I'm a law-abiding Texan, and by the law, I cannot carry the gun that I can legally purchase. So, that's it. I'm for it, and Briscoe Kane is my rep, and I love him. So
thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, the next three will be Andrew Romero, Susan Nelson, and Bob Green. And, ma'am, if you would state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Yes, my name is Lola Estes. I represent myself. I live in Austin, and I'm against the bill. Texas has reduced the class time for concealed handgun licenses and passed open carry in the last few years. In that same time frame, homicides have increased in our state. San Antonio has had a greater spike in its homicide rate than Chicago did for 2016. Looser gun laws in Texas have not reduced violent crime. In fact, the opposite has happened. I have to be honest with you. I'm frustrated by bills being put forward that take away my freedom to live safely in a gun-free environment and instead encourage gun proliferation and proponents using language that make it seem like guns are anything but killing tools that create real public and health safety issues that must be addressed by the government. They aren't safe. They kill freedom, they destroy families, they take lives in homes and workplaces across our state. Guns are incredibly dangerous. There's a reason why the Constitution allows for guns to be well regulated, and the courts have upheld that regulation. It's because guns' only purpose is to quickly and effectively kill others. A similar no-permit law passed in Missouri and increased the homicide rate. Daniel Webster, director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Policy, cut to the chase. It increased the homicide rates by 30% in Missouri during that time, but neighboring states did not suffer a similar spike in murders, and the firearm homicide rate dropped nationally during the same time. If this is permitless carry, where is the well-regulated part of the Second Amendment going to happen?
Okay, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, y'all are doing great. We're about a third of the way through the witnesses. Thank you all for being here today. Let me go ahead and call up Andrew Romero, Susan Nelson, and Bob Green. And just a little reminder that if someone has already said basically the same things you're going to say, and you would prefer not to testify, just come up and let us know, and we'll show you as we'll have you placed in the record as being for or against the bill, whichever you preferred. We'll have in the record who you represented, and your position will be noted for the record. So you don't have to testify if you've already heard other people say the same thing. Now, that said, if you want to testify, we'll stay forever and hear you today. So we want to let everyone who speak that wants to speak. But again, if you don't feel like you need to, just let us know. You can either tell me that when I call your name, that you no longer need to testify, or you can come up before then and tell the clerk, and she'll go ahead and make us aware of that. Let me see, we called, who didn't come up? We called Andrew Romero, Susan Nelson, and Bob Green. Okay. Ms. Nelson, you would tell us your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Frances Schenken, but I'm testifying for Susan Nelson, who had to leave. Is
Okay.
that allowed?
I need to stop you right there. I'll be happy to let you testify, but I have to get you to step down right now.
Okay.
And go ahead and go out to the kiosk and register.
I am registered individually myself, and
Okay.
she was also registered.
All right. What is your name again?
Frances Schenken.
Okay.
We registered at about the same time.
All right.
I did
Francis.
not register to testify.
Okay. Let me.
It's
let us,
SCHENKKAN.
I can't let you testify for somebody else. I will go ahead and let us find you so I get it's marked. You are already shown here today representing Texas Gun Sense and yourself, and that you were registered to against HB 375, but that you did not wish to testify.
Correct.
And do you want to go ahead and testify?
May I read her testimony as my own?
We'll just pretend it's yours.
Okay.
So you may,
Thank you.
with your permission, we're going to change it to that you do want to testify. And we're going to show Susan Nelson as having registered representing herself and against HB 375, but not wishing to testify.
Thank you for your courtesy. I appreciate it.
Certainly. Please proceed again, and now state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against.
My name is Frances Schenken. I am on the board of Texas Gun Sense, and I'm against House Bill 375. I am a native Texan. I have 3 brothers and 1 sister who are all members of the National Rifle Association. They own handguns and other guns and have their license to carry. I am not anti-Second Amendment. I do not oppose having the right to carry a gun openly or otherwise. However, after being shot point blank in the back of the head, spending weeks in a coma, months in rehab, relearning the basics of adult living, and then years picking up the pieces of my life, I do understand the need to feel safe. Some of those supporting House Bill 375 say it is their right to have a gun. I agree to some extent, but it is also my right to feel safe by knowing the person carrying a gun in my neighborhood, down the street, at the store, at the very least that that person has had a background check, has been trained on how to use the gun and how to store it, and that it is registered. We require our police and our military to be trained with firearms. We know which guns they have been given that are distributed to them. We should, for their safety and for my own safety, do the same for a person having a gun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Bob Green. I am here today representing myself and hopefully a lot of other legal gun owners throughout the state. I am a Republican Party precinct chair here in town. I was at the last state convention in which we did deem this a priority.
And you're testifying on for?
I was saying for this 375. I'd initially like to thank Representative Strickland for carrying this piece of legislation because we feel it's very important. That in a sense, we are not authorized to remove rights. We are not authorized to remove the rights that are set down in the United States Constitution. If someone wants to see my permit, I'll reach into my pocket and pull out my pocket Constitution and say, here it is. I shouldn't have to go beyond that. We all have a right to feel safe, but we can't do that. I mean, even Ben Franklin said, you know, those of us who would give up our rights for any security deserve neither. And I think that's where we stand in a piece of legislation. We've tried to do this, and I would also say that my representative is here today, Ms. Hinojosa. I realize that she and I probably have different views on this, but I thank her for being here, and I thank for her thoughtful questions. I would say to her is that she's asked the question several times about where criminals get guns. Well, they commit a crime to get one. They either steal it, they buy it off the street out of somebody's trunk, but they then commit a crime. They don't care about the laws. That's why they call them criminals. So, but what I'd like to say is I would really like to ask this committee to review this bill favorably, pass it out of committee, to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Josh. Andrew Romero, who I called up a moment ago, had shown he wished to testify. Is not here, so he will be shown as not wishing to testify, that he was here today representing Austin Police Association, and that he was against HB 375. Chair calls Joshua Anderson, Robert Harris, and Michael Cargill. Welcome back.
Yes, sir.
Joshua Anderson, Robert Harris, and Michael Cargill. How about, well, let's...
They're afraid of me.
Must be it, Mr. Ant. Go ahead, state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
My name is Michael Cargill. I'm the Executive Director for Texas for Accountable Government. I'm speaking for Texas for Accountable Government, and I'm speaking for HB 375. I'm also speaking for the Texas Log Cabin Republicans. I'm on the chair for that organization as well. I'm speaking for that organization as well. And I'm speaking for Central Texas Gunworks as the owner. I'm also LTC instructor.
Let me back you up just a little bit. You only registered for Texans for Accountable Government and yourself.
All right, so we'll stick with Texas for Accountable Government and the owner of Central Texas Gunworks.
That works.
That'll work?
Yeah.
All right, sir. And I'm speaking for the bill, HB 375. With Texas for Accountable Government, we have an organization of over 2,000 people, and we actually support this bill 100%. Also, as the owner of Central Texas Gunworks, with a email list of over 40,000 people, we support this bill 100%. Also, as the board for Log Cabin Republicans, we unanimously support HB 375. My parents, this past summer, were victims of a home invasion, where 3 guys spent actually 45 minutes to an hour trying to break into my parents' home. And my parents, at 3 o'clock in the morning, woke up and had to defend themselves. My parents, what happened was this guy actually grabbed a ladder that he broke into my parents' shed, took out of the shed, laid that ladder against the house, and crawled into the second floor of the home. And my parents had to stop him as he was crawling through the master bathroom window. It doesn't take a lot of training. It takes someone who wants to defend themselves, a right to stop those individuals from trying to kill them. That person, what he wanted to do, he wanted to kill my parents and then go downstairs and let those other 2 guys inside the home so they can rob my parents. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And you, sir, are?
I am Mr. Joshua Anderson.
Okay, would you please tell us who you represent and if you're testifying on, for, or against?
I represent myself, and I'm testifying for HB 375. Last week when I decided to come down here and testify for the bill, I did a word study on the Second Amendment. A few words specifically. The term well-regulated, back when the Constitution was written, meant a machine or a group of people that worked well with each other. The militia was a group of civilians that would be called in an emergency to supplement the regular military. And of course, we know what the right to bear arms means. We have the right to carry our arms. Now, that being said, some of our fine Texans here that do not wish to support this bill will not be able to say that there's any gun control measure that has prevented a mass killing. As a matter of fact, most of our mass killings have happened in gun-free zones. You don't hear of a mass killing happening at a gun store or at a gun range. So I do believe that we would be safer if we had unlicensed carry. And with that, I will end my comments.
Thank you both for being here today. I called Robert Harris. He'll be shown not wishing to testify, representing himself today and being for HB 375. Chair calls Diana Earl, Diana Ramirez, and Bill Eastland. Diana Earl, Diana Ramirez, and Bill Eastland, if you'd please come up. All right, and your name again, ma'am? Diana Earl. Thank you. So, Ms. Earl, you wish to be shown not wishing to testify, but being here on behalf of yourself and Moms Demand Action and being against HB 375? Correct. We'll show that in the record. Thank you. Diana Ramirez?
Yes.
And Bill Eastland. Mr. Eastland, are you here? Yes. Great. Ms. Ramirez, why don't we start with you? If you would state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
My name's Diana Ramirez. I am for HB 375. I represent myself, my husband, my family. I'm a member of most of the gun groups in the state.
Now,
so,
you listed that you were representing Texas Firearms Freedom and Lone Star Gun Rights.
Yes, I'm a member of those groups, and
thank you.
OCT and pretty much all of them.
Okay.
I am
representing those today.
Yeah. I am a mother of 3 who 20 years ago, I was going to say other things, but people have already said them, so I'm going to put out my story. 20 years ago, my husband went out, got a gun, because we were moving into a new neighborhood. There was construction all over the place. I was by myself with 3 kids, one of them a baby. Took me to the gun range. He taught me how to use that revolver, single action. Took me a couple of times, and he gave it to me, and he said, while I'm gone, half the time, your responsibility is to take care of the kids and yourself and this house. Back then, I had no license. I didn't need a license or a lot of training. I just needed to know what I needed to do, and that's what I did. I now have a license. I support keeping the license for reciprocity, but I also support the right of people not having to pay a fee to defend themselves. Women that are low income, that live in bad neighborhoods, need to be able to do what I did back then without a license, and not just in their house, but out there where they're walking their kids or their dogs or whatever. And I'm out of time, so I'm going to leave it there.
That's very good. Thank you. Sir, your name is?
Robert Harris. I was in the overflow room. It took me a minute to get here. My apologies.
And we called you, I guess, a couple back. Is that correct? All right. Hang loose just a second. We'll pull you back up.
Sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, the next group is Joshua Keene, Joseph Walker, and Elizabeth Dianovich. Joshua Keene, Joseph Walker, and Elizabeth Dianovich. And Mr. Eastland, if you would tell us your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Bill Eastland. I'm here on my own behalf. I am speaking in favor of House Bill 375. I am a former member of the Republican State Executive Committee. I'm not here speaking on behalf of the Republican Party, but I have been a very active member in the party my entire adult life. At our state convention in 2016, after we were frustrated by not getting constitutional carry in the previous session of the legislature, we passed it as our number one legislative priority. Also in our platform, and by the way, that legislative priority states pass constitutional carry while maintaining licensing as optional for reciprocity purposes, which is pretty much what House Bill 375 does. The platform plank says we strongly oppose all laws that infringe on the right to bear arms. We oppose the monitoring of gun ownership, taxation, and regulation of guns, ammunition, and gun magazines. We collectively urge the legislature to pass constitutional carry legislation whereby law-abiding citizens that possess firearms can legally exercise their God-given right to carry that firearm as well. We call for the elimination of all gun-free zones. Most of that is absolutely incorporated in House Bill 375, and you will make us in the convention happy. I believe that if you aren't able to pass it this session, we'll be asking for it again in 2017. Am I out of time? Almost. Vermont carry has been mentioned. all 13 states basically had what we think of as constitutional carry. It was only in the 19th century did this start to restrict. What we want to go back to is what the original understanding of the founders and the framers was in the beginning, and it was reflected in the state laws at that time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, if you let me see Robert Harris, if you would, we've got you back up on the screen, so
yes, sir.
Your name
My name's Robert Harris, and I'm here in favor of it.
And are you representing yourself, or?
I'm representing myself, and I'd kind of like to speak on behalf, although I can't speak for them, the oil and gas workers in the state of Texas.
All right, you just registered for yourself.
But this is my opinion, yes, sir.
Thank you. And you're testifying on, for, or against?
For.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. 8 years ago, I've worked in the oil and gas industry for about 15 years. 8 years ago, I was working in West Texas, Hobbs, New Mexico to be exact. I'm driving back from Hobbs, New Mexico to Texas, and I had a blowout inside Dooley on a pickup truck right on the Texas-New Mexico border. I was not aware that that was one of the crime routes for criminal, let me say this specifically, criminal illegal aliens coming into the country. They come up the Texas-New Mexico border, and if the Texas police or law enforcement starts chasing them, they jump into New Mexico. And then if the New Mexico police start chasing them, they jump back into Texas. Well, when I had my blowout, I'd worked 16 hours that day. I was wore out, and I'm the guy that usually gets out and changes somebody's tire or helps them change their tire, and I changed my own. But that day I decided to call roadside assistance. It was truly a blessing that I did that. I had three illegal aliens come up the border. They came up to my truck. One stood behind my truck, one stood on the passenger side, one stood on the driver's side and started yelling at me in Spanish and pointing at the ground. I'm a military veteran. I can tell people's body posture and what they're doing. They were trying to get me out of the vehicle to do something bad. Luckily, I had a firearm in the vehicle with me, and I just purchased it. My wife had just purchased it for me. Normally, I was the guy that when my wife bought me a firearm, I'm a big hunter, I would take it home and lock it in the gun safe, and it wouldn't come out again until hunting season. After that event in my life 8 years ago, I carry now. And I carry for a reason, because I learned it only takes one time. It only takes one time for you not to have that firearm on you. And I urge this committee to take that into consideration, because we've got thousands of people working around the state in remote areas, especially when you start getting to western Texas. We always think about the inner cities and the gun problems there and the problems we have in inner cities. Thank you, sir. But please take this into consideration making your decision on this bill and support HB 375. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I don't think there's any questions, so thank you.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, if I could, you're dismissed. Thank you. You can go ahead and sit down. And if you would, and I know it gets a little confusing, but two things. One, wait till I call your name again to come back up. It's okay. It's fine. And if you would, stay here just in case any of the members do have questions until all three are finished testifying. And then if there's no questions, go ahead and step down, because if there is a question, I want to make sure that you get the opportunity to respond to it. So, Chair calls Joshua Keene, Joseph Walker, and Elizabeth Dianovich. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you mid-stride there. Next. Let's start with you, ma'am. If you'd please tell us your name and
Elizabeth Dianovich.
And who you represent today.
Myself.
And are you testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
I'm for House Bill 375.
Thank you. Please.
And for myself. I'm sorry, I don't belong to any organization or anything.
Good.
Do I have to start?
No, ma'am. You can just tell us what you wanted to tell us.
Okay. I have a short testimony of my life. I came years ago from a former communist country, from Eastern Europe, and I was born there in Eastern Europe. And during 1944, I have to testify that the communists came in power and confiscated all the guns, and the country became a police state. So all the guns forcefully were taken. So unfortunately, my father was interrogated, and so I lived under communist oppression for many years. But during 1974, I was already in the States. I remember that in New York, I became a U.S. citizen. I gave allegiance to the United States of America under the republic which we stand. 1976 in New York, I was living in New York, then I got married for a Texan who is a second generation Joe Dianovich, and came to Austin, Texas, so I'm about resident of Texas for 41 years, since 1976. So I'm giving my short testimony.
Ma'am, we have Chairman Navarez would like to ask you a question.
Can I finish?
Well, let me ask you a question, though, ma'am. Can you continue your story, please? That's
My story?
That's my question. Can you continue, please?
Well, that's I have only 2 minutes, so I want
I know
to...
that your time ran out, and that's why I'm asking you a question so you can continue, please. Trying to help you.
What I have to continue. I mean, it's a
giving
story.
you an extension.
It's not a story; it's a testimony. So I can tell stories. I know I heard a lot of stories here, but my story, nobody has it. So that's why I'm just saying it's not a story; it's a testimony of my life. So my father was interrogated in a communist country. I have lots of neighbors here, lots of Texans. Nobody understands anything because if nobody walked in my shoes, they don't understand nothing. So that's all I can say.
All right.
Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Okay. And I am for this bill because I love the state of Texas. These are my finishing touches. And I hope that they pass this bill. You know, it's for the not to have tyranny in Texas. I don't want that. I want a free Texas, you know. And I hope the rest of the country realizes that too.
Where in Eastern Europe were you from?
I came from Bulgaria.
Okay, good. Thank you. Joseph Walker. Mr. Walker, please state your name, who you are. Ma'am, would you mind waiting until, just in case some of the others have some questions, please.
Okay.
Would you state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
My name is Joseph Walker. I'm testifying for, and I represent myself. Go.
Yes, please.
I was made a political prisoner by the state of Texas for fighting for my constitutional rights against tyranny and political oppression. We will get our rights back because of 2 reasons. 1, we are tired of paying the state for an exemption to a law that violates our rights. And 2, the tide has changed, and every day more and more people are asking the same questions. That being, 1, how much does the state make off of selling we the people back our rights? And 2, where does the money go? As a parting statement, taxation is theft, and I won't support any law enforcement fighting against my rights.
Thank you. Joshua King, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
I'm Joshua King. I represent myself, and I'm here today to testify for HB 375. The reason I support this bill is because I am a firm believer in the Second Amendment and all that it stands for. Besides this, I also firmly believe that making the license to carry optional will encourage more law-abiding citizens to arm themselves, seek the proper training, and carry it with them for protection of themselves, their families, their fellow Texans, and their property. I also support this bill because no citizen should be forced to pay a tax and seek a permission slip from their government to exercise a civil right off of their private property. Constitutional carry will not stop citizens from taking classes and getting the training to operate a firearm, nor will it keep them from being able to voluntarily apply for a license to carry. Citizens will be eager to seek training from private citizens who specialize in providing the best training for weapons safety, maintenance, and employment. The right to bear arms is a right, not a privilege. We might not be the first state to enact constitutional carry, but if we fail to do so this session, we will fall even further behind on the issue, an issue we should be leading. Please pass HB 375 so our great state can live up to our reputation. That's it.
Good. Thank you all very much. Chair calls, I believe it's Julie Gothines. Did I get close on that? Raul Camacho and Cheryl Walker. And the next three after this will be Leland Raina, Megan Bates, and Matthew, is that an L or a J? L, sorry. Walbeck. Let's see, let's start with Ms. Grothius.
Okay.
Please state your name, who you represent, and testifying on for or against.
Sure. My name is Julie Grothius. I'm a volunteer with the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I'm here to speak against House Bill 375. Moms Demand is a grassroots movement of American moms fighting for public safety measures that respect the Second Amendment while protecting us from gun violence. Moms Demand is part of Everytown for Gun Safety, which is the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country with more than 3.5 million members. House Bill 375 would completely eliminate the requirement that a Texas resident require a permit to carry a loaded handgun in public, either openly or concealed. That means that existing public safety protections, such as criminal background check and live fire training, would be eliminated. The bill also would reduce the age of those able to carry handguns in public to 18, which has been discussed. This is a particular concern to me because I'm the mother of two college-age kids. Luckily, my kids attend Rice University and Georgia Tech. Both currently prohibit guns on campus. My third child, however, plans to attend Texas State University in the fall, and the prospect of any college student without required training or a background check being able to carry a handgun into a dorm or a classroom or a party is terrifying to me. We all know that college is a time of experimentation with all sorts of behavior, and alcohol use is high up there on that list. Between alcohol use, high-pressure environments, and suicide risks, guns and college students just don't mix. When campus carry was justified at the Texas legislature in 2015, our lawmakers told us not to worry, that only a tiny fraction of college students, those 21 and older, would be able to carry guns. Well, with House Bill 375, that changes. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Camacho? I'm sorry we've only got two mics there.
That's okay. That's okay. Good afternoon. My name is Raul Camacho. I'm a licensed peace officer, fireman instructor, and the owner of Safety Measures. How you call it? 8 years or so, been in law enforcement.
And are you testifying?
I'm going to be testifying against it.
All right.
375.
All right, and you're representing yourself.
Yes, sir. And Safety Measures. Yes, sir. So the 8 years I've been a licensed peace officer. 2 times I had to draw my gun on someone. 2 times it was off duty. So 4 times total. My staff and I exercise our Second Amendment rights responsibly, and we hope others do the same. I'm here to oppose House Bill 375 because it's taken away much-needed education and training standards for citizens that want to carry. Today, you're going to hear a lot of rhetoric that people have a right to bear arms and that the right should not be infringed. Their belief and ideology that any right is unrestricted is totally at odds with history, the law, and reality. Nearly every idea in the Bill of Rights comes with restrictions, limitations, and some sort of regulation. The right to bear arms is no different. You're also going to hear rhetoric that constitutional carry will lower crimes. We passed out a packet for you guys to review. You'll see some data of each state that shows different. Overall crime has gone down throughout the nation, but violent crimes such as murder and aggravated assault have gone up in many states, including several states that practice constitutional carry, such as Arizona and Alaska, Montana, and a couple other states. The License to Carry program has played a huge role educating people about laws relating to the use of force, proper storage, firearm safety, correcting bad habits, and much more. No one in this building would want a police officer to carry a gun who has not gone through mandatory training. The standards should be the same for those who want to carry in our streets. Carrying a gun on a daily basis is a lifestyle that requires skills, discipline, continuous training, and a proper mindset. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Cheryl Walker.
Yes, sir.
Please state
My name
your-
is Cheryl Walker. I'm a mother, a grandmother. I used to be a wife until my husband died 2 years ago.
Okay. Are you representing yourself?
I'm representing myself.
And you're testifying on for or against?
For
HB 375.
375.
Thank you.
Okay. My husband died, like I said. I went to the class. I paid my money to go to the class. I paid my money to get a gun. I paid my money to get you guys to check out my FBI report or whatever, my fingerprints. I paid all this money to get my right to carry a gun. Now, I have a right to protect myself. This gentleman has a right to protect himself. And just because he's a police officer and I'm not, doesn't mean that a thug can't stick a gun in my face just like he can his. I want the same right. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you all three for being here. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Hinojosa.
Yes, I actually have a question for Mr. Camacho. Mr. Camacho, in your classes that you teach, you mentioned that you teach safe storage.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the purpose of that?
We live in a world where Darwinism is real and alive. We got folks out there, man, that need to be reminded that safe storage is a behavior. It's a learned attitude, and so we have a lot of accidental deaths, unfortunately, here throughout our state and also throughout the country, and this is why we teach that.
Do you teach? So, what is safe storage?
Teaching people how to secure their firearms. It's not about hiding your firearms. It's about securing your firearms. How to be responsible with that firearm when it's not being used.
Is like in a safe?
Safe storage. They have safes. They have storage devices, furniture, hidden wall compartments, etc.
So, is part of the purpose of the safe storage lesson that you teach to keep guns from the hands of people who shouldn't get them?
There's usually about 4 different reasons why you want to have safe storage practices. Is one, keep the gun from being fired. The second one is keep it away from children or people who are not authorized to use that firearm. The other one is to maintain it, keep it from being damaged, and the other part is to again, not let bad guys or let's say people steal your firearms.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If y'all want to go ahead and step down, it'll be fine. Just so everybody can kind of know what we're looking at time-wise, we've had 323 people register today for this bill. We haven't gotten to 1911 yet. We've had 83 register that they wish to testify, and 42 remain. So we're just right at the halfway mark in testifying on this bill. And people continue to register. Again, I'll say this, we're delighted to hear anybody who wants to testify, but if you have already heard people say what you would say, you're going to be in the record showing that you are for or against, and that's a permanent part of the record that the members will have and that will also be available to those on the floor. So if you really don't need to come up and say it, feel free not to. If you want to, we certainly want to hear from you. But I can tell you at the rate we're going, we're not going to get to 1911 till 10 o'clock or so. And if people continue to spin up and sign up, we'll be here a lot after that. So I'm considering closing the registration process, but I really don't want to do that. So if anybody's really wanting to testify, go sign up very soon because I'm probably at some point just going to be forced by time restrictions to go ahead and close that out. So with that, Chair calls Leland Raina, Megan Bates, and Matthew Walbeck. And on deck for the next 3 is John Greer, Whitney Peak, and Matthew Walbeck. Oh, we've got you twice, sir. Sorry. You only have to come up once. And, sir, you are?
My name is Leland Raina.
Okay. And, ma'am, you're Megan Bates, I guess?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why don't we start with you, ma'am? State your name, who you represent, are you testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
My name is Megan Bates, and I am for HB 375, and I represent myself. I have a personal story that I'd like to share with y'all.
Please.
A couple years ago, I attended a meeting, and it got out after dark. I was waiting for my friend in an unlit parking lot because he got delayed visiting with friends. On my way to the car, while walking alone, I heard shuffling feet behind me. I looked back and saw that I was being followed. A chill came over me, and I felt I was not going home to my daughters. Without hesitating, I dashed to the other parking lot that had lights and called my friend. I made it home safely to tuck my girls in, but I felt vulnerable knowing I can't outmuscle a man in hand-to-hand combat. I would not have been nearly as scared if I would have been armed. Since then, I have obtained a license and carry every time I'm out for my protection as well as my children's. I never want to feel that vulnerable again. What upsets me was that I had to pay a tax for an exemption to a law to defend myself. I will not stop fighting to restore gun rights until Texas reinstates the rights it has stolen from me. In closing, I want to stress the importance of being able to defend not only myself, but the lives of my children as well, without having to apply for a government-issued permission slip. I want to thank Representative King for holding a hearing on constitutional carry, and also thank Jonathan Stickland for leading the charge on making Texas a safer place for our children to live.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Rainey, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375. And again, the next three on deck are going to be John Greer, Whitney Peak, and Matthew Stringer. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Leland Reyna. I represent Safety Measures, a firearm training facility. I also represent myself, and I am against House Bill 375. In the military, we had a saying that complacency kills. And it does, not just on combat deployments, but also in training. It is also the responsibility of the command of the issue of complacency. This bill would take away the ability of the state to effectively enforce a measure to counter complacency. Funny thing about complacency on deployment or within command, it rarely happens suddenly and is usually recognized only after a loss of life or at the end of a deployment. The consequences of complacency, if House Bill 375 is passed, will not show themselves immediately, but most likely and tragically only after mishaps. This is not a battlefield. We don't have to draw a line in the sand. This is politics, and I believe the great state of Texas has reached the compromise needed, and that best suits the state of Texas. Thank you to the committee for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Matthew Walbeck was called as constable in Kleberg County, Precinct 1, and was representing himself. It will be shown that he did not testify, but was for HB 375. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls John Greer, Whitney Peak, and Matthew Stringer. And next up, after this, will be Ben Song, Reed King, and Joe Palmer. John Greer, Whitney Peak, and Matthew Stringer. You, sir, are?
They're in the other room.
All right. We'll go ahead and get started with that. You, sir, are?
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is John Greer. I'm the Republican Precinct Chair for the 2nd Precinct in Collin County in the 3rd Congressional District. I'm here today to testify in favor of House Bill 375.
Okay, and you're representing yourself?
I'm representing myself,
All right.
yes.
Thank you.
The Second Amendment is clearly written as to be understandable by all that read it, and it states that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Not the militia. The people are the militia. There are no ifs, ands, or buts in our Constitution. There are no limitations placed on the word people nor on the word arms. So one can reasonably ascertain that all of the people have an unrestricted right to keep and bear whatever arms he or she deems necessary to protect themselves, their family, and their nation. Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution, otherwise known as the Supremacy Clause, states, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding." Article 1, Section 23 of the Texas Constitution states that the legislature shall have the power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime. I wish somebody would explain to me where the state of Texas derives its authority to override the supreme law of the land in regard to stripping Americans of their protected rights. The state of Texas has no authority to take away secured rights of the people, license them, and sell those rights back. Murdoch versus Pennsylvania clearly states no state may convert a secured right into a privilege and issue a license for it. And Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham states that if they do convert your right into a privilege and issue a license, you can ignore the license and fee and engage in that right with impunity. To answer your question, ma'am, the guns, one way our government has been sending guns or selling guns.
I'm going to need to go ahead and stop you. Your time is up.
Okay.
We thank you very much for being here today.
Okay. Thank you so much.
We called Whitney Peak and Matthew Stringer. They'll be shown not testifying. Mr. Whitney Peak was representing herself, and she wished to be shown against HB3 or registered against HB 375. Matthew Stringer, representing himself, registered for HB 375, but will be shown not testifying. Chair calls Ben Song, Reed King, and Joe Palmer. Next up on deck will be Corey Watkins, William Clem, and Galen George. Corey Watkins, William Clem, and Galen George. And Mr. Song, why don't we start with you?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Song from Arlington, Texas, and I am giving testimony for House Bill 357.
And are you representing
375,
yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Are you representing yourself?
Yes, I'm representing myself.
Okay. Please proceed.
Well, sir, I'm deeply disappointed. I will be unable to give the testimony that I wanted because I have to do some kind of basic legal fact-checking with regard to this bill in relation to campus carry. It was stated that this bill will lower the age to carry from 21 to 18. I can tell you I have had recent experience with this matter. I'm 24 years old. This is incorrect. There are two main barriers to carrying on campus right now. The first one is Texas law, which states you must be 21 to have a license to carry, except for military, which I was. I was a military reservist going to college. The much larger barrier is that it is illegal for a federal firearms licensed dealer to sell a handgun to anyone under 21. Now, anyone engaged in the manufacture, import, or dealing in firearms must have an FFL from the ATF. So that's every gun store, every gun show dealer, and every pawn shop. It is virtually impossible to purchase a handgun under 21 if you have someone else do it for you. That is a straw man purchase. That's also a felony. So in conclusion, you can carry at 18. However, the larger barrier in your inability to purchase makes it virtually impossible. You can carry at 18 right now.
Okay, thank you. Reed King?
Yes. I'm Reed King. I'm from Denton, Texas, and I'm representing myself. The question before this committee is one of... I'm testifying for House Bill 375. The question before this committee is one of awful moment to the state. For my own part, I consider it as nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery, and in proportion to the magnitude of the subject ought to be the freedom of the debate. It is only in this way that we can hope to arrive at truth and fulfill the great responsibility which we hold to God and our state. Should I keep back my opinions at such a time through fear of giving offense, I should consider myself as guilty of treason toward my state and of an act of disloyalty toward the majesty of heaven, which I revere above all earthly kings. Sir, we have been trying this for the last 20 years. Have we anything new to offer upon this subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up to every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which we have not already been exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves. Sir, we have done everything that could be done. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the legislature. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt. If we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve inviolate those inestimable rights for which we have so long been contending, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we have been so long engaged and which we have pledged ourselves never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained, we must stop ignoring the unalienable rights of the people. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable a change to the status quo, but when shall we be stronger? Will it be next session or the next? It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, patience, patience, but there's no patience left. Our other states are already there. Why stand we idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
Thank you. Heard that before. Joe Palmer.
Joe Palmer, representing Self, speaking in favor of 375.
Thank you.
Your admonition is well received to cut out everything that's already been said before. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, can it be said that people have their rights when these rights are dispensed from one person to another, from one group of people to another? I asked in the overflow room, have any of the cited increases in crime in Missouri been attributed to the lessening of regulation on the possession or carrying of guns there? So I decided to research it a little bit. I found an article that quotes the economist John R. Lott, who is a leading expert on gun violence statistics, refuted a Johns Hopkins study that claims that repeal of Missouri's universal background checks law is the cause of an increase in murder rates in an exclusive Guns and Patriots interview. There is a lot of arbitrary cherry-picking of the data, said Lott, president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, a research and education organization that studies the relationship between laws regulating the ownership or use of guns, crime, and public safety. Other research that looked at all the states, not just one, comes to a different conclusion. Baltimore-based Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health conducted a study that claims Missouri's murder rate increased by 16% after the state legislature in 2007 repealed its universal background check law, which required all handgun purchasers to undergo a background check at the auspices of local law enforcement. The Johns Hopkins study, which is expected to be published this month in the Journal of Urban Health, looks at the time period between 2008 and 12 after the background checks law was repealed, instead of examining the change in crime rates to include before the law was enacted in 1981. In a 5-year period after the law was enacted, the murder rate went up as faster in Missouri than it did other states, but in the 5-year period before the law was enacted, the murder rate was going up even faster, said Lott. Missouri was on an ominous path before the law was ended. And in conclusion, regarding the argument that since law enforcement officers undergo mandatory training, that private individuals must also, some of the reasons that law enforcement personnel undergo extensive and rigorous training are that they have a dangerous job. It is statistically more dangerous experience than that of an individual going to the store or what have you. Also, the training of law enforcement personnel serves to mitigate potential lawsuits from wrongful discharge of firearms, etc. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, thank you all for being here today.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, let me make a comment, if I may. I've heard on more than one occasion the word or the comparison between this and slavery. We all live by laws in the United States. A slave would not have the opportunity of coming and protesting his ideology in front of this body. A slave couldn't choose when and where to go. A slave could not choose how to think. A slave couldn't do anything of the nature by which you're telling me because you simply couldn't carry a gun. The freedom and the right. Slaves didn't have freedoms nor rights. So I take it as insult when you're trying to compare your constitutional right to carry a gun to involuntary slavehood, where men and women were raped by a slave owner who had the right to carry a gun when an individual didn't. So I'm just saying, I would prefer, I can't tell anybody what to do, everybody has their own opinions, to limit your comparison to a law that we all have to live by. You and I both, no matter what our skin color is. So I would advise, let's stop comparing.
Is there a question?
Let's stop comparing slavery to constitutional carry.
May I respond?
No.
Question.
Panel, thank you for being here. And the next three.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. You're welcome. Next, Corey Watkins, William Clem, Galen George. And folks, if you have decided you don't wish to testify, just don't come up and we'll show you registered but not wishing to testify. The next three on deck, TJ Fabi, Daniel Hannon, and Jonathan Garcia. Next three will be TJ Fabi, Daniel Hannon, and Jonathan Garcia. And let's see, start with Mr. Watkins.
Yes, thank you. Corey Watkins.
State your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against.
Yes, sir. Corey Watkins. I'm testifying on 375. I'm for it, and I'm representing myself. I just want to say that we do not live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic, and what that means is if every single legislator up here and every single person behind me wanted to regulate or put some kind of restriction on the right to keep and bear arms, that restriction is null and void. You can't do that. We have a right that is guaranteed to us by our Creator, and it's protected by the Constitution. The Constitution is clear when it says shall not be infringed. That means that no legislator, no government official has a right to put any regulation or restriction against our right. I find it kind of crazy that I can walk around with my AK-47, which I do on a regular basis, with a 40-round magazine loaded, one in the chamber. But I can't simply put a Glock 19 on my hip and carry it around. I have to have a license, and I have to ask my government for permission and pay a tax to do that. I've been walking around with an AK-47 for the last 4 or 5 years, no problems at all. And I feel like I would be much more comfortable and better off if I could do that with my Glock. I noticed that one of the police officers said something about training.
I'm sorry, but your time's up. Can you wrap it up?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, I finally found something I agree with you on. I find it crazy that you can walk around with that gun too.
Right.
Go ahead, wrap it up, bud.
I went by your office and I didn't put my foot in your door this time.
Let's wrap it up, dude.
All right. The police officer was talking about safety and training and stuff like that, and then she later admitted that the training that's going on right now really is no training at all. So, thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Good seeing you again, by the way.
He's a tyrant.
All right. Any questions, members? And again, I'll say this is we're doing real good up to now, and so let's just keep doing that again. Any questions, Mr. Watkins? No? All right, we got Mr. Clem. Mr. Clem, your name again, your position on the bill, and who you represent when you testify.
I represent myself. My position on the bill is for HB 375, and my name is William Earl Clem III. 14 words, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I don't believe I need 9 Supreme Court justices in D.C. to tell me how that is interpreted. The words are pretty clear. It's 14 simple words. So for decades now, since before I was even born, my right to keep and bear arms has been unconstitutionally infringed upon. I don't believe in this panel's ability to pass legislation against my Second Amendment rights, and the only reason why I support this legislation is because it's a reversal of unconstitutional legislation against my Second Amendment rights. Taxation is theft.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Clem? Sorry. Were you done? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Clem. And now we've got Mr. George. Again, same thing. Your full name, Mr. George, position on the bill, and who you represent.
Yes, I'm Galen George. I'm here to testify for HB 375, and I am testifying for myself. I believe the Second Amendment is crystal clear in its intent that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I've thought about this for years and wondered why in the state of Texas, we simply can't just read the Second Amendment and obey its intent. I realize that some people throughout the years have chosen to make this a controversial passage in the Constitution. Many on both sides present their arguments, trying to present statistics to back up their point of view, but I believe it's much simpler than that. That the Founding Fathers had the benefit of wisdom in submerging themselves and studying not only where they came from, but also several thousand years of history, of tradition in Western culture. In ancient Greece, armed forces were ordinary citizens. In politics, Aristotle identified the right as synonymous with citizenship. The militia has a long history, and while we're not specifically talking about militia in HB 375, we are talking about the foundational principle upon which the militia relies for its citizens to be able to keep and bear arms without infringement. When any state requires its citizens to apply for a license to carry their handgun, they are creating a registry of gun owners, thereby making their guns subject to seizure in the presence of a tyrannical government which expressly goes against the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment links the right to keep and bear arms to the free state, not just a state, but a free state. The militia whose existence and continuance is guaranteed by the Second Amendment was intended by the Founding Fathers to serve as a safeguard against tyranny. Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist Paper 29 that if the government were ever tried to oppress the people with a standing army, the army would encounter, quote, a large body of citizens, little, if at all, inferior to them in
Mr. George,
discipline.
I'm sorry, but can you kind of wrap it up
Just
a little bit?
finishing the sentence.
Yes, sir.
And the use of arms who stand ready to defend their own rights and those of their fellow citizens. By creating that registry through licensing, you're taking away what the Founding Fathers intended, and that was to be anonymous and not have the state know who had the guns and where they were at so they could seize them.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank all of you for doing this. It's great.
All right, now we're going to call up TJ Fabi, Daniel Hannon, and Jonathan Garcia. And then on the on deck, we've got CJ Grisham, Jason Rogers, and George Landiver. And so, gentlemen, again, your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, okay? And our first one is Mr. Fabi.
My name is TJ Fabi. I am here representing myself, my family, and co-workers and friends that agree with me. They couldn't make it here. And I am here to testify for this bill. This is a God-given right, a right to self-defense. It's not something that is given to us by anybody sitting in this room or anybody sitting in the White House or in D.C. It was given to us by God, and over the years, men have tried to take this right away from other men and delegate who would have this right and who wouldn't. But I'm here to tell you that the right was given to us by God to defend ourselves. And that's all that we ask, is that we be able to lawfully defend ourselves. And I've heard a lot of fear-mongering. We heard it a lot back in the 84th session about licensed open carry. We heard that there'd be blood in the streets, and they brought up the bell tower shooter, which had nothing to do with handguns, and they brought up a lot of other things that had nothing to do with handguns. And we don't have blood in the streets. And there's not any real rise in crime. And so I'm just asking you to trust the people with freedom. Trust the people with freedom. We trust you with power. Trust us with freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fabi. Appreciate it. Our next witness is Daniel Hannon.
Hi, I'm Daniel Hannon. I'm here on behalf of myself, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 375. What this bill's about to me, really, is it's not so much just a gun owner's bill, it's about self-defense. I know a lot of people in this room who have testified. We practice with guns a lot. You know, it's the gun culture. But we have families at home, whether they're moms or sisters or brothers or sons, who are law-abiding people who come with us to the range, who learn how to shoot, and fortunately, usually we don't have to ever use a gun or anything to defend ourselves, but it's all about that time when you're not expecting it, or you're visiting a bad neighborhood and you don't feel safe, so maybe for once in your life you want to pack a gun. So, and not just criminals too, but there's in small towns sometimes we might have a neighbor who wants us to check on his livestock or whatever, and he lives a quarter mile down the road. You just walk down there, and it'd just be easier if you could pack a pistol rather than having to carry a shotgun. I thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of this next step for Texas and liberty.
Thank you, Mr. Hannon. Appreciate your testimony. This is Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Jonathan Garcia. I am speaking for the bill, and I am representing myself as well as Open Carry Texas. I am on the board of directors. So I'm going to cut everything I was going to say, which has already been said for the most part. But I'd like to address a couple of concerns that you specifically had with the bill, Representative. You discussed earlier, near the very beginning of the meeting, about an officer approaching an individual to ask them for their license to carry or whether or not they even have a right to own a firearm. And I would express to you that this bill does not change any of that at all, from how it currently is to how it will be if this law is passed. The same standards of probable cause exist with or without this bill. An officer needs probable cause to believe that if individual specifically is a felon or is in other ways not able to carry that firearm.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Garcia, and I don't mean to interrupt you, I'm going to give you a little more time, but therein lies the rub, is because of the way the bill's going to work, and honestly, in theory, I don't really have an axe to grind on what you want to do and how you want to do it. Mm-hmm. But the practical side of it and what you're describing right there, again, therein lies the rub, is the officer has no ability, without violating several constitutional precedents regarding probable cause. You made a very astute point about that. Mm-hmm. That without violating several established principles of probable cause, an officer who's trying to determine whether a person, not all of us are like this gentleman that sat in your seat and said he could smell a bad guy like Deputy Dog. I mean, we're not all like that. I'm sure most cops aren't that way. But
it's usually fairly obvious.
Well, I mean, I'm going to disagree with that. But the point is that very issue right there is where there's going to be a crux of issues for law enforcement that don't have the ability and the smell power of Deputy Dog, if that makes sense. Okay. And it's unfortunate because what would happen more often than not is people like you, good folks like you that value their rights, are probably going to have them trampled because you're going to become a litmus test for probable cause. I hope I'm wrong.
We have good lawyers.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you do. I hope I'm wrong. But I want to point out that little incongruent part of it because I think it is incongruent. But I appreciate your testimony, and you can finish up. I'm sorry.
Sure. And just to respond to that, it really doesn't matter either way whether you're correct or I'm correct or whatever the case may be, this law does not change one way or the other what the witness test for probable cause is in a context such as that. But to continue my testimony, I will say that a felon is not, or an individual who is not able to be legal to carry, is going to, if they want to carry, they're going to carry anyway. They already do. There are people all across the state who are not licensed to carry, who carry anyway. And that's why we have crime. If you look at the crime statistics, amongst those who are licensed to carry, it's minuscule how many people with licenses commit crime. Far less than even police officers. So those individuals are carrying already. Those individuals are out there on the streets. Those individuals are committing crimes. And it's up to us to stop blocking the people who are not committing crimes from being able to defend themselves and putting undue restrictions upon that. And
all right,
everything else I think has
Mr.
pretty much
Garcia,
already been covered.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you
So
for coming.
I'm open to any other questions.
Any questions, members? None? Okay, we need to get, thank you all, appreciate it. Mr. Grisham, Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Landover, and then on the on deck, we need Andrew Clements, Lauren Landover, and Amy Mobley Turney. Please, be ready. And then you guys have heard me say it before and heard Chairman King say it, but I'll say it again, is name who you represent and your position on the bill. And we'll start with Mr. Grisham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. We truly appreciate it. I think, Mr. Navarez, you should actually change your profession to fortune teller, because last session you said we'd be back, and you were right.
I'm good like that, huh?
I want to start off by reading a quote here. When firearms are openly carried by untrained individuals, it is less likely that these individuals will properly retain control of their weapons. Therefore, others are able to easily disarm carriers in order to use the weapons against innocent bystanders. Allowing the carry of deadly weapons could cause the escalation of disagreements between citizens and could lead to increased incidents of violence and deadly weapons in the state of Mississippi. Take out the state of Mississippi, and you're hearing the exact same arguments here in Texas. Well, the same people that made those claims, Ken Winter, who was the director of the State Association of the Chiefs of Police, and this was about the constitutional carry bill in Mississippi, was asked about this a few years after the law was passed, and then he had to say this: it's been kind of a non-issue. So we don't have to guess. We've got all these people in here that have been wrong time and time again. Law enforcement has come in here since 1995 and testified against every pro-gun bill that widened our rights, and they've been wrong every single time. They have zero credibility. Now, I'm not attacking law enforcement, but they have zero credibility on gun issues. Zero. Because they have been wrong consistently. You can listen to their testimony and see what really happened, and there you have it. I would also like to say that the cleat is wrong. They do not have the authority to just stop somebody and demand to see their IDs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grisham, your time's up.
Okay. So I'll just finish with Terry v. Ohio and Northrop v. Toledo Police Department.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our next witness is Jason Rogers. Same drill, Mr. Rogers, please.
Hey, Jason Rogers. I'm representing Texas Carry as well as myself. Mr. Chairman, we are for HB 375. While we agree that there is definitely an advancement of rights involved, we do also feel that there are some changes that need to be made. Those in the areas of campus carry, as well as the age, being 21 and over. With changes made, we would be in full support of the bill and able to move forward in agreement. So that being said, our recommendation and suggestion, as well as humble request, is working with Terry Holcomb of Texas Carry on those changes.
Is that it? Members, are there any questions? And I'm sorry, I didn't ask you if anybody had any questions with Mr. Grisham. Does anybody have any questions with Mr. Grisham? Okay, Mr. Rogers, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Rogers?
Could we just clarify for the record that you are testifying in favor of the bill?
We are testifying in favor of the bill.
Thank you.
Okay, no questions of Mr. Rogers. Next witness is Mr. Landover, Mr. Jorge Landover. Can you, same thing, same drill.
Jorge Landovar testifying in favor of HB 375.
Who do you represent?
I represent myself. And one thing I want to bring up, this slavery issue has been brought up several times, as Mr. Johnson brought up. Part of the reason it's brought up is because there is a famous Supreme Court case where racists on the Supreme Court actually used the carry of arms as a reason to deny citizenship to blacks. The case is Dred Scott. Here, quoting from Dred Scott: "Every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself or the state, but wrong one. And and it would give them the full liberty of speech in public and in private upon all subjects upon which its own citizens might speak, to hold public meetings upon political affairs, and to keep and carry arms wherever they went." And they were citing that as why they did not want blacks to have citizenship, why they could not be treated as people. It was specifically because they were scared they might have guns. Also, right now we do have constitutional carry in Texas, but only if I'm not in my own county. If I'm in my county in Tarrant, I can't actually carry my gun legally without a license. But if I go to your county, Section 46.15b.
Landover, I got to interrupt you right there.
Yes.
Time. Can you just wrap it up? You got 2 seconds.
Yes, sir. Section 46.15b2 of the Penal Code allows me to carry while traveling on my person legally without a license.
That was 6 seconds. Can I get 4 seconds back?
Here.
All right. So we got. All right. Thank you all. Any questions for Mr. Landover? No. All right. So now we've got Mr. Clements, Ms. Landover, and Ms. Turney, and then on deck we have Mr. Glossa, Michael Gilden, and David Ahmad. So who do we have? We have Ms. Landover and Ms. Turney, right? Okay, Ms. Landover, please. And go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Lauren Landivar. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I don't want to take the full 2 minutes. I listened to this and I hear a lot of facts being presented, and so I looked up a couple of them while I was doing this. I know that people are concerned about accidental shootings with kids, but the statistics that are being presented don't take into account gang members killing other gang members. I actually looked up a Diane Sawyer special report on ABC in 2014. It said that 98 kids in the entire country died in accidental shootings in 2010, a number that is on the decline despite the increased access to firearms. U.S. population at the time was 308 million, so that's a percent of 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 the population that is having any problem here. To put that in perspective, there were over 30,000 car fatalities. You're more likely to die falling out of bed than you are to be a kid in an accidental shooting. So that was just the one that stuck by me, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Any questions for Ms. Landover? None? The chair calls Ms. Turney. Ms. Turney, same thing, please.
Yes. My name is Amy Mobley Turney. I'm testifying as myself and as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas against House Bill 375.
Yes, ma'am.
We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Thank you for allowing us to share the League of Women Voters of Texas position on this bill. We oppose House Bill 375. Our position on gun safety, like other League positions, is derived through a lengthy and thoughtful process involving the participation of 25 local leagues representing more than 5,000 members and supporters throughout the state of Texas. The League of Women Voters of Texas opposes this proposed legislation because it removes virtually every safeguard currently in place to ensure that dangerous individuals are prevented from carrying handguns in public by repealing requirements that people carrying handguns apply for a permit and repealing certain eligibility standards such as passing a background check and demonstrating proof of firearms safety training. The Second Amendment is one sentence. It reads in its entirety, a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote in his majority opinion in District of Columbia v. Heller, there seems to us no doubt on the basis of both text and history that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms. Of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not. Thus, we do not read the Second Amendment to protect the right of citizens to carry arms for any sort of confrontation.
Excuse me, ma'am. I think you're out of time, so I'm going to give you 2 seconds to wrap up.
Thank you. I will wrap up with his last statement, which was, he states that the prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under the Second Amendment.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of Ms. Turney? No questions? Thank you all. And so we need Mr. Randy Glossa. Oh, Andrew Clements, is he? Where is he? What do we need to do for him? We have Andrew Clements, and we're going to show him he was representing himself, and he was for the bill. And so now we've got Randy Glossa, Michael Gilden, and David Ahmad. Same thing that I've asked the other witnesses. Who are you, sir? I'm sorry.
Randy Glossop.
Mr. Glossop. All right, Mr. Glossop. The chair calls Randy Glossop.
So,
go ahead.
Randy Glossop. I'm representing myself and my family, and I am for House Bill 375.
Thank you.
And I guess really I'm not terribly complicated on this matter, but I hear a lot of liberal talking points about this Heller case and a lot of training. But, and I guess the training sounds good, and I'd probably sign up for that as soon as they get some of these criminals trained up. I mean, because it seems to me like this constitutional carry bill is for law-abiding citizens, but yet all the restrictions, are being put on law-abiding citizens, where the criminals, they already have their firearms. I guess the other thing I hear is just a lot of misinformation. I keep hearing people quoting the Heller case. The Heller case struck down an unconstitutional ban on ownership in your house, and the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision affirmed that the Second Amendment was an individual right to keep and bear arms. So, it kind of seems like facts don't care about your feelings because, they are facts. And I do want to say that I appreciate all of you serving our great state of Texas.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Glossop? None? Thank you, Mr. Glossop. Appreciate you. Now we've got Michael Gilden, who appeared for himself or registered for himself and for the bill. Did not come. And we have David Ahmad, who registered for the bill and represented himself and Open Carry Texas. And now we've got Rachel Malone, Justine Benavides, and Heather Hill. And then on deck, we've got Brandon Michael Davis, Susan Dantzler, and John Britton. Your name, please?
I'm David Ahmed.
Can you tell us your... Oh, okay. So, well, hold on. 1 second. You want to go ahead? Just 1 second. Is Rachel Malone? Yeah. Come on, Rachel. How about Miss Hill?
No, I just didn't hear I was on deck. You're good.
Come on.
My name is Rachel Malone.
No, hold on.
Sorry.
Mr. Ahmad, go ahead.
My name is David Ahmed. I'm the Vice President of Open Carry Texas. I'm representing myself and that organization, and I'm here to testify for 375. I've heard a lot of emotional arguments against this bill, so I thought I'd argue for it with a few cold, hard facts. And it's as simple as this. In 1995, we got licensed concealed carry. It was said there was going to be blood in the streets. That never happened. That is a fact, and everyone here knows it. 2009, we got the Texas Motorist Protection Act. That allows anyone who can legally own a gun to legally carry that gun in their vehicle. They said that there was going to be shootouts and chaos. That never happened. That is a fact, and everyone here knows it. Last session, we got open carry. They said it was going to take us back to the Wild West. That never happened. That is a fact, and everybody here knows it. So eventually, when we do get constitutional carry, and we will, because we're never going to stop, you know what's going to happen? Nothing. And that is a fact, and everybody here knows it.
I've got a question for you, sir. So if nothing's going to happen, why don't we just stay pat?
I'm sorry?
I mean, if nothing's going to happen, why don't we just stand? In other words, if nothing's nothing, why don't we just stay pat where we are?
I'm a little confused, sir. Are you asking why do anything if it's...
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like, and I mean, again, I'm just kind of following what you're saying to its logical conclusion. I agree with you. You know, there's a lot of hyperbole on both sides of the issue.
Right.
So if it doesn't make a difference, you know, it's 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other, what do we do?
Oh, it's not 6 on one hand and half a dozen on the other. Right now, in order to do what I should be just simply allowed to do because it's my right, I have to jump through hoops and pay a bunch of money. I have to ask permission that I should not have to ask for. It's as simple as that.
Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm not done. I got one more question. Did you hear Mr. Glossop when he said that about the training and criminals don't need training? Would you agree with me that the training has to do not so much with being able to deal with a criminal, but how to actually handle the gun, meaning loading it, how to properly point it, how to keep it from discharging, how to keep from shooting yourself in the foot.
That's right.
You know, how to point it up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how to check if there's a round in the chamber, how to take it apart,
Mm-hmm.
how to clean it.
That's right.
And also learning where and when are the places that you can carry it, some of the safety issues. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily how to be, you know, I don't know, Dirty Harry, but learning how to handle the gun.
How to use it properly.
Right. And so we can distinguish training, you know, SEAL training or how to be a cop training from actually handling the gun, right?
That's right.
And the majority of us have to, at some point, we're not born and all of a sudden we pick up a firearm and, you know, we're spinning it around and taking it apart and putting it back together. We don't do that, right? You know, a child doesn't just pick up a gun and start figuring out how to do that. They learn.
No, you have to learn how.
Okay, and so you would agree with me at some point that has to be taught.
Yes, absolutely.
And at some point, not only does it have to be taught, but it has to be demonstrated that you can actually do it, right?
Yes, sir. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think folks carry a gun?
Hold on. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Is you testify and we ask the questions and you answer it.
Okay.
I'll answer your question out there, but not here.
Okay, so
right now,
do I get to respond to your question?
You can answer the question.
Okay, my answer to the question is very simply this. People carry a gun because they want to stay alive. And in order to stay alive, to use that gun to defend yourself, you have to know how to use it.
Yeah.
It's just as simple as that, which means that people go and learn how to use that gun long before they apply for a license. Someone who goes and applies for a license already knows how to use a gun. And by the way, have you ever taken the license to carry class?
Yeah.
There's very little gun instruction. It's mostly a law class.
I've got a concealed permit, but my point being is it's got to get taught somewhere.
I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you.
And my response to that is gun owners want to be taught. We naturally seek that out. We don't want to carry that gun around as a showpiece. It's a tool. And we need to know how to use that tool, so we learn all on our own. We don't need daddy government to tell us that we have to.
You're preaching to the choir, Mr. All right, so now we've got, did you have a question? You good? All right, let's go. Ms. Malone, same drill, please.
My name is Rachel Malone. I'm representing myself and Texas Firearms Freedom, and I am testifying in favor of HB 375 constitutional carry. I've testified on dozens of bills, and I have never been more excited to testify on a bill than I am to testify in favor of this one today, because I believe this is the most important thing that we can do to make Texas a safer and freer and stronger state. So constitutional carry has been my number one priority, but it's not only mine. As I've been asked to speak to various groups, dozens of groups, speaking to hundreds of people throughout Texas, even especially within the past couple of months, many of the groups specifically ask me to speak on constitutional carry. They want to know what it is, and as soon as they hear what it is, they want to know what they can do to support it. And this is not just fringe gun groups or radical groups. These are groups of people who are interested in promoting liberty or promoting legislation or various things that could be good for their communities who may never even want to carry a gun, and they realize this is good legislation for our state. Constitutional carry is becoming a trend not only in Texas, but throughout the United States. In 2013, there were 4 or 5 states that recognized constitutional carry. And now, a mere 4 years later, nearly 25% of states have solid, unlicensed open or concealed carry for those who may possess a firearm. And several others have a form. I think close to 31 states have unlicensed open carry. A number of others are considering full constitutional carry. If we wait another 2 years to get this, we're going to be maybe the 45th state to boldly go where everybody else has already gone. This has been an energizing issue within the Republican Party of Texas as well. I gave a speech in 2014 to the Platform Committee, and I got a unanimous standing ovation, which is kind of hard to do in RPT Platform Committee.
Ms. Malone?
Yes, am I out of time?
Yeah, 2 seconds.
All right, I ask you to pass constitutional carry for the safety and good of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Any questions for Ms. Malone? The other thing I remind all the witnesses is, we've been here for quite a while, and we're probably going to be here a little bit longer, is if you could all limit your comments to something that we haven't heard yet or something. And I know everybody wants to say their piece, and that's fine. And if you can't, and if you just want to say that, that's great. We agree with that. But just if we can, cover some new ground, it'd be great. Ma'am, your name.
Thank you very much.
Your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Members of the Committee of Homeland Security and Public Safety, thank you for your time. My name is Heather Hill, and I'm representing myself, and I am a representative of Come and Take It, Texas. I am testifying in favor of HB 375. I don't know why we are here fighting for what is already our constitutionally protected right, but our human right endowed by our Creator to defend ourselves. For goodness sakes, this is Texas, home of the Alamo, or have we forgotten our history? Come and Take It, Texas has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt the police response time is more than 15 minutes, even when their only assignment that day, along with the international media, was to know where we were reenacting a Mac Moss shooting on the campus of UT. My firearm is very valuable to me and all gun owners, so we protect them as such against being lost and stolen. And if a woman who actually testified against this bill today can walk around with her giant boobs hanging out, following and harassing me while I'm legally carrying my long arm for my own protection, I should be allowed to constitutionally carry my concealed sidearm against these types of dangerous people without further burdens. Incidentally, I was in Dallas that day the police officers were shot. Only one single person was open carrying their long arm. Perhaps if the people had been armed against the single shooter who killed all those officers, they would not have dared. So I ask you all, please do what's right and pass HB 375 through this committee. Thank you so much, Jonathan Stickland, for all you do to protect the people of Tarrant County. Safety lessons and licensing driving haven't prevented all the deaths that occur each year. Training should be taught in the schools. I'm done.
Any questions for Ms. Hill? Ms. Hill, I'm sorry. Members, any questions? No? Thank you, Ms. Hill. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Our next, or somebody was on the list was Ms. Benavides, Justine Benavides. She registered against the bill and on behalf of Mom's Demand. All right, so our next group is Mr. Davis, Ms. Dantzler, and Ms. Britton. And again, I'll just remind you, let's not tread old ground. Let's see if there's something new we can say about this and kind of shorten it up if we can. Appreciate you. And then our on deck is Mark Garza, Patrick Hughes, and Adam Kahn. So who do we have here?
Susan Dantzler.
Okay, and John Britton, right?
John Britton.
Okay. Ms. Dantzler, can you tell us your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent?
Yes, sir. I want to thank you first for bringing this to the committee. My name is Susan Dantzler. I'm testifying for House Bill 375. I represent myself. My fear is not imagined, it's real. My father's name is Donald Archie Taylor. He was a husband, my daddy, a Texan, and a staff sergeant in the U.S. Army. He served 19 years and 3 months. He served in Vietnam, Germany, and Korea. My dad was stationed at Fort Hood when his life was taken away on May the 19th, 1981. It is not necessary to get into the details of the murder. Guns are not bad. Guns protect us from evil. You will never be able to legislate morality. Even with background checks we have in place, evil, violent people, and they'll find guns. Because I know that criminals will always find a way to harm our families, I choose to carry everywhere I go. I will not be a murder statistic, and neither will anyone else in my family. It's unacceptable that a law-abiding 7th-generation Texan, that I must ask my state for permission.
Ms. Dancer,
I was already granted that permission when I bought the gun that I'm wearing.
Ma'am, could you wrap it up? You got 2 seconds. Please.
I need to add that it took 4 months for me to get my license to carry.
Thank you, ma'am.
What could... I would like to have 10 seconds.
10 seconds, you got it.
Thank you. Okay. It took 4 months for me to get my license. That's not acceptable. What could have happened during that period of time? My dad was taken away in the blink of an eye. The state of Texas is fingerprinting innocent Texans.
I'm going to have to cut you off right
I'm going to urge you all to please pass this out of committee.
Thank you very
and
much.
to champion it on the floor.
I appreciate that. Now we've got Mr. Britton. Mr. Britton, again, I'd appreciate if you kind of stay within the time frame. You know, we'll come and go here and there, but let's try to stay within those 2 minutes.
All right.
Thank you. And your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
My name's John Britton. I represent myself, family, and friends who couldn't be here, and my organization, Cold Dead Hands, Second Amendment Advocacy Group. First of all, Article 1, Section 23 has been mentioned a couple of times. I'd like to read the full article into the record. Article 1, Section 23, every citizen...
Mr. Britton, did you give us your position on the bill?
Oh, I'm for HB 375. Article 1, Section 23 reads, every citizen shall have the right to keep and bear arms in the lawful defense of himself and the state. But the legislature shall have the power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime. Now, bearing and wearing are 2 completely different things. You had asked the question, Mr. Navarez, why don't we just stand pat? You'll see a lot of people here today wearing their pistols on their hip. I'm not, because I haven't sought the permission of the state to exercise my right, and I refuse to. I shouldn't have to. And regulating the wearing of arms might be conceivably covering open versus concealed carry, but it should not be and cannot be conceived to limit people's ability to bear arms in the first place. Constitutional carry or permitless carry is where we've been heading. We've been nickel and diming it with concealed carry and then with license and then open carry with license. And now we're here to constitutional carry, and it's time to restore the rights of Texans.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. I appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Britton? There's none. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Chair calls, and I'll get this wrong, but Brandon Michael Daves. Are you here, sir?
Almost done.
Chair calls Brandon Michael Daves. Are you here, sir? Davis. Brandon Michael Davis. Okay. For now, be shown as not wishing to testify, but registering against HB 375. Chair calls Mark Garza, Patrick Hughes, Adam Kahn. Mark Garza, Patrick Hughes, Adam Kahn. And, sir, what's your name?
Hi, Mark Garza.
Okay, Mark.
I'm sorry, Mark Garza.
That's
testifying on behalf of Open Carry Texas and myself. And I'd like to think that I'd be testifying, or that the most disabled people that I know that are 2A proponents would agree that we need to pass this bill. But I'm for please passing HB 375.
Okay, thank you very much. And, sir, your name is?
My name is Patrick Hughes. I am for HB 375, and I am...
Are you representing yourself today?
I am representing myself. I am also representing Cold Dead Hands, Second Amendment Advocacy Group, and the 1.75 million supporters that follow us, as well as 10 million of them being Texans.
All right.
We've heard so much today. I appreciate all of you for being here and being the public servants that you are. Emphasis on servants, because you are definitely servants. Jonathan, thank you so much for what you've done. I really only have one question, and I think that all of us can agree that we have a right to keep and bear arms. I think all of us agree to that. I think the Constitution addresses that, and I think 99% of the people here believe we have the right. But I ask you to listen to the definition of privilege. By Merriam-Webster, a special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group of people. It's a special right granted. When you issue a permit and you ask somebody to pay for it, it now becomes a privilege, not a right. This, what we have in Texas today, is a privilege. We have to ask for permission from the state, and we have to pay a fee. That is no longer a right. Our founders guaranteed us a right to keep and bear arms, as most people will agree. I think that we could get back to constitutional carry, and I think it can make this state safer, because we talk about law abiding, but I promise that 99% of the people in here are not law abiding, because we've broken a law. If you speed down the highway, you have broken a law. You are no longer law abiding. But law abiding is what we have in a law-abiding person is somebody who respects the natural rights of the other citizens and do not infringe upon those rights. When you have law-abiding citizens, which I believe most Texans are, then they are protectors. And if you arm the protectors, we chase the criminals out from where they are at. Our criminal justice system can't stop the criminals. They can't stop them in the prisons where we have them unarmed. We can't stop the gangs in prisons. We can't stop the crime. We can't stop the drugs or the alcohol in prisons. If we can't stop it in the prison system where we've got them holed up, how do we stop it in the streets? We arm the citizens, and we let them handle and force the criminals to no place, no victims.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have to stop you at that point, but
Yes,
thank
sir.
you both for being here today. Adam Kahn, did Mr. Kahn show up? Okay, Mr. Kahn will be shown not testifying, but registered for HB 375. Oh, sir, was there something else you were wanting to say, or did?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry.
First of all,
I thought you'd finished. Please go ahead.
No. I just wanted to let you know that I was for the bill. But my name is Mark Garza. I'm for House Bill 375. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Open Carry Texas, a member of Open Carry Texas, and also some of my friends that are proponents of the 2A rights that are disabled. I like to say handy-capable.
Okay.
But I'm going to go over just real briefly some talking points. I like to call them bullet points, pun intended. And I'm so glad I'll never know what it's like to stump my pinky toe on the coffee table. As a gentleman pointed out, you have to worry about shooting your foot off. Well, I'm so glad I don't have to worry about that. I'm eager to see whether when this bill passes, that they strike shoulder and belt holster, because I carry appendix, and I'm worried about blowing something else off. Having said that, I want to tell you a little story real quick. I only got 2 minutes, but I'm going to go through this real quickly. My brother-in-law was banging on my door, running from the law. He's into drugs, in and out of incarceration, and he was banging on my back door. And I was terrified. You know, I want you to know that I back the police. I'm the first ones to call the police. But he was banging on my door, and I was scared. I called the police, and They said, we'll get somebody over. I can't even begin to tell you how long it was before they came. And he was already gone. Well, I found out moments later that it was my brother-in-law trying to get in to hide from the law. Anyway, they take forever. That's my point, that when seconds count, help is minutes away. I carry this gun because I can't carry a police officer. And it's really the statistic that guy was saying about police officers missing their target. It's really astounding, and don't take my word for it. I don't have the statistics to prove it, but I urge each and every one of you to fact check what I'm telling you. It's known that police shoot and kill more people than law-abiding citizens, and those that are for the 2A. There's always been question on who's the criminal. Well, that's easy. Who's the one that's doing the shooting? You know. Just a little bit more here. Oh, and I also wanted to say that I have something in common with MDA. I believe that they say that it's more likely that you get shot if there's a gun in the house. Well, I believe you're several times likely to fall down the stairs if you have a 2-story house and you have a staircase. So, that being said, I think I'm out of time. There's a couple of other things I had, and I can't find my notes. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and finish with please pass, do the right thing and pass House Bill 375. And God bless each and every one of you, and God bless this great state of Texas. Thank you.
Good. Thank you for being here today. Next three up. Again, I'll try Mr. Kahn, Adam Kahn. All right, again, he'll be shown not testifying, but for HB 375. Chair calls Amy Hedke, Melissa Holmes, Al Lindsay. Amy Hedke. Got it? Oh, there you are. I know you. You're kind of famous right now, so
I am.
You know, for better or worse. Melissa Holmes, good. And do we have Al Lindsay? All right. Just before you all get started, on deck we have Joanne. We got to work on your writing. I mean, it's just got. Okay, Newberger, Elizabeth Bray, Leslie Irvin on deck. All right, who would like to go first? All right, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Amy Hedke, representing myself, and I am speaking on this bill because as much as I like Jonathan and my friends here today, this bill still needs to be heavily amended to gut the state infringements. The Heller decision was referenced that alleges restrictions on the Second Amendment. Listen to that again, please. The Heller decision alleges restrictions on the Second Amendment. This is a prime example of why we need the states to be a check on the bad opinions issued by a court that does not want to support and defend the natural right of self-defense or look up the definition of the words shall not be infringed. Y'all are supposed to be our guards of future security, but instead of protecting our rights, you are joining in on the infringing. SCOTUS has screwed up on previous decisions. They are not infallible and more of them should be impeached. Amend this bill to reflect more freedom. The Declaration of Independence recognizes the laws of nature and of nature's God, which includes affirmation of the right to alter or abolish our government. The natural right to defense of self and others is not dependent upon categories of people. People are not cattle to be divided up into categories or trained to your expectations. And Representative Johnson, you might not think the involuntary nature of your state laws are slavery, but when men with guns deprive us of our liberty for not jumping through your papers to act, that is a type of slavery, whether you like it or not. The irony is that gun control in Texas started as a Jim Crow law to control allegedly free slaves. Gun control is not the mark of free men or righteous leaders. The biggest problem with this categories of people excuses the government itself. The average American commits 3 felonies a day. You just haven't been convicted yet. We should be focusing on actually addressing violent behavior, not creating criminals via paperwork and licenses. And why do the people think they won't be able to do their jobs if there are no licenses or training on this? Do they really consider themselves that incompetent? Police in other unlicensed carry states are able to figure it out. And I bet if you add up all those other states, you just might end up with an area almost as large and populated as Texas. There is a reason the constitutions assert powers to make laws, not rights to do so. The rights belong to the individuals. Amend this bill to remove all state infringements and protect Texans from federal infringement.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. May I make an amendment to this bill to try to make sure that nobody in here has any more liberties to do anything that they don't want to do? May I make an amendment to this bill that says you no longer have the right to come before this body and speak your free mind? May I make the amendment that you
your character
take away
on display
all of your freedoms, because you continue
your character
to say
on
this
display.
Is, you continue to say that this
let
is
the representative
slavery.
speak, please.
I'm just simply trying to let you guys know. We live
Begging
by
for
laws.
freedom doesn't help.
We live by laws. We all do. All of us live by laws.
And rights.
We all do. Slavery was a law enacted against a particular group of people that said, no, you don't have the freedom to do anything, and we will do everything to you. Not everybody, but a particular group of people. I'm simply telling you, I take offense to the fact that you are asking, or you comparing slavery.
I take offense to your gun
open
control.
Carry. Simply is what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a second. Thank you. And Representative, you certainly can bring amendments at the appropriate time to a bill before a committee or on the floor. And I'm going to have to, again, just remind everybody to not speak out from the audience, if you would, please. Ma'am, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you, sir. My name is Melissa Holmes. I'm representing myself and my friend Katie Passman.
Okay,
She's deceased, sir, so I'm the only one who can speak for her.
maybe you can just state your, let's think of how we want to do that. Maybe you can say that she's your motivator. You can't really testify for somebody else, and we have these odd rules, and we don't
May I
want to,
offer this testimony in her memory?
I think that's a great way to do it.
Thank
That's
you,
a
sir.
great idea. I just don't want to inadvertently kind of create a point of order that we have to
Sure.
deal with later. So
Sure, I know
so
y'all got
please.
your rules.
So again, state your name,
Mhm.
that you're testifying in her memory. That's just wonderful, and that you
All right.
and let us know if you're testifying on, for, or against.
Thank you, sir. My name is Melissa Holmes. I'm testifying representing myself and in the memory of my friend Katie Passman.
And you also registered that you're representing Mothers Demand Action, I think.
I support that group. I'm not officially a part
not,
of it.
Not officially representing them. Okay.
Yes, sir.
May I change your?
Yes, sir. That's fine. Okay. And I am here to speak against this bill.
Okay. Please proceed.
I'm perhaps unusual for the speakers today in that I represent someone who's not really on the extreme right or left of this issue. I would have every reason to want to ban all guns. I lost someone I loved, a dear friend of 18 years, to gun violence. It will be 8 years ago this Sunday that she was killed. But even before I met Katie, I loved the Constitution. I have heard a lot today about the Second Amendment. But there seems to be some confusion about how the Constitution works. Every single amendment has limitations. Even rights as sacred as speech, assembly, and religion may have reasonable limits put on them when they infringe on the rights and safety of others. The Second Amendment is no different. It's important, but it's not any more important than any of the other amendments. Even the NRA supports responsible gun ownership. It is not an unconscionable offense against heaven to expect that all people carrying dangerous objects in public should at least have a modicum of training in how to be safer with those objects. I should feel safe knowing that a person I see carrying a handgun has a permit and knows how to handle themselves. I miss Katie every day, and I will always wonder what could have been if the man that killed her had not been able to buy a gun. But I don't wonder about the Constitution. I know the Bill of Rights is there first and foremost to keep us safe and free. 375 is unnecessary. Gun owners in Texas already have their rights. Please protect mine.
Okay. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
Chair call. And we had called up Al Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay, or have you made it? All right. Mr. Lindsay will be shown not testifying and that he wished to be, then he's registered against HB 375. Chair calls Joan Newberger, or correction, yeah, Newberger, Elizabeth Bray, and Leslie Irvin. Joan Newberger, Elizabeth Bray, and Leslie Irvin. Wow. And on deck will be Carl Zietz, Linda Briscoe Myers, and Cody Jordan. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the last three we have. If there's anybody else wishing to testify, you need to go register. Don't feel like you have to. And ma'am, your name is?
Hi, my name is Leslie Irvin.
Okay.
And I'm on the board of Texas Gun Sense, and I am reading.
Are you testifying on behalf of that organization today?
Against.
And so you're testifying on behalf of the organization?
Oh yeah, I'm testifying. Well, what I'm doing is I'm testifying on behalf of one of our members, or one of our volunteers who couldn't be here today. She came and then had to leave because she felt
okay,
ill.
Let's work through that just a little bit. You can't testify for somebody else. You can testify for yourself, and if somebody asks you to fill in, that's fine.
Okay.
So,
So I'll read her testimony.
Let's do it this way. You've stated your name. Tell us the organization that you're representing today.
I'm on the board of Texas Gun Sense.
All right. And are you testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
Against HB 375.
Right. Okay. Please proceed with your testimony.
All right. So I'm going to read this verbatim what she gave to me today.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
And just a second, Representative Stickland.
I just a little bit nervous about reading some of the word and verbiage that have been used by some of those testifying against. But
this is your testimony that somebody helped you prepare, if I understand.
No, this is one of our volunteers who was here earlier today. Her name is Marion Hoy, and she became ill, so she had to leave. So
Okay.
she asked me
So-
if I would read her testimony.
Start over, say her name, who she represents, and if she's against the bill, she can read whatever she wants.
Okay. Let's just back it up a little bit, and I'm sorry to be so confusing
Oh, no,
on
that's
this.
okay.
But Mr. Stickland's very concerned there might be a point of order raised at some point, so we want to make sure we do things right.
Okay.
So it's you you understand you're the one testifying, not your friend. If you want to read something, you can read whatever you want to read. So let's just kind of start over. You state your name, the organization you're representing.
Okay, my name is Leslie Irvin, and I'm on the board of Texas Gun Sense.
And you're testifying against?
Against.
HB 375.
HB 375.
Please proceed with your testimony.
All right. My name is Marion Hoy. Okay, so I can't say read this. All right, so I will say my name is Leslie Neal, and I'm reading Marion Hoy's letter she gave
That's
me.
fine.
Okay. Marion Hoy is a former Dallas peace officer, and she has been a TCOL instructor and has been training Texas peace officers since March of 1988. I'm speaking for her today against HB 375. I believe this bill excludes any consideration for the safety of Texas peace officers, as well as the safety of multitudes of Texans who choose not to carry weapons. If passed, what this bill will do is our well-trained and devoted men and women in law enforcement, one, will not have a prayer of defending themselves against an untrained, unlicensed, and unscreened gunman, and two, You will have placed a target on the backs of every peace officer in the state of Texas. Anytime you introduce and invite people to carry guns who have no training, no background screening, and have met no licensing requirements, you're inviting a tragedy. With this bill, you open the door that encourages gun violence, and once that door is open, you can never control the violence that comes through it. The introduction of this bill is prima facie evidence that you have not done your historical research on gun violence in this country, not only toward innocent citizens, but targeted peace officers. So to help you, she pulled together statistics of 50 active shooting situations in the U.S., where 657 innocent persons and peace officers were killed. The breakdown of the 50 shooters is as follows. They were radicalized white supremacists, racists, disgruntled employees, ex-spouse shootings, angry unknown reasons, among others. 9 of the people were depressed, and 24 of the people were mentally ill. With HB 375, you can see how with the DPS license to carry program and Texas Penal Code safeguards removed, you will make our lives and the lives of Texas peace officers more vulnerable to death by guns. It's difficult enough out there for our Texas peace officers. If you pass this bill, you'll take away the power of peace officers not only to protect themselves, but to protect us, the citizens. Thank you, and please don't pass HB 375.
Okay.
And I know you need 15 of these, but she only gave me one.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
That was okay. Just last time, Joan Newberger. Well, she'll be shown not testifying, but against HB 375. Elizabeth Bray be shown not testifying, but against HB 375. We have, let me call up Carl Zietz, Linda Briscoe Myers, and Cody Jordan. And then, Mr. Cohn, we do have you down, and you'll be next. Did you sign that? I don't think you can do that. No, members don't. You can speak all you want, but you.
I'm sure you can. Members can testify. Mr. Shett, represent yourself.
Okay.
Sure.
I've never seen.
Just give me a minute.
Let's check on that.
Yeah, I've seen you done.
All right. Carl, do you want to go first?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Carl, please state your name, who you're representing, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
My name is Carl Zietz. I am representing myself, and I'm speaking out against House Bill 375. I do this from experience with firearms. I'm a service-disabled veteran that served 21 years. I am also a gun owner. My father was a lifetime member of the NRA and an accomplished expert shot. He was adamant about gun safety. When I joined the service, I was already an expert marksman. That meant nothing in boot camp. Before anyone could even touch a weapon, we all spent an entire day on firearm and range safety. This included passing both the written and practical test, and that was just the very beginning of it. The reason our armed forces require this training is that history has proven it more than prudent that people be educated on firearm safety before handling a loaded firearm. They are inherently dangerous. Firearms were designed for killing, and they've gotten much more efficient in the last 200 years. I'm not advocating taking guns away from people. I am advocating that we ensure that people that operate firearms have received training in the fundamentals of firearm safety before they carry a loaded weapon. House Bill 375 would remove all firearm safety requirements from the laws of Texas. I cannot see any positives that come from that. There are many negatives besides the obvious firearm handling safety issue. It puts a heavy burden on law enforcement. Our law enforcement officers will now have an even tougher time distinguishing criminals from law-abiding citizens in the split second they are required to do so. This would now allow 18-year-olds with no prior knowledge of firearms to carry a loaded weapon everywhere they go. This adds an entire new aspect to the danger involved. If these bills pass, there will be fatalities because of it. You all know this. You may not admit it publicly, but you know it. Who will be the first one to die? Will it be the patrol officer? Will it be a curious child? Or just some innocent random person standing downrange? All these will happen. The question is, who's first? I spent many years traveling in and out of third world countries during the drug wars of the late 80s and 90s. The one thing they all had in common was everybody carried. The carnage was everywhere. These bills are a step backwards toward that end. Please understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375.
Thank you. My name is Linda Briscoe Myers, and I'm here on behalf of my family. I also am a member of Moms Demand Action. I'm here today to speak out against House Bill 375. I just want to share a personal experience that has helped solidify my stance on this. In September 2010, I walked to my job at the University of Texas Ransom Center. 5 minutes after I passed, a shooter ran down 21st Street, firing off shots right where I had walked. The whole campus went on lockdown for hours. My young twins, who at that point were still in pull-ups, were on lockdown at the campus daycare about 2 miles away. This ordeal lasted until UTPD and SWAT completed a complete sweep of campus and found only one shooter, a 19-year-old student, dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound from the birthday present he had received from his father. This dangerous bill will make it easier for people who should not own a gun to do so. The young and emotional, people with mental health issues, the untrained and unvetted. I'm here to respectfully request that we maintain our current license to carry laws. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Cody Jordan. Oh, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Cody Jordan.
My name is Cody Jordan. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking in favor of the bill. I'm a constituent of Representative Stickland. I'm very thankful that he's brought this bill up a second session in a row. We do love him in the district, and I know that all of you love him as well. I wanted to also tell Chairman King that I really like the fee reduction bill that you brought up. I believe it was last week. I think that these two bills are perfectly complementary. Passing a reduction of the fee allows me to get a license cheaper so that I can carry out of state, while simultaneously passing this bill allows me to carry without having to get the permit at all. And there was some discussion about the carry age. Representative Holland seemed to have some concerns about that. I have some 18-year-old female family members that are going off to college and taking night classes, and it would make me feel more comfortable if they were able to defend themselves on campus. And I would urge y'all to leave that provision in the bill. I support Representative Stickland putting that in there. And I know as good Republicans you won't oppose self-defense rights for adults on campus. And whether or not this bill makes it to the governor's desk is not this panel's concern. If you guys pass this out, the 75,000 supporters that put their names on those petitions this morning, those guys will do all the work. So you guys get this out of this committee and let us take it from there. Thank you.
Good. Perfect timing, by the way. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Chair calls Martin Cohn. And ladies and gentlemen, we have one more witness after this, and then I think we're through. Proud of everybody. Good. Mr. Gunn, go ahead.
Well, it looks like we're finally here. My name's Martin Cohn. I'm speaking for HB 375, and I'm representing myself.
Okay, thank you.
I've heard a lot of things said today. I've heard a lot of opinions and feelings. Fortunately, that's not what our rights are about. We're a constitutional republic, which has been mentioned. It's you people's job to make sure that our rights are protected. The other thing that I really kind of caught my ear was when there were some discussions about the Texas Constitution, Article 1, Section 23. And the last part of that, but the legislature shall have power by law to regulate the wearing of arms with a view to prevent crime. And that always kind of gets my interest, because there isn't a single gun control or any gun law, because we all know they're the same thing, that's ever been passed that does anything to prevent crime. It punishes crime, but there's nothing that you can do as legislators that are going to prevent crime. So approving 375 or not doesn't change that fact. What it does do is allow the gun owners in Texas to exercise their rights with less restrictions, which is what you guys are supposed to be doing. You can't say that we have the authority to regulate to prevent crime when you can't do that. It's your circular logic that doesn't go anywhere. So let's get this passed. We need constitutional carry passed. It's well overdue. Should have happened last session, and the only reason it didn't happen last session is because some folks didn't do their jobs. So I'd really like to not see that happen again. Thank you.
Representative Hinojosa.
I have a question for you. So one of the prohibitions against carrying or the ability to legally carry is that if you can be excluded from that right if you have certain mental illness or you're a felon. Is that something that you believe is? And the reason I ask that, I mention this is because I think those prohibitions are probably in an attempt to prevent crime.
But they don't do anything to prevent crime.
So you're not in support? Do you think that felons...
I don't think there's any law that you as a legislator can write that's going to prevent somebody from committing a crime. Because any criminal is going to do what they want to regardless of what laws you put in place.
So you think
you're not going to prevent a crime by putting those restrictions in or not.
Or on people who are mentally ill.
Have you stopped a crime yet?
Well, it's hard to prove something that didn't happen, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Thanks for proving the point. Anything else?
Members, any questions?
Thanks, folks.
Chair, we have one registered witness left, and that's Representative Matt Schaefer. Please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375. He registered, and we will just tell you, having worked with you before, we are strictly enforcing the 2-minute rule.
I'll talk real slow. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time, members. My name is Matt Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am very much in favor of House Bill 375. Proud to be a joint author on the bill. I wanted to testify as a citizen out of respect for so many people who showed up to do just that. I thought it was incumbent upon me to step over here to say that this is really important, and I'm just blown away by how many people came to testify for and against this bill. It really speaks well to who we are as a people. I have seen freedom lost. I have been to Afghanistan. I have seen freedom lost, and that freedom was lost at the point of a gun by people who had the guns taking freedom away from people who didn't. I've seen the extreme. And I never, ever want anybody to see that or to live that. And I do believe that the history of mankind is one of struggle and of violent struggle at times. And many times it is the gun is the difference between freedom and not. The Second Amendment was not written to protect hunting. It was written to protect us against a tyrannical government. And we do have a fee on the license to carry, and it's really a tax. And it's been said that the power to tax is the power to destroy. And I don't believe we should be taxing freedoms like this. So, Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for your work on this, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify as a citizen today.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 375? Sir, have you already testified? Okay. And did you previously register?
I had registered, but not to testify. But after hearing a lot of the comments, I wanted to.
Okay.
If I could. What's his name?
Come on, what's your name, sir?
Jason Schuster.
Come on up, Mr. Schuster. We'll pull you up and change it to testifying. Give us a second. There's 300 and some odd people to scroll through. All right, we've got you. We're changing you to testifying. Would you please state your name, who you're representing, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
Yes. My name is Jason Schuster. I'll be representing myself, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 375. I'm not an eloquent speaker, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a hardcore activist. So I'm not coming with facts and figures and all these things like most of the folks have here today. I'm also not coming here to judge whether or not this is a right versus a privilege, but only just on a very simple, straightforward note that I believe that this bill is designed to equalize the playing field for law-abiding citizens who are not diehard serious about gun rights. Everyone in this room that is carrying a gun is very serious about their gun rights. They've gone through the process. They're willing to pay the fees. They're willing to go through the training to be able to carry that firearm. But there's a lot of folks that are not willing to do that simply because they're just not that serious about it, even though they may still have a desire to protect their life in situations like, they come across a criminal, a woman who comes across a man who wants to assault her. I believe that this bill is in place to give them a playing field, an equal playing field, to defend themselves without having to be one of those folks that's extremely serious about their rights, not having to be an advocate, to just be able to carry that firearm with them to defend themselves in a situation where they're not going to be considered a felon or breaking the law. That's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
Members? Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 375? Aye. Yes, ma'am.
I want to testify.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you really, really, really sure?
Yeah.
Come on. And you were previously registered, if I remember, and asked, and had changed it to not testifying, but you'd like to go ahead and testify. Come on up, please. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know,
Tell me your name again.
My name is Diana Earl.
All right. We've got you, and we'll change it to from not testifying to testifying. And again, would you please state your name, who you represent? Are you testifying on, for, or against HB 375?
My name is Diana Earl. I'm representing Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense.
Would you pull the microphone up a little bit to you there, just so everybody can hear? There you go.
People always tell me I was loud.
Well, you are, but I want the people who are watching online to be able to hear you.
Okay. So. Hi, my name is Diana Earl. I'm here representing Moms Demand Actions for Gun Sense in America. I am against HB 375. I'm a volunteer with the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and I am speaking against House Bill 375 on behalf of our group. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Quickly, we are a grassroots movement of American mothers fighting for public safety measures that respect the Second Amendment while also protecting us from gun violence. Moms Demand Action is part of Everytown for Gun Safety, the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country with more than 3.5 million members. Many of our members, including me, are survivors of gun violence.
Take your time.
Okay, I apologize.
We have that effect on people.
Yes, y'all do, especially you, Chair. Okay. Okay.
I did. I threw that
Yes.
softball, didn't I?
And usually I'm the tough one, but okay. Okay, on November 16, 2016, my only child, Dedrick Earl, was shot and killed by a disgruntled neighbor at a friend's apartment complex in North Austin. So it was just 4 months ago, in broad daylight. My son's killer was an off-duty security guard who lived near my son's friend's apartment, or who lived in his friend's apartment. Yet despite having had the training on narrow circumstances that call for use of deadly force, he made the choice to use his handgun to threaten my son and his friend out of anger. This man was 47 years old, and my son was 22, and his friend was 18. He shot my son twice, once in the neck and once in the upper torso area. My son died in the ER minutes later. His life couldn't be saved. He was just 22. He was a great person with a heart of gold who loved helping the elderly and less fortunate, and he enjoyed his alone time. I'm left home alone to an empty house. I am no longer a mother, and I would never be a grandmother because he didn't have children. This senseless killing has left me frustrated with our current laws. These types of shootings occur every day all over the U.S., and it is extremely traumatic for someone to have to experience this. I want to do what I can to keep another parent from experiencing this unimaginable loss. That's why I'm here today, to urge this committee to oppose HB 375, an extremely dangerous permitless carry bill. Time and time again, we hear about our legislators and law enforcement are proud of our permit system, which requires a LTC in order for a person to legally carry a loaded handgun in public places. Yet this bill would dismantle our current system, a system over 1.1 million Texans are taking advantage of. In place of the system that has been repeatedly praised, an honest system will be created, one that would not only make it easy for these dangerous people who have already had their permits denied to disregard this law, but one under the amendment that is being considered by the committee today, that would explicitly allow people convicted of violent crimes such as assault to carry loaded handguns in public places. This system would encourage those who might have never had a thought to apply for a permit because they knew they couldn't obtain one, are now able to obtain one. You mentioned before, Matt Schaefer, about family violence. Back in 1996, I was a victim of gun violence. And I had a handgun, and I kept it at home. My abuser abused me for over 2 years. It's public record. It's in the police records. He took my gun, and I don't know what he did with it, but I kept it in my home, and he took it, and he got rid of it. He was wanting to use it on me. He tried to kill me several times by throwing me over a bridge. He strangled me several times where he created critical hemorrhaging in my eye. I almost died. So I'm not against guns. I just want common sense. That's it. So I devoted my life to helping people who are affected, like I am, with the loss of a child and family violence. Thank you. Thank you. I got to work 16 hours tomorrow. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, it's quite a bit. And first off, thank you for going ahead and testifying, and we're very, very sorry for your loss. And thank you for staying all day with us.
Thank you.
Show the picture again, would you?
I have a big one back there. I just didn't want to show it. It's really, really big. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for
Thanks.
being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you all.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 375? Going once, going twice. Okay. The chair hears none and recognizes Representative Stickland to close on his bill.
Members, thank you for your time, but more importantly, thank you for your involvement. I've been a part of a lot of committees, and I know many of you were listening very intently and paying attention and making notes. I saw you doing it, and I want to thank you for that. In closing, I think everything has been said today. I want to say a particular thank you to my friends who have supported our efforts, including Texas Carry, Texas Firearms Freedom, National Association for Gun Rights, Open Carry Texas, Lone Star Gun Rights, Gun Owners of America, and many others who have helped along this effort. I want to thank my colleagues who have signed on to the bill again for your bravery in standing up for what your constituents want. And I look forward to working with you guys and hopefully getting this bill out of committee as soon as possible so that we can have a chance to take it to the full House. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Stickland. Chair withdraws the committee substitute to HB 375, and HB 375 will be left pending at this time.
Thank you, member.
Is Representative White here? Yeah. Okay, great. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank everyone and compliment everyone on trying to work with a large group today in large numbers, and everybody did very well. Thank you. We've got one more bill. Chair is going to lay out now HB 1911, and Chair offers up a committee substitute to HB 1911. The chair recognizes Chairman White to explain his bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and committee members. You've had a long day, so I will try to sum this up and implore everyone out there that we have work to do. And if you want us to get the work done, we got to get the work started. So if you have commented on other bills today, especially in support, we're going to ask you to be very judicious with the time of the committee. I think the committee wants to work on the issue before them, but they need to get working. So I'm going to ask supporters that are supporting this bill to please register one way or the other and allow the committee to start their work as soon as possible, and that's tonight. Again, being brief, members, technically, we already have constitutional carry. Let me say that again, because it's important to catch this. Technically, we already have constitutional carry. Right now, if you are a law-abiding person and you meet certain requirements statutorily, you can carry a long arm, that is a rifle. You can do that now. It's statutory. Right now, you can, if you're a law-abiding Texan, you can place your handgun in the glove compartment of your car. You can do that now. So what HB 1911 attempts to do is to simplify that. So you have one class of law-abiding Texan. That's all it does. And so to my friends in the law enforcement community, whenever you simplify scenarios and it's more black and white, that eases the enforcement. Now, I know there's been a lot of talk about law enforcement, and I'm not a law enforcement officer, I'm not an attorney, but we do have case law that discusses this, that addresses this. And if I'm correct, and I know you are an attorney, Mr. Chairman, if I'm correct, Terry v. Ohio already permits law enforcement to stop, detain, frisk persons who are suspected of a criminal activity without obtaining consent of that individual, even though the officer lacks a warrant or a probable cause. That's case law. That's practice now. So practically, because that's what we always want to talk about, what happens practically. practically, if you're an officer, I hope they're doing this, I know they're doing this, if you approach an automobile, the assumption should be is that they have a weapon in the glove compartment. So we already have unlicensed carry right now. So quickly, under current Texas law, Texans already have the freedom to carry long arms or rifles unlicensed. My legislation seeks to make the laws for handguns reciprocal to that. It doesn't make sense that currently we have more restrictions on carrying a pistol than on carrying a rifle. It doesn't make any sense. Any weapon, as we teach young recruits in the military, any weapon is a danger. Under the bill, those who meet the current eligibility requirements to apply for a license to carry will be able to carry a handgun without the license. Okay, licensed and unlicensed carry will be on even footing without having extra eligibility burdens on citizens to exercise their right to carry a handgun. However, the optional license remains in place to maintain reciprocity agreements made by the governor with other states. So there has been a discussion about people having training. I believe people need to have training. I am for training. We may see other proposals this session that may make access to training more easily online. That's how you incentivize training. You incentivize training by making it accessible. Yes, that's right. Accessible and easy for citizens. HB 1911 puts a protection in place for license holders to be able to petition a court to keep a license. That's in the case that they are having some intersection with the criminal justice system. They can seek this petition. So members, I have some, what do you call these, expert witnesses or resource witnesses, and we're going to ask them to come up, and we're going to ask them to be brief and to the point. We're going to ask our supporters, because I don't know of any opponents. I'm sure they're out there. But we're going to ask our supporters, if you support this legislation, you support the efforts that this committee is looking at, to please register and not to testify. We get it. We want to get to work. So I want to thank you, members, and I will reserve the right to expeditiously close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman White. Members, are there any questions for Chairman White? Okay, we just want folks that are in the overflow room to know that there are open seats here in the main committee room. So if you're in the overflow room and you'd like to come into the main committee room, then we've got some open seats. So we'll now hear testimony from the public. Chair calls Alice Tripp, Terry Holcomb, and Tara Mika. The witnesses that are on deck: Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, and Anthony Seeley. Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, Anthony Seeley are on deck. And we're gonna go, who wants to go first? All right. Mr. Holcomb, we're gonna have you state your name, who you're with, and what your position on the bill is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Terry Holcomb, State Republican Executive Committeeman for SD3. I represent myself, as I'm not allowed to speak on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas, and I am in support of HB 1911. Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I believe I am invited testimony, Mr. White? Yes. Okay. One of the first things that I think I want to address tonight is this question with law enforcement. There's been a lot of question that somehow, if we allow citizens to exercise their lawful right, that law enforcement aren't going to be able to somehow deal with the public. We've heard a lot about Terry v. Ohio, and I just want to put the committee's concerns at ease on this. Terry v. Ohio lowered the legal standard for stopping and frisking in the name of officer safety. That's what it did. From probable cause to reasonable suspicion, I will say this, if the prohibition in 4602 was lifted, which 1911 does not lift the prohibition of 4602, it's important to note that. If the prohibition was removed, then that will take away reasonable suspicion. However, absent of taking it away, it will leave reasonable suspicion that a person with a handgun could be violating 4602. With that being said, the Fourth Circuit in U.S. versus Robinson decided on 1/23 of 2017, basically it held that if police suspect the presence of a firearm, even in the absence of evidence that it is carried illegally, gives reasonable suspicion to stop and frisk, and LEO asking for ID is not a problem. So there is no problem with law enforcement under this bill. I just want to completely eliminate that. Court cases have already defined where we're at with this, and we're fine with it. With that being said, today Texas has an entanglement of gun laws, and it is an entanglement. The research that goes into having to put a bill like this forward is unbelievable because you have to go through so many pieces of code to find everything that where firearms touches Texas Penal Code or local government code. We have different classes of carrying a firearm by law-abiding citizens today. In general, long guns can be carried by anyone who has not been convicted of a felony or is under a restraining order for family violence. The only places you can't carry based on state law are prohibited places that are listed in 4603. If you can lawfully own a long gun and do not carry in a prohibited place, you can lawfully carry it without a license, without any state-mandated training. Getting into handguns, things get murkier very quickly. Today, millions of Texans exercise their right to carry a handgun without a license all over the state. If you can lawfully possess a handgun, you can lawfully carry that handgun in your vehicle without a license if it's not carried in plain view. Every day there are guns in parking lots all over this state, in McDonald's, Walmart, Target, Toys R Us, you name it. They're there without having to pay a tax to carry. So what I want to do now is tell you what 1911 does. 1911 does not expand who can carry. It is very important to understand that under law today. We are only expanding where they can carry. As already stated, we already have citizens that are carrying handguns in their vehicles today. Now we're just saying you can carry outside of those vehicles. We also are saying that license holders and unlicensed carriers are going to meet the same standards. We ought not be creating a double standard in order to exercise our right in the state of Texas. And we do that by changing some eligibility requirements in 411-172 Government Code. This brings licensed and unlicensed carriers on even footing without having extra eligibility burdens, as Representative White has already noted. We also amend 30.05 Penal Code to include an exemption for unlicensed carriers, because currently licensed carriers are exempted under that code. I believe that's something we're going to have to visit in this committee. HB 1911 adds Penal Code 30.08 provision. So like 3006, 3007, 1911 currently has 30.08. I'm actually going to ask Representative White in this committee to remove the 3008 provision, to leave 30.06 and 30.07 alone, and let's run unlicensed carry under 3005 with the same Class C misdemeanor provision that we currently have for 3006, 3007 signs. There's been enough concern raised about the signs, by friends and even oppositions and business owners around this, and actually the NRA approached us with this as well, that we are very okay with doing that. So I would ask that you look at that for a committee substitute, that we just eliminate the 3008 piece, do not touch 3006, 3007, and just have unlicensed carry run under 3005, with it being a Class C misdemeanor to violate a sign. Okay? The TABC blue signs hasn't been really discussed. HB 1911 eliminates those because it says the unlicensed possession of a weapon. That's an unnecessary sign. It needs to go away regardless, and we do have other bills that are addressing that, but that must be addressed as well. It does confirm state preemption to unlicensed carry of handguns because we don't need to have a bunch of laws running around from county to county and city to city. It also extends accidental carry at airport security for unlicensed holders. Licensing is maintained. That's very important, and nothing that we do in this bill impacts reciprocity, and we have witnesses here that will testify to that. It extends unlicensed carry protection to foster parents, which is also very, very important. And it also makes sure that unlicensed carriers can carry in a list of 8 or 9 counties. And I actually have this. I'll give this copy to y'all before I leave. If we don't add that provision, they wouldn't be able to carry on certain navigable waters in the state. So it really is time that we get serious about Texas' right to bear arms according to Article 1, Section 23 of the state constitution. The Second Amendment is a restriction on the federal government. That's what it is. The incorporation doctrine doesn't change that fact. In Texas, we operate under Article 1, Section 23, that Texans have a right to bear arms, and the legislature shall have a right to regulate the wearing of arms with the view to prevent crime. What would I encourage you on that point is the burden falls on the legislature to prove up that whatever regulations we do put in place would indeed prevent crime. We can't just blanketly go and do something because that would, assuming that it would prevent crime, we need to be able to prove it up in order to be operating constitutionally. I believe this is a good bill that we can get a bipartisan support on if we will all just sit down at the table and come together and decide what we can get done. Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Holcomb? Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Holcomb, for your work on this bill. As a staunch supporter of our Second Amendment rights and constitutional carry, I applaud your efforts and those of others that have worked on this bill and other bills. But I do have a question, and just in the substitute, because I know you're an expert in this area. Can you describe again or expand again on the difference between the way the original bill was filed and the substitute on how we deal with the Class A and Class B misdemeanors? Is there a difference in the way in the two bills and the substitute versus the original bill that's filed? Is how we're dealing with that?
Yes, sir.
Describe that again.
There is a difference in the original versus the substitute. In the substitute, we are eliminating misdemeanors from the eligibility requirements to obtain a license. In the original, it was left in. In the substitute, we are eliminating the misdemeanors.
Okay. Charged or convicted or both?
Both. Charged or convicted.
Okay.
Currently, today, you can carry a long gun with misdemeanors. You can carry a handgun with misdemeanors. Those things are all very lawful unless it's family violence or something of those nature that would get a restraining order put on you. But other than that, and we didn't touch that in this bill. That's still in place for the family violence and the restraining orders and all of that. That's in family code, and we didn't go there.
Sure. Okay. That was one of the things that have been raised to me many times by folks that support both the bills, just a point of question and contention in some areas. So thank you for explaining that. Appreciate
Yes, sir.
it.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Holcomb?
I have a question.
Representative Ray.
Hey, Mr. Holcomb, along the lines of what Representative Burns asked, is there a difference now in the original bill versus the committee substitute on other ineligibility issues such as failure to pay child support and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. Currently in the eligibility requirements, if you have back taxes, you're not eligible for a license, and if you're found delinquent on child support, you're also not eligible. This bill strikes those from the eligibility requirements.
For both a licensed holder
and unlicensed.
Correct.
This bill makes them equal. Another thing that this bill doesn't do, and I think it's important after all the testimony we've had, is we don't touch campus carry in this bill. You're going to have a license to carry on college campuses. I think that's prudent. Campus carries is far too new. It's far too tense. And I think we need to give that some time to resonate before we go down that road. And it also requires that you are going to be 21. I'm also a firm believer that that's where we need to keep that right now. And I just think it's going to muddy up the issue, committee, if we start trying to do this omnibus type bill.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Holcomb? All right. Thank you for your testimony. For more invited testimony, Alice Tripp. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Alice Tripp. I'm the lobbyist for Texas State Rifle Association. I did not invite my 32,000 members. We've created two categories of firearms in Texas.
Ms. Tripp, will you please state your
Oh,
position
no,
on the
I'm
bill?
terribly sorry. We support House Bill 1911, and we most definitely support continued work on the whole issue. In the 1870s, despite the fact that we have a really good Constitution, somehow the legislature of the moment took handguns, which metallic cartridge handguns weren't even much available, and they were brand new, and we put them in the thou shalt not have, and the only way you could have a handgun was to be on your own property or property under your control. Rifles and shotguns were absolutely not touched. And there was some vague language in the 1870s that dealt with traveling, which would have been cross property lines, on horseback. It was vague. That stayed that way and continues to be that way. The only change was 1995 when the handgun license. It wasn't an attempt before. Most of us didn't know it, and it was kind of colloquial. This county did it, this county didn't. So in 1995, when we created the license, then we had this rifles and shotguns under one category that not restricted, and handguns under another. And we've worked along actually to restore those rights all the way until today. In 2007, this legislature fixed traveling. We said that what you had in your car was like an extension of your home. By the way, the only way you could have a handgun was on your own property or property under your control. The only way. So in 2007, we finally said you could have in your vehicle, and Representative Guillen added watercraft, travel trailer. So we were able to move that handgun off our own property. And that was another step towards restoring those rights lost in the 1870s. Nothing bad happened. I mean, 1995, it was going to be blood in the streets. 2007, nothing happened. And licensed open carry was the same thing. An interim study at the beginning of 2017, 15, anyway. An interim study on the implementation of licensed open carry, and law enforcement told Chairman Huffman, I'm almost sorry to say absolutely nothing has happened, because everybody expected some drama, because all during the session, the drama. And this big change towards what every state has. We're one of only 5 states that prohibit in statute. Texas, Florida, South Carolina, New York, and Illinois, all about the same time, prohibit it in statute. And the rest of those states are either mute or don't prohibit it, and they're doing just fine. So I don't expect when this law eventually passes that there'll be drama, because the criminals will still be criminals, and the good guys will still be the good guys, and it'll be okay. So thank you for your patience tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, do you have any questions for Ms. Tripp? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to move on to the next invited witness. Tara, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
That's fine.
Please state your name.
Most people do.
Please state your name, who you're with, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara Mitcha, representing the National Rifle Association, and here in very strong support of House Bill 1911. We appreciate Representative White bringing this forward and appreciate Chairman King setting it for a committee hearing. I think Mr. Holcomb and Ms. Tripp and Representative White have all touched on a theme that I just wanted to reinforce in my testimony, and that is that this is not as significant a policy leap as I think opponents would have you believe. As they mentioned, you can carry long guns openly without a license, a handgun concealed in your home or your car or on your property without a license. We've changed concealed handgun to be a license to carry and given people the right to carry handguns licensed openly. And as Alice said, there has not been a problem. Every time we've evolved and made gun laws more user-friendly, the law-abiding citizens develop a track record of responsibility and good behavior, and the bad guys remain the bad guys, as Alice said. In my role with NRA, I have worked on constitutional carry issues in other states. Most recently, Mississippi is one of my states that passed constitutional carry. We passed a form of it in 2015 and expanded the law in 2016. And an interesting thing has happened. People were worried during the debate on that bill that folks would stop getting licenses. If you remove the licensing requirement, there'll be no incentive for people to do so. Nobody will get trained. A lot of the arguments you'll hear here. And I wanted to share some numbers with you. 2015 was the last year that Mississippi was under, the first half of 2015 was the last time Mississippi was under its regular enhanced and permit carry law. In that year, they had 75,844 licensees. In the middle of 2015, we passed permitless carry there. And the number at the end of 2016 was 106,481. We're into the first quarter of 2017, and the state's permit numbers are already up to 108,542. So that's documented proof in at least one other southern state where people are continuing to get licensed to carry, even though that's no longer a requirement. And the reason they're doing that, frankly, I've surveyed a lot of our members because I'm interested in what motivates them when I'm meeting with them or speaking with them. And the two major benefits that Texans would continue to enjoy, even if you got rid of the licensing requirement, reciprocity with other states. We live in a mobile society. People travel for a living. They travel for personal reasons. That's a big motivator to continue to be licensed, so that you can legally carry when traveling. And also the NICS exemption that license holders enjoy when they go to purchase a firearm from a licensed dealer. It exempts you from the requirement that the dealer call FBI because your license is evidence of a background check having been completed on you. Those are two benefits that I think will continue to motivate Texans to get licensed even if you remove the requirement. And bringing the fee down, wow, I wish I had held out and waited to get my license until it was possible that the fee would have only been $40 or $8 a year. But that will also be, I believe, a motivator for people to continue through the process, but not have to go through the process if they're in an emergency situation or if they just believe they shouldn't have to get government permission to exercise their right. So with that, I'll close. I know it's getting late, but I'll be happy to answer
Thank you for your
questions.
testimony. I believe we have a question from Representative Hinojosa.
Yes, ma'am.
I do. So maybe I misheard, but I thought I heard you use the terms permitless carry interchangeable with constitutional carry, and I myself am struggling to figure out the distinction. Can you help me with that?
It kind of depends on the state that you're working it in. I hear it referred to more as constitutional carry here, but in Mississippi, we, for whatever reason, I think it was really a term our sponsor coined there. I don't think there was any different connotation in what it achieved. It was just what we called it.
So they're interchangeable?
To me, they are. And that might, I don't want to speak for the entire gun community, but in my experience, in my states that I've worked in the past, they are.
And one of the reasons I ask is because we've heard different testimony about how far the Constitution goes in protecting one's right to carry. And so I've cited a decision that many advocates for gun rights know well, because I think it was a good day for the gun right advocate community, and that's the Heller decision written by Justice Scalia. And in that decision, that does recognize individual possession as protected by the Second Amendment. It also recognizes, and Justice Scalia, very conservative, now deceased Justice of the Supreme Court, recognized himself in that decision that there are limits to that right, just like there are limits to all rights, and that the government does have the right to legislate even when it comes to the Second Amendment. Is that your position here as well? Do you recognize that decision as being? Do you recognize it?
I don't think my personal opinion on that decision impacts this bill or our position on this bill.
I'm asking for the NRA's position. You're speaking on their behalf, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's what I'm asking for.
We found the Heller decision to be favorable in that it affirmed a Second Amendment or a individual right to possess. I think what you may be getting at is, are certain restrictions allowable under Heller? And I don't know that that's relevant to this bill, because this bill, as I understand it, doesn't change things such as where you can carry so-called sensitive locations. I mean, we're not trying to change that with anything we're doing here.
It's relevant to me because, and that's why I'm asking it, because one of the arguments we hear in support of permitless carry or constitutional carry is that the Constitution requires it. And so I'm just trying to understand the NRA's position on whether Heller is a valid Supreme Court decision on this matter.
I think our position is that if you are legally eligible to possess a firearm under current laws, that you should be able to carry that without a permit.
Okay, and so then in disagreement with Heller?
I don't find the two inconsistent.
But just so you're clear, we're of the same understanding that Heller does say you can put reasonable restrictions, that legislatures can put restrictions on that right. That it's not and that it.
I don't find this to be in conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any more questions for Ms. Meacha? Okay, we are going to move on from here to our next witnesses. Chair calls Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, and Anthony Seeley. Rick Briscoe, Alex Mead, Anthony Seeley. And the members that are on deck, Randall Gates, Eric Schaefer, and Cheryl Archer. On deck, Randall Gates, Eric Schaefer, Cheryl Archer. Okay, I see Mr. Briscoe is here. Mr. Briscoe, you are recognized. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I am Rick Briscoe, Legislative Director of Open Carry Texas. I speak on behalf of Open Carry Texas and myself in support of this bill. I don't really think I can do a short course in constitutional law in 2 minutes, but the U.S. Constitution, the Second Amendment, establishes, just like other constitutional provisions, establishes minimum standards. The states may establish higher standards. It's our belief that Article 1, Section 23 of the Texas Constitution does establish higher standards. I can provide to the committee a wonderful 1989 Baylor Law Review article, which, if you can call a 40-page article summary of Texas gun law, it is. The shortest version I can give you is that up until post-Civil War, everything in front of the semicolon in what's now Article 1, Section 23 had been in our Constitution, both as the Republic and as our first state constitution, the Constitution of 1845. Mr. Robert E.B. Baylor, one of the founders of Baylor University, was a member of the Constitutional Convention of 1845, and it's in the journals of the debates of that convention that there was a proposal to include language, what is now after the semicolon. He feared, based on his experience as a legislator and attorney in 2 other states, that the legislature would exceed their authority, which was intended only to be the authority to regulate the concealed carry of arms.
Mr. Briscoe, do you have anything to add to that in sum?
In sum, we wish to support this bill very much. We thank Representative White for bringing it. There are a couple of things we'll continue to discuss with him and members of the committee. We prefer the term unlicensed carry rather than constitutional carry, simply for clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Briscoe. We're going to show Alex Mead and Anthony Seeley as registered. We're going to show Alex Mead registered against the bill, but not testifying. He represents himself. And we're going to show Anthony Seeley representing Lone Star Gun Rights as neutral, but not testifying on this bill. The chair would call Randall Gates, Eric Schaefer, and Cheryl Archer. Randall Gates, Eric Schaefer, Cheryl Archer. And we've got some resource witnesses members who are available if we needed them. John Ellis, Lana Estevilla, and Doug Barnes. John Ellis with OAG, Lana Estevilla with Department of Family and Protective Services, and Doug Barnes with Department of Family and Protective Services. But I don't think we have to call them up here in a little bit unless we... They registered to testify, so we'll just put them on deck, okay? We'll put them on deck. All right, so I believe we have Mr. Gates.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gates, please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
My name is Randall Gates. I'm here to represent myself, and I'm here to testify on support of House Bill 1911. And as usual, Mr. Holcomb made a much more articulate statement that addresses my concerns in relation to law enforcement officers than I could ever hope to do myself, and I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Gates? All right, Mr. Schaefer.
My name is Eric Schaefer, represent myself, and I'm here in support of HB 1911. And at the request of Mr. White and the respect of everyone's time and everything else that's already been said, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
All right, members, any questions? All right, Cheryl Archer, please state your name, your position, and who you represent.
My name's Cheryl Archer. I'm a parent of a young adult with severe autism and also who can't speak. And he was just and I'm here to oppose 1911.
Okay.
And
you represent yourself.
I represent James Archer, who is also a voter, and myself.
Okay. We have you in the record as representing yourself.
I represent myself.
Okay, and we can't
Period.
have you representing someone else, but we understand, I think, what you're here to testify about. So
I think
thank
you do.
Please proceed, Cheryl.
Okay. Yes, as a mom of an individual who can't speak and is out in public, very well supervised always, but as he told the officers in the hallway, they were getting to know him, and he can tell everything he wants to say on his letterboard. He probably remembers your names if he saw them running by, and he can probably spell most of them. He's very, very intelligent, and he's also, though, has a lot of trouble with impulse control, and his dream would be to be in this room sitting down. And he said, I wish I could sit down in that room and be there, but my feet won't hold still. So if this young man is in a neighborhood that we're not familiar with every single person, and he loves to be out, we take him everywhere we can, and he gets separated from me or my husband or whoever's with him, he's not going to be able to speak. And someone could feel very threatened. I noticed that he ran up and put his face in very close range of an individual here in the room. And he does that frequently, especially with people that he feels that he'd like to get to know better. And but he knows it's not a friendly world out there. He knows he knows everything that's going on the news. He has very strong opinions about it. And he's always been afraid of guns, and he's particularly, and I for him do not want guns around him in the hands of people who have not been trained and licensed. I'm for having people be trained, and I'm for having people have to be licensed in order to have guns around him.
Members, any questions for Ms. Archer? Ma'am, I just want to say on behalf of the committee, we're very thankful that you came here today to give us your testimony.
Thank you.
We are very, I think everyone in the room observed the watch care that you extend to your son. You do a wonderful job. May God bless you and your family, and thank you for the sacrifice you make to ensure that your son has a good life and is well cared for. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
He said, "Mom, you're brave."
Yeah, you are. You're doing a great job. So,
I told him I'd never done this before. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, y'all
I
are
better
dismissed.
get back.
Thank you. All right. Chair calls John Ellis, Lana Estevilla, and Doug Barnes. Do we have Lana Estevilla?
She had to go home.
Okay. All right. We're going to show Lana Estevilla as registering neutral on the bill and not testifying. So, Mr. Ellis, why don't you go first, state your name, that you're testifying on a resource witness, and who you represent.
My name is John Ellis. I'm from the Office of the Attorney General, and I'm here to serve as a resource witness on the bill.
Okay. Do we have any questions, members of the panel here, for our resource witness from the Office of the Attorney General? Representative Hinojosa.
Yes. Do you know where in statute it says someone has to be 18 years old to possess a handgun? Is that Texas statute, U.S. statute?
I do not know off the top of my head that particular statute. My duties are limited to concealed handgun licenses for the most part, or rather, handgun licenses. Federal statute obviously requires that someone be 21 years old to purchase a handgun. I'm not familiar with this particular statute.
If you are able to find that, I'd love to get a hold of that. Thank you.
Members, any other questions for our resource witness from OAG? Okay. Mr. Barnes, please state your name and what you're here for. Thank you.
Doug Barnes from the Department of Family and Protective Services, and I'm just here as a resource witness.
Okay. Members, are there any questions for Mr. Barnes from the Department of Family and Protective Services? All right, you scared them off, so thank you. All right, y'all are dismissed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair calls Jim Phipps, Andrea Brower, and Todd Harrison. Jim Phipps.
Right, I'm here.
And Andrea Brower, Todd Harris.
Are you? I apologize. I'm changing hearing aid batteries, so it happens.
Okay, we will accommodate you while you work on your batteries there.
It's part of being an old tanker. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. I don't see Todd Harrison in the room, and so we're going to show Todd Harrison as registering against the bill and not testifying. So, Andrea Brower, ma'am, would you please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent?
Certainly. I'm Andrea Brower. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense. I'm here to oppose HB 1911 this evening. I heard people say earlier that this is not that different than current law, and I take issue with that. This is very different than current law. This makes our license to carry optional. And that's a big change. We've also compared this to our law on long guns and assault rifles. And handguns are quite different. Most people carry handguns, not long guns. Most of the murders, homicides, thefts, accidents, unintentional injuries are by handguns and not long guns. So to say that we're not going to be at risk if people are carrying handguns without a license, I think is inaccurate. Our LTC program, as we know, has been going on for 20 years. It's been successful. We have heard legislators and gun rights advocates say that it is a point of pride for the state of Texas. If we do away with that, we do away with the conviction rates that we commonly point to and say that, look, we can say that gun owners and license holders are the most law-abiding citizens in the state. Those stats will be gone because it will be optional. So in essence, if we pass this bill, it's the equivalent of saying we got it wrong 22 years ago. Training is actually not important. Licensure is not important for the state of Texas. We heard the representative say earlier, people can take training online. You can't learn to shoot a gun online. And I would say that is very important to get a license to carry, is learning how to shoot. The NRA itself has even said on its website at the NRA, firearm training education is paramount. So I don't understand why we would be changing that now and reducing training. I'm sorry, if I could make one last point. Montana entertained the idea of constitutional carry recently. The governor of Montana vetoed this proposal, and he said, "I will fiercely defend the Second Amendment rights of our citizens, but I cannot support an absurd concept that threatens the safety of our communities by not providing for the basic fundamentals of gun safety or mental health screening." I hope that we'll listen to the governor of Montana who vetoed that dangerous proposal and vote against HB 1911. Thank you.
Mrs. Brower, thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for Mrs. Brower? Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Jim Phipps. If you would state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
I'm Jim Phipps. I'm from here in Austin. I'm pro the bill 1911. The concerns I have with it.
Who do you represent?
Myself.
Okay, thank you.
I know everybody in the other groups, but I actually represent myself. Basically, what I've seen in the bill, be quite frank, I prefer 375. I like 1911, but I'm not going to address that. But what I'd like to see, perhaps, as you write law to avoid going to court, which we will someday if we don't all agree, that the law reflects your views. Everyone there has a view, and I would ask that you speak to the authors of what you think would say this is acceptable, this is not. And I understand the politics. I really do. Even though I hate it, I understand it. But one thing that it did bring was I had the advantage of living near here because I'm in, as I mentioned it previously, Representative Hinojosa's district, ran home, fed my dog, let her out, came back, and printed a copy of a discussion from the legal community against violence. You say, oh my goodness, this guy's insane. You know, he's for it. But what they're saying with Heller, and I will give you a copy of this to look, I only have 10 copies, and I'm sorry to bring more, will state that the CDC is a federal enclave, and it's not an end-all decision, nor does it give the states a lot of guidance to work with for future legislation. So what this is saying in so many words, this will go back to the federal court.
Okay.
And, you know, and I'll give this to you, and you guys can let your staff go through it. And let me say real frankly, I appreciate you guys being here. I see how tired you are. And I appreciate you guys doing this. I do see the fatigue. You guys are just
Daisy Fresh. Thank you for that.
You guys are the Gorsuch of the Texas legislature.
Okay, thank you for that. We need Dana Half, Lola Estes, Andrew Romero. Dana Half, Lola Estes, Andrew Romero. And on deck, Susan Nelson, Michael Cargill, Dana Earl. Susan Nelson, Michael Cargill, Diana Earl. I can read his handwriting just fine, Mr. Chairman.
Must have crooked eyes. Thank you very much. Who's this, Miss Cargill? Who do we not have? Dana Hoff? Just make sure. Okay, who would like to go first? Ladies
Okay.
first. And if you would state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on for or against HB 1911.
Lola Estes. I'm against the
Welcome
bill.
back. It's been
Thank
so
you.
long.
I'm against the bill. I'd like to address a similar no permit bill that passed in Missouri and increased the homicide rate. This information is from Daniel Webster, director of John Hopkins Center for Gun Policy and Research in Baltimore, and they tracked the impact of the law's change on homicide rates in Missouri. Almost immediately, Webster's team recorded a twofold increase in the percentage of guns recovered by the police after their initial retail sale. This indicated the weapons were quickly falling into the hands of criminal and traffickers. As murders increased, researchers looked at offsetting circumstances like unemployment, poverty, changes in policing, incarceration, and other state laws. Accounting for those variables, they found the repeal of the permit to purchase law was a factor in an additional 55 to 63 murders per year in Missouri from 2008 to 2012. In Jackson County, Missouri, the homicide rates increased by 30%. Neighboring states did not experience a similar spike in murders. The firearm homicide rate nationally dropped during this same time. This study provides compelling evidence that the repeal of Missouri's permit to purchase handgun licensing law contributed to a sharp increase in Missouri's homicide rate, the report concludes. Texas has reduced the class time. They have made open carry, and our rates of homicides have increased. In San Antonio, it was a greater spike in the homicide rate in 2016 than it was in Chicago.
Michael Cargill, the Executive Director for Texas for Accountable Government, speaking for Texans for Accountable Government, and also myself. Typically, I'm speaking in neutral. I'm neutral of the bill. Yes, this is the first time I've actually, the 14 years that I've been coming to this building, that I've actually spoken neutral for a pro-gun Second Amendment bill. And that's because the state of Texas is actually number 26 when it comes to pro-gun legislation. We're number 26. We're in the bottom of the United States. We're not in the top 10. We're not in the top 5. We're not in the top 20. I'm glad today that we are talking about undoing laws that were enacted back in the 1800s by this body, the Jim Crow laws, by saying that, freed slaves could not own any guns. We're actually undoing that today. And I'm glad we're getting into that. What I do not like about this bill is this bill says that, hey, if someone is charged with a felony, that means that they will lose their gun rights. That means that Ken Paxton would lose his gun rights because he's been charged. That means Tom DeLay would lose his gun rights because he's been charged. That means former Governor Rick Perry would lose his gun rights. But then he would have to petition, in that time frame, he would have to petition under this bill, petition a judge, and actually to get his rights for his handgun license. So, that's why I'm opposed to this. We've got to fix that. Those are things that we really need to address and fix. Also, if a spouse, I go home tonight late, which I probably am, and my spouse says, you know what, I think we need to get a divorce, and by the way, I'm going to file that paperwork, and, automatically I will get a restraining order put on me. So that means I'm going to lose my gun rights for 5 years. These are things that we need to fix. If we get into the business of actually changing the requirements for the handgun license, we're going to lose our reciprocity with at least 5 states. I know for a fact 5 states are going to yank their reciprocity from the state of Texas if we get into removing those requirements for the handgun license and start messing with that.
You may not be the right person, or you may be. So talk to me about what reciprocity requires.
There are quite a few things. We have a long list of items here that not just, there are some states, you pick Ohio, you pick Virginia. There are some states that say, hey, you can do, just about anything. Georgia, Florida, great. But then there are some other states like Nevada. We'll never get reciprocity with Nevada. There are other states that, that if we start yanking some of these things from, And they're going to have to do their homework back there. I'm not going to make it easy on them. But there are 5 states I know for a fact that are going to rip the reciprocity from the state of Texas.
How many states do we have reciprocity with today?
We have quite a few, over 20 states that we have reciprocity with right now that recognize our handgun license. This bill is a very dangerous bill, and that's why I'm speaking on the bill, not in support of the bill.
Better question, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Navarez.
How do reciprocity agreements come about? Are they issued by the governor's office or the legislature, or how are they done?
Yeah, that's going to be by like the AG, and they get with the other state, and they work all those details out.
And I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but how do you know for a fact that that's going to happen? Like, who do you?
Because I've actually reached to other states, and I've actually talked to their states.
So I wonder if we do it like a compact, or if it just.
I mean, not to diminish your testimony, but I just think we're far away from that. Like, we're not.
Well, we'll find out once this bill passes.
Let's cross that bridge when we get to it.
And by that time, we'll have to wait 2 years.
I wonder if there's a resource witness here that might know. Okay.
But I mean, I think you're right. It's a compact.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to get someone here to come and testify next week and just explain that to us. Because I've had several people say if you do certain things, you're going to risk losing reciprocity. And I'll be honest with you, I'm confused on how that is set up.
I'll give you an example, like for lawyers. Like, I'm licensed in Arizona through a compact, but it's done through the state bar, not through us, or it's the agency.
Yeah, I would like to. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's see if we can't find somebody to come in next week, and you know more about it than anybody up here. I'm very confident.
And HB 375, we don't have that problem with. We have this problem with 1911.
Well, we may just try to get a resource witness in here next week from somewhere to kind of walk us through that, because that's a risk, and that's one of the big selling points to wanting to get a license to carry, is that you can carry freely in other states. So let's just do that. I see someone in the distance back there that I think could help us find somebody coming and testify next week. I'm sorry, nope, you can't testify, but I'm just want to talk to you about it later. Somebody you could recommend, maybe, or maybe we need to get the AG's office in, or DPS, or somebody. I don't know. Yeah. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
That's all I have to say. Thank you, sir.
All right, good. Thank you both for being here. Okay, we've called Dana Hoff, who will be shown not testifying but against 1911, representing herself and Mom's Demand Action. Andrew Romero will be shown not testifying, but as Vice President of the Austin Police Association, wants to be shown against 1911. And Susan Nelson, who was representing herself, will be shown not testifying but against HB 1911. And Diana Earl will be shown not testifying, but she was here on behalf of Mom's Demand Action and herself, and will be shown testifying against HB 1911. Chair calls Bill Eastland, Joseph Walker, and Kevin Lawrence. Bill Eastland, Joseph Walker, and Kevin Lawrence. 1 out of 3. One Ranger, one right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Walker went back to Houston.
Okay, fine. Sir, if you would please state your name and who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 1911.
Kevin Lawrence, Executive Director of the Texas Municipal Police Association, testifying against 1911. I think it's important to note, you'll notice several of the other law enforcement groups that signed up that are not testifying also are against 1911. All of them asked me to point out to you, we are not opposed to law-abiding Texans carrying guns. We are perfectly okay with that. Our concern is not in that. Our concern is that this bill, as it's written, with the substitute, creates confusion. And in spite of testimony that we've already heard, I don't think that the clarity exists even today on what is and is not permitted as far as law enforcement's authority when it comes to people openly carrying guns in public. As a matter of fact, the Tarrant County District Attorney's Office and the Harris County District Attorney's Office have issued diametrically opposing opinions for their local law enforcement agencies about what their authority is. And you know, Mr. Chairman, from your experience as a law enforcement officer and as an attorney, that if we get it wrong, the exclusionary rule comes into play, and then criminals start getting off on technicalities, even though we did exactly what our local DA told us to do. So our concern with this particular legislation is...
And I think that's part of law enforcement. I understand that's part of law enforcement concern, because the worry is that you see someone that you believe you have reasonable suspicion. You're not even thinking in terms, but you recognize they've got a gun. And you approach them, and it leads to maybe a drug arrest or some other type of arrest, and where you've got physical evidence that you found through that, and they are concerned that someone will raise this later and say, well, under a constitutional carry, you did not have the right to approach them, and then the officers in even a more difficult situation of having to rely on that Terry stop or whatever it is. And I understand that concern. It's very confusing. It's a little confusing to me too, how that all plays out. It is.
It's a difficult situation. And as a matter of fact, we're still waiting for the case law to come out based upon the changes that were made in 2015 with regard to open carry that we didn't oppose. We opposed the Huffines Amendment. We didn't oppose the open carry. But we're still waiting for some clear direction from the courts about exactly what authority law enforcement officers do have. This particular bill.
Cases in the pipeline that you're aware of?
I'm sorry?
Are there some cases in the
Not that I
pipeline
know of. There have been precious few cases where there's been any altercations at all involving open carry individuals. So I don't know how long it's going to be before we get clarification from the courts.
The other concern I've had come up, or that has been mentioned, is that right now it's really, there's so many signs and there's so many places you can go and can't go, and schools and businesses that can post, and some can, and whether it's a 30-06 or 30-07, and you've got campus carry issues, and there's so many different rules. And one of the questions that someone raised to me is well, how are you going to, how does someone, if they're carrying without a license, how do they learn all these rules to know where they can and cannot carry and how they carry?
Well, not only that, how does the law enforcement officer, because if this bill were to pass, we now have people who have a license where it's legal for them to carry. We'd have people who don't have a license, but it would be legal for them to carry if they meet all the qualifications.
Is it
Other people who would be carrying wouldn't be qualified because they wouldn't meet all the criteria, but the vetting for those last two groups would have to be done on the streets and not somewhere in the pipeline before that.
And I'm embarrassed I don't know the answer to this, but if someone violates a 30-06 sign, for example, is that a strict liability crime, or do they have to prove up their mental state, that they intentionally, knowingly, or willingly did it, or whatever? Do you know?
I have no idea. As far as I know, it's a Class C misdemeanor.
Yeah, okay.
Unless they're told to leave and they refuse to leave, and then it bumps up to a Class A, I think. And I may be talking about the wrong section altogether, to be honest with you, Mr. Chairman. But that is our concern, is A, we don't want to be vetting these things on the streets. We don't want to make the jobs of our law enforcement officers even more difficult than they already are, more confusing than they already are. And we don't want to bring in exclusionary rule implications that will help criminals get out from under what we believe would, it'd give them a loophole to get through. We just don't want that to happen.
Now, no, the other side of that is we've always had that situation with regard to long rifles, and we've always kind of found a way to work around that. So, I mean, there is some precedent of officers working with people who are carrying without any kind of restriction on it.
And I think you will find, and I was a law enforcement officer for 22 years. I know you were, for a number of years. I bet both of us could recount many instances where we ran across people who were technically in violation of law, but they were decent law-abiding citizens, so we let them go on about their business with a warning. And I think that is more and more, that is the clear message we have been getting from this legislature for the last 10 or 15 years, and that's what we've been conveying to the officers out there. The legislature's attitude is, if they're otherwise decent law-abiding citizens, don't worry about it. It's okay. We're okay with them carrying their guns. But we don't want to handcuff our officers and make their job more difficult. Okay. That's our opposition to the bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Who's next? Bill Eastland. Members, if I can make an announcement, we had Mr. Martinez' bill this morning that Representative Schaefer had concerns about. If we still have a quorum here at the end, we'd like to bring that back up and go ahead and vote it out. It was which number? Mondo's, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Eastland, and I'm testifying in favor of the bill, and I'm representing myself. I am testifying in favor of the bill. However, I prefer the previous bill we discussed. I was going to make a suggestion that there might be a way that you all could come up with a merger, I don't know, of the provisions, come out with one bill that's still a good bill that's moving us in the right directions. In the larger issue in the debate on this concept and this principle, the U.S. Constitution has clear-cut language, I think, regarding the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It doesn't have any qualifying language. Our provision in our Constitution pretty much says we have the right to keep and bear arms. Then it has some qualifying language in the sense that it allows the legislature to pass regulation. So under our state constitution, we've got that. But I take the view that what the U.S. Constitution says in the Second Amendment does control, and it gives the citizens the right to bear arms, and I think it gave the citizens the right to bear arms for a specific reason, which is personal protection, and that extends to personal protection from a tyrannical government. I think that all the other freedoms and rights that we have in the U.S. Constitution are guaranteed by the Second Amendment. And I think it's vitally important that we consider that as we move to true constitutional carry in this state. We're moving in the right direction from last time to this time. And maybe we'll get to a point somewhere down the road that we're going to recognize that this right, this constitutional right to keep and bear arms, is the most basic right we have. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Joseph Walker?
He's in Houston, sir. He left.
Okay, thank you. That's right. You already told me that. Mr. Walker will be shown not testifying, but representing himself, and he'll be shown for HB 1911. Where did that group, didn't we? Yeah, that's the last. They're back up again. Okay. Raul Camacho, Cheryl Walker, Leland Reyna.
Mr. Chairman, Cheryl Walker's with him. They both went to Houston.
Okay. Could have caught that last name there.
Sir, Leland's not going to be here.
I'm sorry?
Leland, he won't be here.
All right. Have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Camacho, if you'll.
See that?
Okay. Before you start, on deck is Matthew Walbeck, Whitney Peak, and Reed King. Matthew Walbeck, Whitney Peak, and Reed King. And Mr. Camacho, if you would please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 1911.
Yes, sir. Yes, my name is Raul Camacho with Safety Measures. I'm here to oppose Bill 1911. I'm a farm instructor, practitioner of the Second Amendment. I train people to get their license and so forth. I train people who don't want to get their license as well. So I'm a very big proponent of the of the Second Amendment. I wanted to share that paper there with you. That's the reason why I oppose 1911. That Bill 1911 and the previous bill that we talked about, it will make harder for law enforcement to deal with some of these radicals that we're dealing with in our state. We have constitutional extremists. We have folks out there that misinterpret the Constitution. And there are folks out here that do not respect other people's opinion. And so an hour ago, I was being bombarded by one of the staff members here because I had a different opinion about the Second Amendment.
I don't feel bad. I had one post the other day that I had a target on my back.
I'm used to it, so I'm used to it. But this behavior was not like this 20 years ago.
Someone who actually testified today, by the way.
Okay, good. Good. But this behavior has changed drastically. I understand people want more rights. I think we're going that route. But to demean others because others don't agree with your rights or whatever. There's some things in here that you guys propose on every year that I might not agree with, but I'm not going to bash you. I have at least the respect to do everything civilly, right? So the problem with this bill here, like I said, it's going to open up a can of worms for more folks to act childish, I guess. Their behavior should not be tolerated. And this is why I oppose this bill. It's going to allow more of these people to speak whatever they want and, bash others. There's a lot of shooting ranges, a lot of gun stores that feel the same way I do. Actually, on the previous handout that I gave you on the previous bill, it shows that 92% of my LTC students support training. And so we have a whole different view of the Constitution. I'm all for it. If I wasn't for it, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. But I just wanted to bring up this matter that, behavior, childish behavior, will affect the future of Texas if we continue allowing this to happen. Thank you.
Members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Walker will be shown not testifying. She was representing herself. Be shown for 1911, and then Leila Reyna, who we also called, and will be shown not testifying and against HB 1911. Chair calls Matthew Walbeck, Whitney Peak, Reed King.
King is not here.
Matthew Walbeck, Whitney Peak. All right. Matthew Walbeck will be shown not testifying, but for 1911. Whitney Peak will be shown not testifying, but against 1911. And Reed King will be shown not testifying, but for 1911. Chair calls Joe Palmer, Corey Watkins, and Deborah Bell. Joe Palmer, Corey Watkins, and Deborah Bell.
Joe Palmer and Corey Watkins aren't here.
Thank you. The chair will show Joe Palmer not testifying but registered for 1911. Corey Watkins not testifying but registered for 1911. And Deborah Bell not testifying but registered against 1911. Chair calls Jonathan Garcia, C.J. Grisham, and Jason Rogers. Jonathan Garcia, C.J. Grissom, and Jason Rogers. Who would like to go first?
You can go first.
Okay. Please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 1911.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is C.J. Grisham. I am the president and founder of Open Carry Texas. I speak on behalf of that organization and our 52,000 members and myself, and I am testifying in favor of 1911 in support. You've already heard what I've had to say about HB 375. What I'll say is if defending my constitutional rights makes me an extremist, color me guilty. I believe that the word uninfringed means uninfringed. If you stop me from doing something in any way, that's an infringement. That's just the entire definition of it. We have what I call 11 plus 3 constitutional carry states right now. There are 11 undisputed constitutional carry states plus 3 that have constitutional carry that's either debated or it's only for residents like Montana, Arkansas. So really we have 14 states, which is a 180% increase from this last legislative session. There are 33 states that allow some form of unlicensed carry. If there was a problem with training, we'd know it. If there was a problem with people going nuts, we'd know it. We wouldn't be expanding these rights, we would be contracting these rights. I've also provided y'all with a sheet. This was just something else I wanted to address because there were some questions about where thieves get their guns. And I've got a report here from Duke University and the University of Chicago. The majority, guns aren't stolen and guns aren't purchased at gun shows. Where criminals get their guns is from their social networks, from their criminal gangs, from their friends, from their families. So that's what this report does. I've provided you with the abstract of the report as well as the summary. And really that's all I wanted to say. If it's good enough for 14 states, it's good enough for Texas. I don't think we're any less responsible.
I'm not sure we've got a copy of that. Did we get one, Bert?
I presented it during the last
okay. Well, that's
during HB 375. You want me to bring it to you?
And I've underlined under the abstract and also under the summary.
Good, thank you.
So pending any questions, Chairman.
Go ahead.
All right.
That's your name, who you represent, and are you testifying on, for, or against 1911?
My name is, excuse me.
We're having the same problem.
Yeah, long day.
Wait.
My name is Jonathan Garcia. I am representing myself as well as Open Carry Texas. I am a board member, and I am here to voice our support of HB 1911. To begin, I'd like to clear up some concerns. I'm glad that you returned to the room because this is a concern specifically that I heard from you earlier about what restrictions the Heller decision allows to be made upon the Second Amendment. Now, I hope that we can all here agree that government derives its power from the people. And so, following that line, all of our rights are inherent, and our rights are only restricted where they come in conflict with others' rights. So, for example, I have the unalienable right to carry a handgun that cannot be infringed upon. Now, where that can be restricted is if I am holding it up, finger on my trigger, pointing it at whoever I want. That, I think we can all agree, is infringing on everyone else's safety, infringing on their rights, and not something that I should be allowed to do. Somewhere in between me having it safely in my holster and recklessly endangering the lives of others is where those regulations can be made. I cannot give authority to the government to do something that I cannot do myself because the government derives its power from the people. If I can't tell you specifically you can't carry a gun, then you can't tell me that I can't carry a gun without a license.
Representative Hinojosa.
I understand what you're saying to say that's your interpretation of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to make sure you're aware that the decision in Heller says something different. And to be clear, I'm not saying Heller, I'm saying actually the opposite of that Heller is in conflict with this bill. I'm instead saying that Heller says that what currently exists is it doesn't specifically address our laws, Texas's laws, but it says that we can regulate a Second Amendment right. So, and it says...
Correct, where it infringes on others.
It doesn't say that. It says concealed weapons prohibitions have been upheld under the amendment. And it says the court's opinion should not be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons, by the mentally ill, forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools, government buildings. So it doesn't speak to anyone directly threatening the right to somebody else. It goes beyond that. So just to clarify, I'm not trying to state my personal opinion of it, but I do have to uphold the Constitution as interpreted by the Supreme Court of the United States. And so, not that this bill, again, is in conflict, but I don't think my point is, I don't believe our current law is in conflict with the Constitution either, under the Supreme Court decision on this matter.
Okay. Well, in answer to your question, that may be your personal opinion, but...
No. To be clear, I'm not saying it's my personal opinion. I'm saying it's
well, maybe it's my personal opinion that's your personal opinion.
Oh, no.
How about,
That's why I read
can
from
I
the
say
opinion.
that?
That's why I read from the Supreme Court opinion, because I want to be clear that is not my personal opinion.
You call that a Supreme Court opinion, and that's what it is.
Okay.
And I would like to clarify that the Second Amendment says, shall not be infringed. And those words are very clear. Thank you. Any other questions?
Good. Thank you both.
Thank you, Chairman.
Is this someone we already called? Yes. Okay. Jason Rogers, going once, going twice. Jason, Mr. Rogers will be shown not testifying, but for HB 1911. Chair calls James Dickey, Jorge Landiver, and Andrew Clements. And on deck will be Lauren Landiver, Marion Hoy, who I think we know has already left.
Can we just go together? It's my husband.
Well, and the third of our first group isn't here anyway.
Just give me just a second.
Sure.
Next on deck would be Lauren Landiver, and you're up, and y'all are together. You can come on up, yes, please. But you can't tell him what to say. I mean, you understand. And then we have, is it Turney? And then also next up on deck will be Amy Mobley Turney. All right. Who would like to go first?
James Dickey.
Okay, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on for or against HB 1911.
My name is James Dickey. I am chairman of the Travis County Republican Party. I'm speaking for the bill on behalf of myself and the party. Personally speaking, I don't actually have a license to carry, and that's not because I don't think it's wise to be prepared for self-defense. It's mostly driven by the fact that I'd rather not have it on record whether or not I have or carry a weapon. And so I am, personally speaking, in favor of less interference with basic Second Amendment rights from and with deference to the Heller decision. Just because something can be done doesn't mean it should, and I would certainly encourage Texas to lead, if not from behind, at least in the first 12 or so states. Having constitutional carry would be great. And from an official Republican Party stance, the 8,400 voting members of the delegates from the state convention last summer had a chance to vote on 250 planks, and the plank which said we should have constitutional carry scored 95% approval rate, outscoring over 80% of the other planks on in the option. So it is something very clearly wanted by the most active members of the Republican Party in Texas, and therefore I ask that you all support that.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Navarez?
Yes.
You're a lot different than the other Republican chairman that Travis County had.
That is a true statement.
Could you elaborate a little?
No, let's not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir? Although, ladies first, we...
Oh,
We can go at the same time. It's fine. That was the point,
They're not
just
allowed
to
to
keep
do
it
that.
slower or shorter. Okay.
All right, no family feuds, so one of you.
All right, you go ahead.
Jorge Landivar. I'm testifying for the bill, and I'm representing myself. So much for that. The current law allows the governor to set reciprocity by fiat. Not reciprocity, set what licenses are allowed in the state by fiat, and also allows him to negotiate with other states, allowing some sort of reciprocity. So you end up with a situation where if the governor says Nevadans should be allowed in Texas to carry, they're now allowed in Texas to carry. Also, if they're he can also go to Nevada and say, hey, you want to be allowed to carry in Texas, you have to allow Texans to carry. He can do that, but he can also just arbitrarily do it by fiat. I think you had a question about that earlier, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we do.
What matters there is the other states' laws and what what's been negotiated. Most states, a few states have strict requirements, but most states have something very similar, where it's just a negotiation between the executive branches of the states. That was it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, ma'am.
Lauren Landivar, testifying for. What was the other thing I was supposed to talk about?
Representing yourself?
Representing myself, yes. Okay. I've noticed that a lot of people talk about there being three different classes: LTC holders, non-LTC holders, and criminals. And from what I see, I don't see this creating three different classes. I see this leveling the playing field for people who can't afford to or who are unable to take time off work to get a license. My husband and I do have good paying jobs now, but there was a time when we were very poor, and there was a very strong chance that it would be hard for us to afford just the gun, not the licensing fees, not any of that. So basically, the part that I'd more like to speak to is there are people who cannot afford the way things currently are, and I'd like to see that get more made into a level playing field. I actually own an AR-15 that I carry around. I've carried it around for protection. It's heavy. I don't know how many of you happen to have one of these, but her name's Gertrude. And they are very heavy. I would like personally to be able to just carry a sidearm instead of being able to, or having to do an AR. And like Mr. Dickey, I actually don't want the government knowing all about everything that I own and everything that I do, so I don't have an LTC either. Sorry, am I done? I'm out of time? Or now I'm out of time. Anyway, thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you all for being here very much. We called Andrew Clements. Has not responded. We'll show him not testifying, representing himself, and he registered for HB 1911. We're still here, and I'm just not going to do that. Get sent to Ashley. Come here a second. Chair call. Well, we know Ms. Hoy's not here. Marion Hoy, I think we learned earlier had left. Marion Hoy. Okay. Ms. Hoy will be shown not testifying, but representing herself, registered against 1911. Amy Mobley Turney and Kenneth Claiborne. Kenneth Claiborne and Roseanne Ferraro. Roseanne Ferraro. And are you Ms. Turney?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
If you would just tell us your name for the record, who you represent, and if you're testifying for, against, or just on HB 1911.
Sure. I'm Amy Mobley Turney, and I'm testifying for myself and as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas against House Bill 1911.
Okay.
So we've been around for about 100 years, and we testify the same way with a little preamble, and I'm going to skip over that since I didn't get to say everything I would have liked to last time.
Go ahead.
And I'll pick up. The League of Women Voters of Texas opposes this proposed legislation because it removes virtually every safeguard currently in place to ensure that dangerous individuals are prevented from carrying handguns in public by repealing requirements that people carrying handguns applying for a permit and repealing certain eligibility standards such as passing a background check and demonstrating proof of firearm safety training. The Second Amendment is one sentence. It reads in its entirety, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote in his majority opinion in District of Columbia v. Heller, there seems to us no doubt on the basis of both text and history that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms. Of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not. Thus, we do not read the Second Amendment to protect the right of citizens to carry arms for any sort of confrontation, just as we do not read the First Amendment to protect the rights of citizens to speak for any purpose. As an example of lawful limitation, Justice Scalia states that the prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under the Second Amendment. House Bill 1911 encourages individuals to act unsafely and provocatively and reduces the ability of the community to prevent acting out or terrorist acts. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Ms. Hinojosa? Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ms. Ferraro will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. Kenneth Cleghorn will be shown not testifying, but for HB 1911. Chair calls David Ahmad, John Michael Gillespie, and Brandon Michael Daves. I think we called them in the last bill too as well, didn't we? Oh, here we go. Yes, sir, and who are you?
John Michael Gillespie.
Good. Thank you for being here, and state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against 1911.
Yes, sir. My name is John Michael Gillespie. I am a board member of Texas Carry. I represent our members and myself. I am testifying for HB 1911. Before I get into my testimony, I just want to comment on some prior testimony. I'd like to say that you should probably measure the validity of testimony upon its accuracy. It was stated that we have never had reciprocity with Nevada and that we never will. We have reciprocity with Nevada and have for a year. So I can email that to you in terms of the reciprocity effects of HB 1911. So, as an LTC instructor, licensed by the state, and a master firearms instructor, I professionally teach the public, security, and law enforcement officers all over the state, and I employ instructors that do the same. A concern that's been brought up time and time again through the last bill and through this bill is that the unlicensed individuals will not receive the same training that LCC holders do in the use of firearms and firearm safety. The reality is that the Texas curriculum does not teach LTC holders how to use a firearm. It is a 4-hour legal information course with some firearm safety slides and then a proficiency demonstration. The student has to have already taken the self-responsibility to learn how to use a firearm before the class. We're not able to teach them that. That is just the point that I wanted to make in terms of the firearm safety. The LTC class will still be available to unlicensed carriers. They don't have to get the license. They can take it for the information. The CHL 16 is put out by DPS online. It's all there for everyone. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I really appreciate you being patient and being here all day.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. David Ahmad will be shown not testifying, but for 1911. And Brandon Michael, I believe it's Daves, will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. Chair calls Robert Odendahl, Amy Hedke, and Melissa Holmes. And on deck will be Al Lindsay, Elizabeth Bray, and Leslie Irvin. Welcome back.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Please, you know the drill. Please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 1911.
Amy Hedke, representing myself, and I am testifying on for the same reason that I testified on 375. Based on a lot of the comments that I've heard from the committee and from a lot of people testifying, it seems that we do have a foundational misunderstanding of what real freedom is. Representative Johnson has been talking about how we're free and that this is not a matter of slavery. But in the United States of America, I cannot own property without permission from the state. And then I have to pay the state to keep that property. I cannot own a car without permission from the state, and I have to pay the state to keep that car. I cannot drive that car without permission from the state, and I have to pay to drive that car. I cannot get a job without permission from the state.
Ms. Hedke, can I interrupt you just for
Yes.
1 second, because I just want to make sure we've got you down right. You're showing to be testifying neutral on the bill?
Yes.
But
And I'm laying the foundation for why I'm neutral and
Okay.
my position.
All right. Just want to make sure we had it down right.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. So I cannot even get a job without permission from the state, and the state's going to take a cut of that job one way or another. I can't even leave the country and move to Somalia without permission from the government and paying an extortion fee. When we're looking at whether we are free or not, those are not the actions of free people. I talked about the fact that we have that gun control is not an action of free people, and it's not for righteous leaders. You've talked about Heller and how you have to uphold SCOTUS. No, you don't. That's the whole purpose of our government's system of checks and balances. You guys are the check. You're the last line of defense against courts that are infringing upon our freedoms. This is where we have to come to you and say and ask you to help protect us from government overreach. We're asking you to do that. Is that my time?
That's it.
Okay.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you for coming back.
You bet.
Robert Odenhall will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. Melissa Holmes will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. Chair calls Al Lindsay, Elizabeth Bray, and Leslie Irvin. Al Lindsay, Elizabeth Bray, and Leslie Irvin. Okay. Mr. Lindsay will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. Elizabeth Bray will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. And Leslie Irvin will be shown not testifying, but against HB 1911. Chair calls Linda Briscoe Myers, Barbara Legier, and Molly Bursey. Great. Thank you for being here. Who would like to
I'm
go?
Barbara.
You're Barbara. Barbara, why don't you go first?
Okay.
Please state your name, who you represent, and whether you're testifying on, for, or against.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Legier.
Well, I got like in the ballpark. And
I know.
got Barbara right.
I'm with you. It is
I
tough.
got Barbara right.
Yes. I'm here on behalf of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense and myself, and we're opposed to 1911. Growing up, I didn't know you could eat spaghetti without venison until high school when I went to a friend's house and her pasta tasted really funny. Both of my fathers were avid hunters and licensed concealed handgun owners. I'm comfortable around guns as long as the person carrying has maintained their licensing requirements. I recognize that people like both of my fathers prefer to carry handguns in public situations, and I believe those people should be at least trained in the basics of our safety laws and should fire a gun before they carry one in public. Consider the training Texas law enforcement officers undergo, from Texas Rangers to sheriffs to police officers. Training in firearm safety and dispute resolution isn't a one-time training for them. It is ongoing, repeated, and necessary to keep the public safe. Licensing Texans ensures a basic understanding of laws and safety precautions and ensures a carrier knows how to use that firearm and is a necessary baseline that allows citizens to carry responsibly. The world is dangerous, and many Texans choose to carry firearms to protect themselves. I just want those that choose to carry to be safe, background checked, and trained for your protection and mine, for the protection of law enforcement and the public. I urge you to reject 1911. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Members, any questions? Ma'am?
Good afternoon. My name is, sorry, I think I got a cold just sitting in here, so I'm a little stopped up. I apologize. My name is Molly Bursey, and I am here representing myself and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I live in New Braunfels with my 5-year-old son and my husband.
Are you testifying for or
Sorry, against. I thought I had it all down. And I'm also a gun owner. But like I said, I'm here today to urge the committee to vote against HB 1911. Time and time again, we hear about how legislators and law enforcement are proud of our permit system, which requires a license to carry in order for a person to legally carry a loaded handgun in public places. Some say that LTC permit holders are some of the most law-abiding and responsible citizens in Texas. Yet this bill would totally dismantle our current system, something that over 1.1 million Texans are taking advantage of. and a system that makes sure that those 1.1 million Texans underwent a background check and firearm safety training before they could carry a handgun in public in Texas. In the last year, over 1,000 permit applications were denied, nearly another 1,000 revoked, and another 1,600 suspended. Our current system has a process in place to help make sure that dangerous people are not able to carry in public, either by denying, suspending, or revoking a permit when they are not eligible to have it. In place of the system that has been repeatedly praised, an honor system would be created, one that would not only make it easy for these dangerous people who have already had their permits denied to disregard the law. Am I done? Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying so late. Linda Briscoe Myers will be shown not testifying but against HB 1911. Chair calls Nicole. No.
So these people registered twice, so we need to make sure.
Okay. Kelly Aller. Yeah. Is she here? Yeah, we have her registered twice.
Two different things, but we'll just make her.
But on each one, shown not testifying and against 1911. Nicole Golden will be shown not testifying.
I just called her.
Oh, we just called her up. I'm sorry. So are all.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just saying we're trying to straighten out these last few. I apologize. We had some people double registered and has things confused just a little bit.
Okay, so it was Nicole Golden.
Have we ever called her up?
No.
Chair calls Nicole Golden. Nicole Golden. And, ma'am, we've got you registered twice.
Yeah, I did register twice. The second time was to testify. So
Okay.
sorry about that.
So the first time you registered just to not test. Right, okay. So now you'd like to testify.
Yes, thank you.
All right. And so if you would, state your name,
Okay.
who
I
you
guess-
represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against
We
1911.
must be reaching the end because I was toward the end of the list.
No, you're fine.
I'm Nicole Golden, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself against 1911.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. I know it's a long night. I need to get back to my family. I'm sure you do too.
And are you also, you registered for Moms Demand Action? Are you representing them as well?
That was the one that I nixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you're testifying, you're just representing yourself.
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you. I didn't prepare any big statement. I listened to a lot of testimonies today, and I guess I just wanted to leave my statement that you guys are here for a reason. You guys are here for our safety and security, and we appreciate that. And I think as a Texan, and I think a lot of other Texans feel like it's because you guys are doing your job that we can say, well, there's at least a modicum of a minimum of safety that we know is in place, so that we can go about our business and our lives and feel that someone's watching out for us. And the licensure system is one of those. And I count on you guys here in this building, and especially this committee, to keep things like that in place, so that when I'm going about my day with my kids, which that's my life, that's what I do, that I can feel somewhat secure that folks who are carrying guns have gone through some steps. And I'm hearing some folks here today say they believe in training, but they want to do it online or whatever. Well, the training that we have is working. Online training probably costs money too. I don't think we're asking a lot. I want to keep it. So I ask you guys to please reject 1911. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
thanks.
Thanks for staying so late.
Thank you.
Where are we at? That it? Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 1911? Yes, ma'am. Have you already registered?
I've registered, but I didn't register to testify.
All right. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Mary Cousy.
All right. Let us find your name. How do you spell your last name?
K-U-S-E.
All right. We're changing it to that you are testifying.
Okay, great.
And as you've heard, please state your name, who you represent, and if you're testifying on, for, or against HB 1911.
I'm Mary Kusi, KUSC. I'm testifying against 1911 or any law that promotes the proliferation of firearms in
Ma'am,
this
can
country.
I ask you registered under Moms Demand Action representing them? Or you?
I'm not a spokesperson. I am a member and also a member of Texas
So you're
Gun
just
Sense.
testifying on
I'm
your own
testifying
behalf, ma'am.
on my
Okay,
own
thank
behalf.
you. Go ahead.
But I would like to point out a couple of things that were missed. And I feel like that this bill does not simplify the law, but it makes it more complicated. And it makes people analyze these complex requirements and determine their own eligibility for carrying a firearm. And it leads to confusion and misunderstandings, and it makes law enforcement's job that much more difficult when they have to interact with people who carry firearms. Now, we don't give this same freedom to doctors who also make life and death decisions. They're required to have licenses, training, years. But when we're washing our hands of all gun control, I feel like we're giving private citizens the legislator's duty, a judge's duty, a juror's duty, and an executioner's duty in a split second. And I think that's ridiculous. I think we need to be more responsible with tools that are designed to kill people. I usually wear a bulletproof vest in these situations. When I'm a member of Moms, when I'm representing gun control and responsibility with firearms. It says bulletproof is the new black on the back of it.
Okay.
Because I think if this continues, everyone will be wearing bulletproof vests. And it's heavy, it's ugly, and I don't want to see it.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 1911? Hearing none, the chair recognizes Chairman White to close on his bill. And members, I remind you, we're going to try to pass out Representative Martinez's bill when we finish. Just take a second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly here, Section 4606, I believe, of the Penal Code addresses 18-year-olds and their possession rights of firearms in Texas. Just a correction. Had someone come up here and talk about eligibility and felony requirements in this particular bill. This particular bill does not change the issue of eligibility as it relates to felony charges. That's already current law. It doesn't change that. What it does, it gives citizens a pathway to do a petition to the court to maintain those that right. But it's important for me as a member to come to you with something that's sensible and logical. And I don't know if it's sensible and logical to ask you to vote for something that would have someone on a first, second, third degree felony to still walk around with a weapon without having some type of vetting process. But that's already current law now. Okay, so I was quite curious about that. Again, I'm not law enforcement, and we got to work out this practically. But when we talk about, well, what do I do, law enforcement? What do I do when I see someone? Section 42.01, disorderly conduct. If someone is acting disorderly, that's what you do. You go do what you do as a police officer. If someone is just walking, minding their own business, I guess you do what we all do. You just allow the person just to walk and mind their own business. The second time today I've heard this issue about Missouri. There was a spike after they went to the so-called unconstitutional carry in 2007. There was a spike in 2008, but the FBI data does indicate a decline after 2008 until 2012. And according to that same data, it's still pretty low much lower than the high they had in the mid-90s before they had a constitutional carry. So with that, members, it's done, and we'll do what we do, whatever we do. And I'll close.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you, Chairman White. Chair withdraws the committee substitute to 1911, and HB 1911 will be left pending at this time. One little last bit of, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being patient today and long-suffering and working through the day with us. And hopefully this will be the longest hearing that any of us ever have to attend. So we started 8 this morning. It's 8:20. And anyway, thank you very much, and thank you to the authors as well.
I'm not going to hear that marijuana legalization bill.
Not going to do that marijuana legalizing bill tonight. So or the other. Or the other stuff.
Go another 8 hours.
Chair lays out HB 106 by Martinez as a matter of pending business. Members, as you recall, this bill we looked at this morning and related to certain images captured by an unmanned aircraft. There were some concerns. I think those concerns have been satisfied. Representative Schaefer offers a committee substitute to HB 106. Members, the committee sub clarifies that telecommunications providers are utilities under Section 423.002A5 of the Government Code. Is there objection to adopting the substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Representative Holland moves that HB 106 as substituted be reported at full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and placed on the general calendar. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman King.
Aye.
Vice Chair Navarez.
Aye.
Representative Schaefer.
Aye.
Metcalf.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ray.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Holland.
Aye.
Hinosa.
Being 9 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. Prevails. I would once again thank the members of the committee, the witnesses, interested parties for being here today. Anything else, Vice Chairman? Anything else, members? Hearing none, Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you. Who?